Chapter 893, Battle Tower. Kong Haoren and his companions laughed when they heard Shifeng's question. There were a total of 350 people in the simulation training system. If they had to fight so many people every day, they would die from exhaustion. Not to mention, no one had that much time to waste. After all, every person here was a professional gamer. They spent most of their energy in God's domain. A player's strength did not only rely on combat standards and techniques. Weapons, equipment, and tools also factored into a player's combat power. Otherwise, players wouldn't pursue better weapons or equipment. The simulation training system's ranking competition isn't a competition between players. Rather, it depends on your results in the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower is somewhat like the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, Kong Haoren explained. He then pointed towards the large portal in the middle of the hall, saying, "That's the Trial Tower that decides our ranks." The Battle Tower has a total of 7 floors. The higher the floor you reach, the more combat points you will earn. In the end, the system uses the battle value to determine our ranks. Inside the Battle Tower, everyone's attributes are normalized. However, you can only enter the tower once per day, and the ranks are determined every midnight. Generally, you must be prepared before challenging the tower. Otherwise, you'll likely be eliminated and waste your chance. So, that's how it works. Shifeng could not help his growing interest in the Battle Tower. He shifted his gaze back to Kong Haoren and asked, "Which floor have you guys reached so far?" "This?" Kong Haoren scratched his head. Awkwardly, he replied, "We're still on the first floor." "Is it that difficult?" Shifeng asked in surprise. He could tell that Kong Haoren's combat standard was quite high. Although the man was no match for Red Feather, he was not far off. In a first-rate guild, he would be considered a top-class expert there. In terms of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, Kong Haoren would be a 6th-floor expert at the very least, yet such an expert was stuck on the Battle Tower's first floor. How difficult was this tower? In truth, all of the newcomers are stuck on the first floor. Only the Pavilions group have reached the 2nd floor. Violent Bear, for example, is on the 2nd floor. However, he ranks among the top of those on that floor, Kong Haoren explained. The experts who have reached the 3rd floor rank within the top 100. Their ranks practically never change. The most we can do is fight for the top 200 spots. The top 100 are monsters. The Battle Tower's difficulty has been set incredibly high. I really don't know why the secret pavilion made 7 floors. I've heard that, even so many years after the pavilion created this training system, nobody has the 7th floor. The highest record is the 6th floor. When they spoke of the tower's difficulty, both Hua Xinyang's and Du Xian's expressions twisted into something ugly. They were their guild's prided geniuses in God's domain. Countless players looked up to them, yet upon joining this simulation training system, they had been stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Although Kong Haoren had entered the top 300 ranks, it was beyond these two, and they were limited to a pitiful 20 points each day. The record holder has only reached the 6th floor? Shifeng was even more surprised. A transcendental power like the secret pavilion should have a few old monsters who had, at the very least, reached the domain realm, yet even they had only managed to reach the 6th floor. It was hard to imagine just how difficult the 7th floor must be. As he learned more, Shifeng's curiosity about the Battle Tower grew. Since Shifeng currently had 900 points, he had no interest in the starter pack. At the very least, he needed a Void Realm expert as a decent opponent. However, simulating Void Realm experts required 1,000 points. As for Domain Realm experts, facing them cost 2,000 points. Following which, under Kong Haoren's guidance, Shifeng entered the Battle Tower. As Shifeng entered the Battle Tower, news of his overwhelming victory over Violent Bear spread like wildfire. After all, this was the first time a newcomer from another guild had defeated a secret pavilion elite. Furthermore, Violent Bear was an expert that ranked among the top 150. Many people, curious about how well Shifeng would fare in the Battle Tower, rushed to the Battle Fortress to watch. Since this brat had easily defeated Violent Bear, he shouldn't have any problems reaching the 3rd floor. If he does, someone's going to get kicked out of the top 100. How can that be? The third floor isn't easy to reach. Moreover, Violent Bear had handicapped 10% of his attributes in that battle. Damn, which guild did that guy come from? He's so strong. If he reaches the third floor, he'll place a new record. Meet him. I recall that the best record an expert from a different guild had set on their first try was the second floor. However, that person is a true genius. Even the pavilion is trying to recruit them. The battle fortress's main hall exploded with commotion as everyone focused on the ranking lists before the battle tower. Even now, people streamed into the main hall, all talking about Shifeng. For a time, Shifeng was the fortress's focal point. Quick look, isn't that Wenhua? Why is she here? Are you kidding me? Is she here to watch Shifeng? Who is this guy? As everyone discussed Shifeng, a beautiful woman in purple-red martial artist robes appeared in the hall. Instantly, the focus shifted towards her. Everyone's, including Kong Haoran's group and Purple Eye, who rested in a corner, jaws dropped. Most people in God's domain might not recognize the woman, but in this simulation training system, Wenhua was a celebrity. Everyone knew about her. Why is she here? Did she discover Shifeng's identity as well? Watching Wenhua slowly walk into the hall, becoming the center of attention, an indescribable sense of jealousy and admiration welled up in Purple Eye's heart. In terms of appearance, Wenhua could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. In terms of talent, however, Wenhua surpassed Gentle Snow by leaps and bounds. Wenhua was very young, much younger than Gentle Snow. To experts, age was a form of capital. Some people could reach the refinement realm at the young age of 18, while others only did so after turning 20. Although there was only an age difference of 2 years, this time gap could determine how far a player would go. Although both were considered geniuses, the difference in talent was massive. If one reached the refinement realm at the age of 18, there was a high chance for them to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world during their lifetime. They would likely become an old monster, becoming a domain realm expert in the future. However, those who managed to enter the refinement realm at the age of 20, without any special opportunities, would, at most, become an ordinary upper echelon in some super guild. Meanwhile, at the young age of 17, Wenhua had reached the refinement realm. Currently, at 19, she had reached the peak of the flowing water realm. The pavilion's old monsters commented that Wenhua was lacked inspiration and could break through to the Void Realm at any moment. A 19-year-old Void Realm expert would have endless opportunities in their future. The secret pavilion had treated Wenhua like a rare, precious seedling and spared no expense to nurture her. The pavilion's old monsters often offered her pointers. She was likely to become the secret pavilion's future heir. Meanwhile, such an amazing woman had actually shown up to watch a newcomer. Why wouldn't this be shocking? Chapter 894, Sword Meister. Ignoring all the stares directed at her, Wenhua took a seat near the battle tower's portal and selected to spectate Shifeng's progress inside the tower. Being a spectator allowed her to see everything happening inside the tower clearly. However, this spectator mode cost battle points. Moreover, the number of points required by the system was not low, a total of 300 points to spectate a person. The system would automatically give 200 of these points to the fighter. For the newcomers and the members of the secret pavilion, this was a price that none of them was willing to pay. Paying 300 points to spectate anyone, aside from the experts ranked within the top 50, would just be a big waste of their points, especially for a newcomer that barely anyone knew about. Shortly after Wenhua sat down, a young man exited from the training field's portal. When this young man spotted Wenhua, he hurriedly made his way over to her. Isn't that Cold Autumn? Why is he here? I heard that he's been training like a madman ever since his trip to Star Moon Kingdom. He must have received some kind of stimulation there. Now, he spends nearly all of his spare time fighting inside the training field. The members of the secret pavilion were shocked when they saw Cold Autumn, who had appeared out of the blue, walking over to Wenhua. The three great geniuses of the secret pavilion were individuals that were usually very hard to meet, yet two of them had actually shown up in the battle fortress. It was truly a rare sight to behold. Sister Wenhua, why do you suddenly have time to come here? Cold Autumn asked when he reached Wenhua. After taking a seat, he continued, didn't Uncle Yuan say that you are going to challenge Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister, Ruthless Sky? Aren't you going to rest and prepare for that battle? No matter what, he is one of Sanctuary's 8 sword meisters. I've heard that Ruthless Sky has made significant advances recently, and his rank on the experts list has already gone up from 131st to 117th. Moreover, he even replaced one of his weapons yesterday, and the higher-ups suspect that it could be an epic weapon. This will increase his combat power even more. Sending a glance at Cold Autumn, Wenhua said in a casual tone, I know all that. Even so, I will still defeat him. Compared to her upcoming battle, she was more interested in this battle of Shifeng's. Previously, she had viewed Shifeng's battle with Sirius many times. However, at the end of the day, a video recording was still a video recording. The experience was far from comparable to watching in person. Originally, she had intended to come here only for a little training. She never thought that after arriving, she would hear news of a newcomer defeating Violent Bear. Moreover, the name of that newcomer was even Shifeng. As a result, this situation greatly piqued her interest. Just like Shifeng, she was a swordsman player. If she wanted to increase her combat experience, it was naturally best for her to learn from a fellow swordsman. Only, there were not many swordsmen in the secret pavilion and even fewer that she could seek guidance from. At this moment, these people could no longer help her improve any further. Hence, she had opted to challenge the famous swordsman in God's domain. Now that a swordsman who had managed to defeat Sirius had appeared, she obviously could not let the opportunity to observe him fight slip by. If it was possible, she even wanted to have a match against Shifeng. Following which, Wenhua returned to observing Shifeng's battle quietly. Just who is this person? He is actually able to rouse Sister Wenhua's interest. Cold Autumn was baffled. If he were to spread the word of this matter, it would most likely shock the entire secret pavilion. Thinking so, Cold Autumn suddenly selected the spectator mode as well. Moreover, the person he chose to spectate was the newcomer Shifeng. 300 points might be a lot to an ordinary expert of the secret pavilion, but to him, it was still barely acceptable. Damn, this is just insane. Two of the great geniuses are actually spectating Shifeng's battle. This can't be real, right? Isn't he just a powerful newcomer? Even reaching the 3rd floor is a problem. Is it really worth spending 300 points to watch him? The mouths of the players in the main hall hung wide open as they watched Wenhua and Cold Autumn quietly sitting beside the battle tower's portal. Damn it! Purple Eye clenched her fists as she looked at Wenhua and Cold Autumn. It would be great if we had come here a few days earlier. It's just impossible to gather 300 points right now. She knew who exactly Shifeng was. If she missed this opportunity to witness his battle, who knew when she would get another chance? Why don't I go borrow some points? I heard that aside from duels, the members of the secret pavilion will also loan battle points. However, we'll need to pay an additional 30% interest when paying back the points, Red Feather said, gritting his teeth. Purple Eye promptly nodded in response. Compared to paying an interest rate of 30%, being able to watch this battle was much more important. This scene bewildered the members of the secret pavilion. They could not understand just what kind of attraction Shifeng held to rouse the interest of not only the pavilion's geniuses but also the newcomers. Inside the battle tower, Shifeng was currently standing in the middle of an endless plain with a total of 49 prairie lions and 1 prairie lion king surrounding him. Prairie lion, elite rank. Level 30. HP 60, 000/60, 000. Prairie Lion King, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 200, 000/200, 000. System: defeat all monsters to progress to the next floor. Every prairie lion killed will reward you with 1 combat point, and killing the prairie lion king will reward you with 10 combat points. No wonder Kong Haoren's group weren't able to clear the first floor, Shifeng thought as he swept a glance at the lions besieging him. He then took a look at his own attributes. Currently, his attributes were roughly equal to those of a level 30 swordsman geared in bronze weapons and equipment. Right now, he was the very definition of an ordinary player. The difficulty of defeating this pride of lions would be extremely high. Moreover, this place was an endless grassland, offering no terrain whatsoever that players could take advantage of, which further increased the difficulty. Roar! The prairie lion king bellowed angrily and advanced. Simultaneously, the prairie lions surrounding Shifeng pounced at him as well. An ordinary player would usually panic if faced with attacks coming from all sides. They would instinctively attempt to rush out of the encirclement. As for expert players, they would choose to fight while retreating, slowly but surely killing these monsters. However, Shifeng did neither of these things. With an ordinary level 30 player's attributes, he simply had no chance of outrunning the prairie lion king. On the contrary, attempting to do so would place himself in a disadvantageous situation. Facing the incoming pride of lions, Shifeng began brandishing the twin swords in his hands. In the next moment, countless streaks of sword light flashed around Shifeng, forming a barrier of sorts around him. Any lion that came at him would have their joints struck by Shifeng's swords. Although Shifeng's strength was insufficient to repel the prairie lions, he still managed to deflect their attack trajectories slightly. Seen from afar, the half-dozen prairie lions attacking Shifeng appeared to be intentionally circling the swordsman, their attacks all landing on thin air. As these prairie lions moved past Shifeng, a streak of sword light would strike at their bodies, causing over -1,500 damage to the elite monsters. As the battle continued, the prairie lions died one after another. This person is clearing out the prairie lions so quickly. Cold Autumn was filled with shock as he observed this scene. Just who is this person? He knew full well just how hard it was to deal with these prairie lions. Simply dodging their attacks was very exhausting, yet Shifeng was actually toying with these elite monsters like they were kittens right now. Despite Shifeng having the same attributes as he did when he challenged the first floor, Shifeng's clearing speed was at least double his. These prairie lions posed no threat to Shifeng at all. Only the prairie lion king, whose speed was much faster and strength was much greater than the prairie lions, presented a challenge for Shifeng. However, utilizing his positioning to guide the prairie lions, Shifeng turned the prairie lions into shields for him, having the elite monsters receive all the attacks of the prairie lion king instead. After each successful block, Shifeng would also follow up with a counterattack, each of his blows dealing over -1,200 damage to the special elite. The prairie lion king's HP fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the end, the special elite died without even managing to land a paw on Shifeng, its body lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the players present in the main hall of the battle fortress suddenly fell silent, every one of them staring at the record board of the battle tower's first floor with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, the first floor's original fastest clear record of 47 minutes 27 seconds had actually been broken. Chapter 895, Unstoppable Record. How is he so fast? An uproar broke out in the main hall the instant the players saw the record broken. None of them dared to believe it was true. The clear record for the battle tower's first floor had stood for a very long time now. Most people required nearly 2 hours to deal with the monsters on the first floor, taking at least double the record time. Even the personal bests of the 3 great geniuses of the secret pavilion were relatively far away from the record clear time. Yet Shifeng had broken it easily. 37 minutes 24 seconds. Everyone grew extremely curious as to what had happened inside the battle tower when they saw this new record. Just what did Shifeng do to clear the floor so quickly? Sister Wenhua, just who is this person? Cold Autumn could not help but ask when he saw this new record. The battle tower's record had remained unchanged for many years now. Even if someone could surpass it, the person capable of doing so definitely should not be a young man like Shifeng. Nevertheless, a newcomer originating from another guild had beaten the best record by over 10 minutes. You've also seen this person before, Wenhua replied, chuckling. I've seen him before? Cold Autumn grew curious at these words. However, he could not figure out where he had seen Shifeng before. He is Yi Feng, the apex swordsman who defeated one of the wolf kings of the battle wolves, Wenhua added, her words invested with strong fighting spirit. When she had only seen Shifeng's battle videos before, she merely thought of having a match with him. Now, however, what she wanted to do was surpass the man. However, what she had to do first was defeat Sanctuary's Gale Sword Meister. He is Yi Feng? Cold Autumn gaped as he took in Shifeng's youthful appearance. Even though Shifeng looked relatively young in God's domain, Cold Autumn had thought that Shifeng's true age should be around 25 or 26. Now, however, it would seem that the man was only 21 or 22 years old. He was not that much older than Wenhua, yet he had already managed to defeat the legendary Sirius. Although he had relied mainly on his equipment advantage and skill advantage, a win was still a win. Sister Wenhua, aren't you being a little too mean? Since you already knew he was that Yi Feng, why didn't you tell me? I nearly missed out on a big opportunity to spectate one of his battles, Cold Autumn grumbled. Inwardly, however, he felt thrilled. At the cost of just 300 battle points, he got to spectate the battle of an expert like Shifeng. This was an opportunity that could not be bought even with money. Everyone has their own opportunities. If you miss it, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Just like the time when the Glorious Lions went up against the Azura battle team. Who knew that the battle at that time would become one of the most memorable battles in the Dark Arena? Wenhua sighed as she shook her head. Alright, enough talking. Focus on watching. We won't get another chance like this as easily later on. While Wenhua and Cold Autumn were chatting, many of the Secret Pavilion's members had also gritted their teeth and chosen to spend 300 points to spectate Shifeng's battle. A person capable of breaking the record of the first floor definitely possessed extraordinary abilities. After just a short moment, the number of people spectating Shifeng's battle grew to a total of 13, instantly increasing Shifeng's battle points to 3,500. Inside the battle tower, when Shifeng progressed to the second floor, he was transported into a dark nest. Visibility was very low, and his vision only extended to 10 yards at most. He could also hear rustling coming from all around him, the sounds being hair-raisingly creepy. Although there aren't a lot of monsters on the second floor, roughly only 20, this dark environment makes it much more difficult to evade the attacks of these monsters. I also had to attempt and train on this floor many times before I got used to this environment. Cold Autumn revealed a smile when he saw Shifeng standing still after arriving on the second floor. Although he was not present on the battlefield, his viewing angle was not that far from Shifeng. Moreover, as a spectator, he had a much clearer view of the battlefield than Shifeng, and his field of vision was nearly 3 times that of Shifeng's. At this moment, 19 elite-ranked Nightwalker Tarantulas and 1 special elite-ranked Ghost Tarantula had Shifeng completely surrounded. Nightwalker Tarantula, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 70, 000/70, 000. Ghost Tarantula, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 240, 000/240, 000. Shifeng could get 2 combat points for every Nightwalker Tarantula he killed, while the Ghost Tarantula would give him a total of 40 points if killed. The points these monsters gave were much more than those for the monsters on the first floor. With a visual range of 10 yards, players would have an exceedingly short time to react to any attacks from the tarantulas. Here, even taking a breath at a wrong time could result in one's death. Even if players were just going up against monsters of the same level, the difficulty of the second floor was significantly higher than the first floors. Hence, the number of experts that had managed to clear the second floor among the participants of the training system this time around was extremely low. Even a refinement realm expert like Violent Bear had failed to clear it. To Shifeng, however, This floor was child's play. After reaching the Void Realm, even having his sense of sight weakened would hardly affect his combat power. Although Shifeng could not visually perceive the situation beyond 10 yards, the vibrations and sounds passing through the air allowed him to pinpoint the positions of all the monsters within the nest. Before the monsters even got to 10 yards of him, Shifeng had already started taking appropriate countermeasures. Compared to the lions on the first floor, the massive tarantulas on the second floor were much easier to handle. Although the tarantulas were slightly faster than the lions, their strength was weaker. Up to the moment the battle ended, none of these tarantulas had landed a direct hit on Shifeng even once. Only the ghost tarantula's high attack speed managed to force Shifeng to block its attacks a few times, inflicting a small amount of damage as a result. Shifeng's evasive maneuvers and attacks completely mesmerized the spectators of the battle. Shifeng had fought the monsters as if he was just taking a leisurely walk through the park. Aside from these feats, Shifeng had also broken the clear record of the second floor. The original record time was 32 minutes 54 seconds, whereas Shifeng's clear time was 27 minutes 35 seconds. Following which, the number of people spectating Shifeng's battle increased by 15, boosting Shifeng's battle points further by 3,000. The third floor was a fiery hell. The majority of the ground on this floor was scorching red. Stepping on a patch of red immediately imposed burn damage. Only the areas scorched black were safe. However, there were very few of such areas in this fiery valley. Players would have their movement greatly restricted while fighting on this floor. Meanwhile, Shifeng's opponents for this floor were drastically different from his previous ones. Although there were only 10 monsters on this floor, all 10 of them were hovering around in the air. Flame Falcon, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 60, 000/60, 000. Flame Eagle, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 900, 000/900, 000. They say that the third floor is a major threshold, and until now, only a few experts have managed to clear the third floor. Just how far will he be able to go? Looking at Shifeng remaining motionless, many people began wondering how he would avoid the attacks of the Flame Eagle. A chieftain was much stronger than a special elite. Dodging attacks from such a monster was already extremely difficult to begin with, not to mention the various constraints the environment placed on Shifeng's movements. Without a proper method to cope with the Flame Eagle, Shifeng would very quickly lose his life on the third floor. This is rather interesting. It's no wonder they say that the battle tower plays a crucial role in guiding one through the various combat realms. As Shifeng took in his surroundings and the Flame Eagle hovering above him, he suddenly understood what was going on in the battle tower. Chapter 896, Skyrocketing Points. The secret pavilion had another name for the battle tower, the Tower of Guidance. From what Kong Howren shared, the battle tower could help a player grow, all the way up to grasping a domain. Previously, Shifeng only partly believed these words. Now, however, he no longer doubted them. In order to be considered as having reached the refinement realm, one needed to have excellent control over their own body and be able to flexibly and naturally vary the amount of strength their body exerted. The flowing water realm required one to perceive and observe the opponents. One had to be able to distinguish their opponent's thoughts and carry out appropriate responses in advance by observing the opponent's minute movements. To put it simply, one needed to be able to react before their opponents even acted. The Void Realm demanded a certain amount of control over one's surroundings. Instead of merely judging the environment through vision alone, one needed to push their 5 senses to the very limits and rely on these enhanced senses to determine all movements occurring in the background. The goal of the battle tower's first floor was to have players learn how to control themselves, using the pressure of facing a large number of lions to learn how to adapt nimbly to sudden changes. The second floor was meant to improve a player's instantaneous observation powers and snap judgment. The third floor served to improve a player's perception and judgment of distance. Accurately judging distance was a challenging task. However, as long as one managed to achieve this, they would be considered to have officially entered the flowing water realm. Shi Feng had to admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was very on point. It was no wonder that super guilds could nurture such a large number of top-tier experts. The Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle hovering in the sky had no intention of giving Shi Feng too much time. Letting out screeches that echoed throughout the entire valley, the fiery birds spat out scorching flames in Shi Feng's direction in unison. It will be difficult for him to clear the third floor. Among those present inside the battle fortress were quite a few people whose progress stalled on the third floor. Hence, they were very clear on how difficult this floor was. Not only would one receive flame attacks from all directions, but the valley floor would also change at random. Places that were originally safe zones could turn into a danger zone in the next second. One constantly needed to pay attention to their footing while on this floor. Moreover, there were no objects in the area that could serve to block the flame attacks of the monsters. One could just imagine the difficulty of the third floor. Not to mention attacking the flying monsters, the majority of the players who reached this floor would generally fail to cope properly and ultimately died to either the scorching ground or the flame attacks. What is he trying to do? Everyone suddenly noticed that, despite seeing the 10 streaks of flames coming at him, Shi Feng actually chose to remain standing still. Just as the flames were about to devour Shi Feng, the swordsman suddenly strode forward, his body leaving behind numerous afterimages as he moved about the small platform he was on. In the next moment, one streak of flames engulfed the afterimages Shi Feng left behind. After all 10 were gone, Shi Feng was standing back in his original position completely unscathed. How is this possible? Cold Autumn was momentarily stupefied. Although he had yet to reach the third floor himself, it was obvious to him that were he the one going up against these flame attacks, aside from running and dodging, he would have no other method to retain his life. The distance the flame attacks were launched from was simply too short. He would have absolutely no way to avoid that many attacks in the limited maneuvering space available. As for blocking the flame attacks with his weapon, that would be utterly impossible. He would need a complete set of mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, to avoid taking any damage from blocking the attacks of the Flame Falcons. Blocking the attacks of the Flame Eagle would require him to be fully geared in secret silver equipment at the minimum. However, the system armed them with only a set of bronze equipment in the battle tower. Trying to defend against the flame attacks would be suicidal. Now, even while standing in that small area, Shi Feng had actually managed to avoid all the flame attacks. It was as if these flames were intentionally circling his body. This is impossible. There must be something wrong with the system. How can he dodge all those attacks in time at such a close distance? The players spectating Shi Feng had long since gone into an uproar. Almost all of them had shouted the same thing. No matter how they wrapped their minds around it, dodging so many attacks from such a close distance was not feasible. The only possibility was that an error had occurred with the system. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain the earlier scene? Wenhua, however, did not feel any surprise at the outcome of that onslaught. Everyone was basing their judgments only on the distance the flames were coming from. However, they had forgotten that they were living in a three-dimensional world. Aside from horizontal and vertical distance, one also should not forget depth. On the screen, it might seem as if all 10 flame attacks came over similar distances. But in reality, the distance each attack needed to travel was different. As all 10 attacks were launched simultaneously, the times at which the attacks reached Shi Feng would differ slightly. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had utilized the small time difference in the arrival of the attacks to systematically evade them one after another. The one part about this scene that annoyed Wenhua, however, was that she had not noticed the slightest bit of haste or anxiety in Shi Feng's movements. The man had casually dodged the attacks as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll, his actions containing no excess movement whatsoever. Wenhua even felt a shiver go down her back when she looked at how smooth and natural his movements were. The numerous surprised gasps coming from the spectators immediately attracted the attention of those resting in the main hall, every one of them looking at these several spectators in confusion. What's up with them? Aren't they just spectating a battle? Is there a need to go so crazy over it? This curiosity now tempted many more people who were reluctant to part with their points. Such a commotion had never occurred before, even when the upper echelons of their guilds fought in the battle tower. What exactly was going on inside the battle tower? Just as everyone was hesitating over whether or not to spectate Shifeng's battle, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious red-black martial arts robes entered the hall. With quick steps, this middle-aged man walked up to the portal of the battle tower. After finding a quiet place to sit in, the man then chose to spectate Shifeng's battle. Damn. This is madness. This is simply madness. Why has Elder Yuan come over as well? Isn't this a training system meant to nurture youths with potential? He couldn't be here too? All the bystanders suddenly thought of a possibility when they looked at Yuan Tiexin quietly sitting down and calling out his system interface. However, none of them could accept this shocking thought of theirs. Those who had still been hesitating immediately looked for seats and chose to spectate Shifeng's battle. Instantly, the number of people spectating Shifeng increased to 63. Those who lacked the points to spectate were all stupefied by this scene. Even when the upper echelon of the secret pavilion came to challenge the battle tower, the number of spectators would be around this number, at most. Moreover, today was a day when many people were busy with their own matters and had not come to participate in the training system. Otherwise, the number of spectators right now would definitely rise even higher. Just who is Brother Shifeng? The shock Kong Haoren was feeling right now at this sight was many times more intense than what he felt when he had faced off against an army of over 100,000 elite players. I would be set for life if I could have this many people spectating my battle. Wu Xingyang could not close his mouth as he saw this scene. Just how many battle points could he earn if he had this many people spectating his battle as well? Even if he fought against a refinement realm expert every day, those points could last him for 2 whole months. On the 3rd floor of the battle tower, Shifeng repeatedly dodged the flame attacks sent at him. Even when the terrain changed, he managed to reach a safe zone immediately. Occasionally, he would also attack with a flying dart. Although the damage he caused was low, only minus 500 points or so, none of the monsters in the battle tower had the battle recovery ability. Hence, he could slowly but surely wear down these monsters. Following which, one Flame Falcon's HP continuously decreased. The battle had already fallen under Shifeng's complete control. That's enough experimentation. It's about time things ended. He then threw out the last dart that took away the final strand of HP of a Flame Falcon. As a result of one Flame Falcon dying, the number of attacks Shifeng had to face at a single time decreased from 10 to 9, making dodging the attacks much easier for him. With no suspense whatsoever, he whittled down the remaining Flame Falcons and Flame Eagle, once again easily clearing a floor. Only, as Shifeng was not playing a ranged class, his attacks were a lot less effective compared those of ranged classes. Hence, he had not managed to break the record clear time for the 3rd floor. Even so, he still stupefied all his spectators. The reason for everyone's shock was because Shifeng's clear time for the 3rd floor was only marginally slower than the current record holders. If his ranged weapon had been slightly better and he had learned a few more good skills, he could have easily broken the record. Following which, Shifeng entered the 4th floor of the battle tower. This was also the highest floor the current batch of trainees had reached. Chapter 897, Silent Hell. This person is strong. It was worth spending all those points to spectate him. This is my first time seeing someone clear the 3rd floor so easily. This shows that he has still not reached his limits. At this rate, he might even be able to clear the 4th floor and become the first person among this batch of trainees to reach the 5th floor. That's impossible. This is the 4th floor we are talking about. Even the top experts of our guild are still stuck there. Even if Shifeng is amazing, it is simply impossible for him to match up to the top experts of our guild. I guess you're right. Our guild's top experts all stand at the peak of God's domain. There are probably only a handful of youths who can surpass them. Just as the spectators were discussing Shifeng's battle, Feng himself set foot onto the fourth floor. Unlike the second and third floors, which had vile environments, the fourth floor was elegant and serene. Trees and shrubberies surrounded Feng. There was also a pristine lake nearby. Feng observed his surroundings, his expression turning slightly serious. Although his surroundings looked very peaceful, Feng could not ignore a sense of crisis in his mind. The worst part about this hunch was that he did not know what triggered it. Even though he was standing still and doing nothing, this sense of crisis was looming closer and closer. Could they be stealth monsters? Feng thought of a possibility. Or to put it in another way, it was the only possibility. This sensation he was feeling right now was as if numerous top-tier assassin experts were staring at him. However, no matter how skilled and silent the assassin might be, as long as they were a player, Feng would more or less be able to find traces of them through sight and hearing, yet neither of these two senses of his had picked up anything. He discovered them so quickly. Wenhua was somewhat surprised to see Feng's expression turning a little guarded. The fourth floor of the battle tower had another name to it, Silent Hell. It had a total of 8 elite-ranked Void Assassins and 1 Chieftain-ranked Null Assassin. Void Assassin, Elite Rank. Level 30. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Null Assassin, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 200, 000/200, 000. Although their HPs were very low, these monsters had a special characteristic. They remained in a permanent state of nothingness. Their bodies existed in a completely different space, so one's senses of sight, hearing, and smell could not detect these monsters no matter what. Only when these monsters launched an attack would their real bodies manifest. However, they would appear for only a very short time, around 1 second at most. Aside from this brief period, attacks directed at these monsters would be completely ineffective. The difficulty of the fourth floor had left everyone who had managed to reach the fourth floor in this batch of trainees utterly helpless. Setting aside the fact that the attacks of the assassins were lightning fast, just the fact that the attacks were launched at such a close distance made dodging them nearly impossible. Or to put it in another way, it was simply impossible for someone with the attributes of an ordinary level 30 player to evade those attacks. Even if one managed to dodge those kinds of attacks, failing to counterattack in time would eventually lead to death from overexhaustion. Back when Wenhua herself had reached the fourth floor for the first time, she had died completely unaware of what had happened. And even now, she was still stuck on this floor. Only the monster-like existences of the secret pavilion were able to contend against the assassins on this floor. So far, just a few people throughout the entire guild had managed to clear the fourth floor. I wonder just how far you will be able to go? A bright smile appeared on Wenhua's face as she quietly observed the swordsman. She had a feeling that, if she could observe Feng clearing this floor, she might be able to break through that barrier that was preventing her from improving. Under Wenhua's gaze, Feng started moving. Without hesitation, he dashed up to a nearby tree and placed his back against the large tree. This way, he no longer needed to pay attention to attacks coming from behind. He just needed to keep an eye out for attacks coming from 180 degrees in front of him. Damn, so you can do something like that as well? Everyone spectating this scene was stupefied. They had never thought to utilize the terrain in such a way. The effort an expert needed to expend to defend against attacks coming from just 180 degrees was many times less than attacks coming from all 360 degrees. With the energy saved, one could better perceive and concentrate as well. Moreover, dodging attacks would become much easier. However, as soon as Feng stood in front of the large tree, a silvery white dagger suddenly appeared before him, directly slashing at his neck. So fast. Surprised, Feng instinctively sidestepped. With the speed of the attack as well as the short distance it was launched from, if Feng had not responded instantly, he would have gotten struck without a doubt. Fortunately, he had already reached the Void Realm, so he could feel the movements in his surroundings. Although the appearance of the dagger was very sudden, the moment the weapon materialized, it would more or less generate some fluctuations in the air, which gave him sufficient warning and allowed him to carry out preventive measures. In the next moment, the snowy white dagger brushed past his neck and left a deep scar on the tree behind him. Close on the heels of that first attack, fluctuations appeared from 2 more places. Meanwhile, the position of these fluctuations came from the direction he had sidestepped to. Feng tightened his grip on his twin swords and hurriedly slashed at the locations the 2 fluctuations originated from. Ping! 2 crisp sounds echoed throughout the entire forest. The sparks generated were also extraordinarily eye-catching. Crap, isn't he too amazing? How did he manage to detect those attacks? The spectators' mouths all fell wide open when they saw the sparks flashing before Feng. As bystanders, they had a much clearer view of the situation than Feng. However, even after looking for a long time, they failed to detect anything peculiar about the locations he had attacked. There was just empty space there. Nevertheless, Feng succeeded in very accurately blocking 2 strikes. They all felt that Feng was not human but a monster in human guise. Instead, how are his attacks so fast? When Hua was inwardly shocked when she saw this scene, her mind constantly replaying Feng's previous actions. Setting aside how Feng had managed to detect the location of the attacks, just being able to execute such quick counters from such a short distance was simply unbelievable. This was definitely not a feat an ordinary human being could accomplish. Her dynamic vision was among the best in the entire guild. Even if it were a baseball moving at 160 kilometers per hour, she would be able to clearly see and count the number of rotations the ball was making. For attacks that no one else could see even the afterimages of, she could make out some afterimages. Although they would be extremely vague, she would still manage to see a small portion of the attack. However, Feng's slashes were completely different. Normally, when an attack was launched, the speed of the attack would start from 0 and slowly accelerate up to maximum speed. However, through some unknown technique, Feng's swords had gone from a standstill to moving at maximum speed instantly. There was no acceleration process in between whatsoever. Following which, Feng brandished his swords dozens of times, blocking every attack sent at him. Not a single scratch could be found on his body. Instead, the constant clangor of metal surrounded him. Seen from afar, Feng appeared to be training his swordsmanship all by himself. As more time passed, Feng grew accustomed to blocking the attacks of the assassins. Time to end this. Feng swept a glance at his surroundings, his lips curling up in a smile. At this moment he no longer bothered to block the dagger striking at him. Instead, as if he had already anticipated this attack, his body smoothly sidestepped while his right arm swung at the location the dagger appeared from. Soon after, a streak of greenish blood stained the grassy ground. Chapter 898, Unseen Improvement. -1327. The instant this damage emerged, a blurry figure also appeared, the dark green HP bar above the figure's head shortening slightly. A moment after the HP bar showed up, however, the figure disappeared once more. Even when Feng tried launching another attack at the same position, the only thing his sword hit was air. There's only a 1.3-second period for a counterattack. That really is short. No wonder so many people have failed to clear this floor. Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected these monsters to have such a characteristic as well. Originally, it was already very difficult to grasp the attack trajectories of these monsters. Moreover, there wasn't just one monster attacking him. Based on Feng's perception, at least 5 monsters were attacking him. Yet, not only did he have to dodge the attacks of these monsters, but he also needed to launch a counterattack within such a short time frame. This greatly increased the difficulty of clearing the floor. Having no better choice, Feng could only continue silently blocking the attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. He often had to block over a dozen attacks before he got the opportunity to launch a counterattack. If he failed to grab this opportunity, he would have to block another dozen, or even 2 or 3 dozen attacks. If an ordinary person were standing in Feng's place right now, they would surely feel bored at the moment. Shifeng, however, was actually joyous. He could not help but admit that the guidance provided by the battle tower was indeed excellent. All unawares, Shifeng had focused his full concentration on detecting the spatial fluctuations. As a result, the sensitivity of his five senses heightened while his grasp of his surroundings constantly deepened. It was normally impossible for one to encounter situations where subtle spatial fluctuations appeared around oneself. Hence, being able to hone his perception to such a fine degree right now was like a dream for Shifeng. Time passed quickly. Even when Shifeng had an opportunity to counterattack and deal damage to the Void Assassins, he did not take action. After all, this here was the best place for him to train right now. As his perception improved, Shifeng became increasingly sensitive to the subtle fluctuations caused by the Void Assassins. Initially, these weak fluctuations felt no different from tiny raindrops hitting his skin. Although he could feel them, his perception of them was not that clear. As a result, even when his body felt these fluctuations, his brain dismissed them as negligible. However, after sensing the fluctuations for thousands of times, his awareness of them intensified. Now, these fluctuations felt more like little pebbles hitting his body. Instead, the pain more than sufficient to grab his attention. Even without his brain making any conscious decisions, he would instinctively react and turn towards the direction the fluctuations came from. It's no wonder super first-rate guilds and super guilds can nurture so many apex experts and even monsters that grasp a domain. Sure enough, they are not existences that even well-funded first-rate guilds can threaten. Shifeng inwardly sighed emotionally. He had profited massively from the trade with the secret pavilion this time. If not for this trade, he most likely would have remained unaware of just how frightening the major powers of God's domain were. Although he currently had a secret technique tablet and even an epic guild quest that could send him to the ancient battlefield, the Holy Land for experts, neither of those things could even compare with the battle tower. The value of the secret technique tablet lay in the fact that it allowed players to learn advanced combat techniques, which would, in turn, greatly increase their combat powers. The improvement in combat standards was only a bonus. Whether players could actually gain inspiration from learning the combat technique was a different matter altogether. As for the Holy Land, although Shifeng had never been there before, based on what he had heard about the place, the improvements one could gain there should be roughly equal to, or even inferior to, those from the battle tower. However, as the number of people the training system could accommodate was limited, the Holy Land seemed very valuable. Otherwise, the major powers of God's domain might not even bother to compete over entry to the Holy Land. What a pity! I thought he would clear the fourth floor as well. Now, it seems that it isn't possible. At the rate at which he is counterattacking, his stamina and concentration will run out before the battle is over. Didn't I say so already? That place is the Silent Hell. If even so many of our guild's top experts can't clear it, how could a newcomer like him possibly clear it? But the fact that he has lasted for so long is already plenty amazing. This is my first time seeing someone survive this long against those monsters. Indeed, the attacks of those monsters are simply impossible to predict. If it were up to me, I'd probably be dead in less than 5 seconds. Moreover, among our batch of trainees, not a single person has managed to last as long as Shifeng on the 4th floor. With this, he can be considered the number 1 player among us. Without anyone noticing, Shifeng had risen to become the first ranking player in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the members of the secret pavilion no longer looked at him arrogantly, all of them feeling only admiration for the swordsman. Just as everyone had thought that Shifeng's limit was the 4th floor. 2 streaks of green blood suddenly appeared before Shifeng, the void assassin that had its body exposed, losing close to a total of 2,700 HP. That should be enough practice. There's no point in continuing this training. Let's go to the 5th floor to take a look, then. After deciding so, Shifeng adjusted his breathing and finally launched his counterattack. After a long period of tempering himself with the void assassins, Shifeng could already react to the fluctuations they caused without paying deliberate attention to them. He could now place more of his concentration on dodging and attacking instead. Although he could still improve slightly if he continued tempering himself, his remaining stamina did not permit him to do so. Moreover, compared to tempering his perception of the surrounding space, he was currently more interested in finding out what sort of trial awaited him on the 5th floor. What's going on? Shouldn't his stamina and concentration have declined significantly? Theoretically, his counterattack rate should gradually drop. So, why is it now increasing? The spectators were all shocked to see Shifeng behaving as if he had just taken a dose of stimulants. However, what no one knew was that, after undergoing that period of tempering, Shifeng's combat standards had received significant improvements. If before he had to focus 3/4 of his concentration on sensing the spatial fluctuations, he now needed to use only 1/3 of it to do so. This change allowed Shifeng's attack rate to increase over 3-fold. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng had defeated all 8 Void Assassins, leaving only the Chieftain-ranked Null Assassin, which had not moved at all since the start of the battle. The instant the 8th Void Assassin died, the Null Assassin finally took action. The instant the Null Assassin struck, Shifeng nearly lost his life. The Null Assassin's attack was exceedingly fast, and its strength was extremely powerful. It was simply impossible for Shifeng to evade the chieftain's strike even though he had managed to sense it coming. Reacting quickly, Shifeng launched an attack of his own at the Null Assassin's dagger, using the force of the impact to deflect the dagger's attack trajectory slightly so that it struck air, instead. So strong. Shifeng inwardly felt fortunate as he looked at his still trembling arm. If not for him requiring less concentration now to detect the spatial fluctuations and being able to invest more attention into attacking and evading, he would have most likely fallen to the Null Assassin already. He dodged it? Yuan Tianxin was astounded as he looked at the unmarked Shifeng. He had expected Shifeng to suffer miserably when the Null Assassin took action. The reason for this assumption of his was because he understood just how powerful the Null Assassin was. Although he, too, was a Void Realm expert, he had suffered hundreds of defeats at the hands of the Null Assassin. Only after a long period of arduous training did he manage to defeat the Null Assassin. Moreover, even until now, his win rate against the Null Assassin was still not 100%. Hence, he never imagined that Shifeng would actually manage to deflect the Null Assassin's attack on his first try. The scariest part about the Null Assassin was its first attack. If one could avoid its first attack, the subsequent battle would become much simpler. Sure enough, after a short adjustment period, Shifeng launched his counterattack on the Null Assassin, continuously dealing damage to the chieftain. In the end, after a dozen minutes or so of strenuous battle, he depleted the Null Assassin's 200,000 HP. Chapter 899, Ranking Competitions Number 1. What? He cleared it, just like that? All of the spectators were stupefied as the Null Assassin's corpse appeared on the ground. Until now, not a single person among their trainees had conquered the Silent Hell. Although they knew that some of them would eventually clear the 4th floor, they never expected a newcomer from another guild to do so. Meanwhile, Shifeng's success caused an uproar among the other players in the main hall. Many people began to regret their decision to not watch Shifeng's battle. If they had done so, they might have learned something, allowing for minor breakthroughs. After all, every expert had their own strengths and weaknesses. If the other party's strength made up for what they lacked, they would gain some insight from watching the battle. Ha! You guys have seen it now, right? I'm not weak. It's that Shifeng is too strong. Among our batch, he ranks at the very top. With my abilities, how could I possibly be a match for him? When Violent Bear saw Shifeng clear the 4th floor, excitement replaced his previously defeated expression. He then turned to the fighters who had laughed at him and proudly proclaimed, "If you guys think I'm weak, why don't you challenge him, rather than spout bullshit from the sidelines?" Suddenly, the players who had previously mocked Violent Bear fell silent. Thinking back to the Berserker's battle against Shifeng, although Violent Bear had lost quite a few points, he had actually profited from the fight against an expert like Shifeng. Usually, For those with lower standards, it was impossible to find an opportunity to fight trainees who had reached the 4th floor. The latter despised fighting them. Violent Bear, on the other hand, had, unintentionally, scored a fight against an expert like Shifeng. If Violent Bear gained even a fragment of inspiration from that fight, the 800 points he had lost would have been worth it. If possible, they were willing to spend 500 or 600 points, 800 points, for a match against Shifeng. However, this opportunity had obviously passed. The fact that Shifeng had secured first place in the ranking competition meant that he no longer lacked battle points. Furthermore, why would Shifeng need to fight them? On the battle tower's 5th floor. As soon as Shifeng arrived, he felt a massive mental suppression weigh on him. This mental suppression was many times stronger than the abyssal blade had exuded when he executed a skill. He felt as if he stood before a Tier 5 monster, suffocating. His body's reaction speed and mobility were also heavily restricted. Aside from this oppressive pressure, he noticed that he stood in a dimly lit cave. Steam filled the cave, feeling like a massive sauna. The steam also hindered Shifeng's vision. Aside from Shifeng, 5 giant snakes with dark gray bodies and 3 heads each slithered in the steamy cavern. The snake's amber eyes glared at Shifeng. 3-headed snake, Special Elite. Level 30. HP 150, 000/150, 000. Before Shifeng could adapt to the environment here, the 5 3-headed snakes moved. Inside the rubble-filled cave, Shifeng's mobility was restricted. The 3-headed snakes, on the other hand, treated these obstacles as if they didn't exist. They moved through the cave like flowing water, easily overcoming the various obstacles in their path with unaffected speed. In the blink of an eye, all 5 snakes arrived before Shifeng. After the 5 3-headed snakes surrounded Shifeng, they began to spit needles of corrosive venom at the swordsman. The venomous needles rained down on Shifeng like thin rain. In this steamy environment, it was simply impossible to detect them with the naked eye. Shifeng could only determine the attack's trajectories by the fluctuations in the air. However, there were simply too many needles. A single 3-headed snake had spat over a dozen needles. With 5 3-headed snakes surrounding Shifeng, he faced was over 70 attacks. An ordinary person would have their hands full with just 5 of these attacks. Now there were over 70. Moreover, even one of these attacks was more than enough to injure Shifeng heavily. The 5th floor's difficulty was clear to see. Even if Shifeng were at his peak, he could never defend against so many attacks. He needed to rely on quick movements to reduce the number of attacks he received. Only by doing so would he have any chance of survival. Moreover, not only were his reactions slowed right now, but he was also surrounded by a vile environment. With so many obstacles, it would be very easy to trip and fall if he moved too quickly, which would then open holes in his defense. However, even knowing this, Shifeng chose to run. If he simply stood there, the numerous attacks would claim his life. As expected of the battle tower's 5th floor. This isn't any place for ordinary human beings. Shifeng brandished his twin swords to deflect the venomous needles as he ran. Although these needles did not contain much force, there were many of them. Even after Shifeng ran, he had to face nearly 40 needles. With his blurred perception, a single mistake would result in the venomous needles finding their mark. Although each needle only dealt around -500 damage, Shifeng only had several thousand HP. Following which, as Shifeng ran through the cave and evaded the needles, his HP rapidly decreased. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's HP reached 0, his body falling to the ground. In the end, he was teleported out of the battle tower. Even after Shifeng returned to the main hall, the spectators around the battle tower's portal were still in a daze. The 5th floor was absurdly difficult. Just watching the rain of venomous needles pelt Shifeng made a chill run down their spines. There was also that massive mental suppression to contend with. If they had to fight in such an environment, they wouldn't even last 2 seconds before becoming porcupines. However, Shifeng had managed to last over 10 seconds before succumbing to the near-invisible needles. If not for those attacks being so hard to detect, Shifeng could have survived for much longer. He might have even put up a good fight against those three-headed snakes. Is this his current strength? After Cold Autumn exited spectator mode, he looked around him, a faint chill crawling down his back. Fortunately, he had experienced that battle as a spectator. Had he been fighting against that oppressive pressure, he would have been paralyzed. All he could have done was wait for death to take him. As for Wenhua, after seeing the difference between herself and Shifeng, she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she brimmed with fighting spirit, the corners of her lips lifting into a bright smile. Although she could clearly feel just how massive the gap was between them, she had obtained tremendous insight from watching Shifeng's fight. Previously, she had concentrated on a singular question: why were Shifeng's attacks so fast? However, after a long period of observation, she more or less gained some inspiration. Every time Shifeng attacked, his body began to move even before his sword did. By relying on his body's movements and energy transfer, his sword had already been accelerating for a brief period by the time he moved his arm. Hence, when Shifeng actually swung his sword, the sword seemed as if it instantly transitioned from a standstill to maximum speed. Although the theory sounded simple, one needed a degree of physical control that was beyond the scope of ordinary humans to accomplish this feat. Of course, Wenhua had a lot of confidence in herself. She believed that if Shifeng could do it, there was no reason that she could not. Chapter 900 Challenge. Inside the battle fortress's main hall, a group of newcomers in linen clothing suddenly emerged from the training field's portal. The combat system here is really impressive. Those simulated experts felt like the real deal. They are all so powerful. Even in a one-on-one, they still suppressed me. When Blackie spoke about the combat training he had just experienced, he wore an amazed expression. When he fought the starter pack's first 8 experts, he has some hope of triumphing against them. However, the last 2 experts were absurdly powerful. They had defeated him easily, leaving him without any power to resist. It's a pity that there are so few experts in the starter pack. I wish we had more variations. Flying Shadow sighed. The secret pavilion is fraudulent. Just fighting those ordinary experts costs 100 points per day. If we can't rank among the top 200, we won't be able to afford them every day. Although he had only fought for a few hours against the starter pack's 10 experts, he had learned a lot. If he could face all kinds of experts over time, he would gain combat experience with flying speed. He might even reach the refinement realm after a short period. That should be enough training for us today. We still have to challenge the battle tower and raise our ranks, Fire Dance stated. Although she didn't want to waste their starter pack's duration, it was more important to raise their ranks first. If they didn't, they would be stuck with 20 battle points per day. After they had entered the training system, they had learned a lot about the battle tower and the pavilion's veterans from the other newcomers. To put it simply, it would not be easy to enter the top 200 ranks with their current strength. Furthermore, Fire Dance aimed for the top 150 ranks. Only by entering the top 150 would she receive 200 points each day, which would allow her to face 1 refinement realm expert per day. If she were stuck among the top 200, she would have to wait 2 days to challenge a refinement realm expert. As for the starter pack's experts, the first 8 weren't even a warm-up for her. Only the last 2 experts had made her work for her victory. Even after dozens of matches with those 2 experts, her win rate was only 50%. On the other hand, the Secret Pavilion's top 150 experts had at least an 80% win rate against the starter pack's refinement realm experts. With her current standards, it would be a relatively difficult task to enter the top 150. At the same time, she was very excited. There were only a handful of experts in Star Moon Kingdom that could pose a challenge. In the simulation training system, however, there were crowds of such experts waiting for her. Big Sis Fire, look, for some reason, a lot of people have gathered over there. Violet Cloud pointed out as she looked towards the battle tower's portal. Curiously, she asked, "What are they doing?" When they had arrived at the battle fortress, not many people had been present. Now, however, over 100 people had crowded the main hall. "Ah, someone seems to be leaving the tower," Kola said as he saw the portal flash with white light. The figure of a man then stepped out of the portal. After a moment, they recognized the familiar figure. A large crowd had huddled around the portal. As soon as Shi Feng emerged, everyone turned towards him. They looked at Shi Feng as if he were a monster, curiosity and horror flashing in their eyes. Shi Feng was simply some newbie that had joined the training system today, yet he had set foot onto the 5th floor. The secret pavilion's members had already been in the simulated training system for over a month. For some, this wasn't even their first year. Yet, they were all still stuck on the battle tower's 4th floor. Hence, Shi Feng's achievement was difficult for them to swallow. Doesn't he look just over 20? He actually reached the 5th floor at such a young age. Even among all the geniuses throughout our secret pavilion's history, he should rank near the top, right? Yeah, he should rank within the top 20. Between Shi Feng and Wen Hua, who do you think has more talent? Do you even need to ask? It is certainly Wen Hua. Even our guild leader can't stop praising her talent, claiming that she ranks among the top 10 throughout the secret pavilion's history. When Fire Dance and the others overheard the conversation, they were momentarily at a loss for words. They did not know whether they should celebrate or smile wryly. While their heads still ached about obtaining a better rank, Shi Feng had already become number 1 in the ranking competition. Meanwhile, before Shi Feng even had the chance to relive the battle on the 5th floor, he heard the sound of an emergency notification. Shi Feng was then forcefully ejected out of the training system and forced into sleep mode. No one was surprised about Shi Feng's sudden disappearance. They all thought that he had logged out to avoid their pestering. Moreover, training in the battle tower was very taxing. Almost everyone had to log out and rest after challenging the tower. Inside the luxurious bedroom, Shi Feng climbed out from his virtual gaming cabin, the machine continuously beeping. A single tempering session in the battle tower consumes so much? Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the virtual gaming cabin's depleted nutrient solution tank. Before he had entered the training system, he had made sure to refill the cabin's nutrient solution storage and had drunk a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid. The depleted nutrient solution was one thing. However, he was extremely hungry. Moreover, his entire body felt drained. This emptiness felt similar to when he had broken through the limits of his mental strength for the first time. It's no wonder why Yuan Tiexin had warned me to prepare S-rank nutrient fluids. Ordinary people can't afford to play around with this training system. Shi Feng, more or less, understood why Yuan Tiexin had suggested caution. It seems I'll have to prepare some more S-rank nutrient fluids from now on. While inside the battle tower, he had pushed his 5 senses to their brinks for a long time. In God's domain, however, he usually didn't need to. It was especially true after one reached his standard. While fighting at one's peak, the brain would be extremely active. This would increase the body's energy consumption. If one did not replenish the lost energy afterward, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was even possible to destroy one's own body. Now that Fire Dance and the others had begun their training in the simulation training system, they needed enough nutrient supplements after they emerged. Otherwise, their bodies would suffer. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain the best-performing S-rank nutrient fluid. Only transcendental powers like the Secret Pavilion, which were influential in both the real world and the virtual world, could obtain large quantities. As for a foundationless guild like Zero Wing, it could, at most, obtain a few bottles. Furthermore, each bottle was very expensive. Meanwhile, Shi Feng needed the coins he had to keep the guild functioning, and he had not liquidated any funds recently. As for the credits he had on hand, Liang Jing had already used them to purchase training facilities. Currently, he was almost broke. It seems I'll have to turn some of the coins or items into money for now. Shi Feng sighed helplessly. Truthfully, he did not wish to exchange any of the game's resources for credits. After all, doing so would impact the guild's development. However, nurturing a group of top-tier experts was far more important right now. Just as Shi Feng pondered selling the resources of God's domain, Liang Jing barged into his room, looking worried. Master Shi Feng, something has happened, Liang Jing said, panting. With her hand over her chest, she continued, a group of people has suddenly arrived to challenge our training center. Several instructors have been injured. From what I have heard, this group defeated Master Qin Wu before arriving. They are demanding a match against you. They claim that there will be consequences if their demands aren't met. Challenge? Who are they? What do they look like? Shi Feng recalled a faint memory after hearing these words. Chapter 901, Silent Blade. Inside the bustling dojo, hundreds of people had gathered around the arena. This dojo is pathetic. These instructors are just garbage. They're completely misguiding the students here. With such skills, they even dare start up a dojo. Hey, you guys, you're better off training somewhere else. With these trash instructors teaching you, you won't get anywhere in a fighting competition, no matter how long you train. It's no wonder why, after so many years, this city has not produced a single, decent professional fighter. Of course, you're not to blame. Rather, it's these garbage instructors' fault. If it were up to me, I would pack up and leave after finding out how crappy these instructors are. I wouldn't waste my youth here. Over a dozen youths in their 20s wearing dark gray martial artist robes glanced at the middle-aged instructor who had just been defeated, disgust filling their gazes. These gray-robed youths then sent sympathetic gazes towards the hundreds of teenagers training inside the hall. Although the Big Dipper Dojo's trainees were furious, none of them dared to speak up, remaining silent as they watched this scene play out. These dozen or so people who had suddenly shown up were just too strong. Among these people, one indifferent youth, who looked to be roughly the same age as they were, had single-handedly defeated 6 of their highly skilled instructors. Moreover, none of their instructors had landed a finger on this indifferent youth. Even someone who knew nothing of martial arts could see the disparity in their strengths. If they had to challenge that youth, they probably wouldn't last one move. It was extremely difficult to defeat an opponent in a single move. It was even more so in an actual battle. Generally, such situations only occurred when martial artists fought an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was only possible if there was a massive difference between the fighters' strengths. The hundreds of teenage trainees felt an immense pressure weigh on them when they looked at the thin, indifferent youth. Seeing the quiet trainees, the fierce, bald man standing at the forefront of the gray-robed youths smirked with satisfaction. How about it? You've seen the difference in our abilities for yourselves. We have come from the White Tiger Dojo. Recently, our dojo has considered establishing a branch in this city. This is a chance for all of you. If you perform well in the branch dojo, you might even get the chance to train in the main dojo. At that time, you will be the star of tomorrow's fighting competition. You won't have to waste your lives in this tiny place. Hearing the bald man's offer, everyone was momentarily stunned. They immediately understood why even Master Chen Wu was no match for these youths. They had heard about the White Tiger Dojo. Anyone who wanted to join the world of fighting knew about it. Many famous contestants, who had taken part in past national fighting competitions, originated from the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo had even nurtured well-known, international fighters in the past. Countless youths that wanted their own fame in the fighting world dreamed of joining the White Tiger Dojo. However, they had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo would open a branch in their city. Before the bald man could say more, the dojo's doors swung open. Having captured everyone's attention, Shi Feng and Liang Jing approached the bald man. Immediately, the trainees grew excited. Shi Feng was the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor. Despite being so young, he had attained this position by relying on his own strength. He was their revered idol. In fact, many among them had specifically joined the dojo because they had heard Shi Feng was an instructor here. However, Shi Feng normally lived in the Greenwater Villa, only occasionally venturing to the dojo. Hence, they did not see him often. You are the head instructor? The bald man's lips twisted into a sneer, glaring at Shi Feng with disdain. He had heard that the newly established Big Dipper Dojo had a 20-something-year-old martial artist who guided the students. He had thought it had been a joke. Now, however, it seemed that the rumor was true. The man before him wore cheap, dark blue sportswear, and he didn't appear strong. Not only did the man seem a little pale, but he also lacked the aura of a martial artist. It was hard to imagine how such a weakling had wormed his way into the position of head instructor. In his opinion, Shi Feng was weaker than the instructors that had already been defeated. At the very least, their auras had been passable. That's right. Why have you come looking for me in such a hurry? Shi Feng swept a glance over the dozen or so members from the White Tiger Dojo, becoming more confident in his conjecture. In the past, after God's Domain launched the Mindspace system, the well-known dojos throughout the nation had begun to expand. These dojos had set up branches in various cities in an attempt to poach members and expand their influence, hoping to attract major corporations' investments. Although some dojos had received these investments, the majority had not. These corporations' intentions had been obvious. They had all wanted to nurture a powerful guild of their own in God's Domain. However, compared to recruiting ordinary players, it was far more efficient to recruit fighters from dojos who were already familiar with actual combat. Moreover, God's Domain wouldn't impact these fighters' daily routines. These people only needed to play God's Domain while they slept. With this, not only would the fighting world and virtual gaming world remain separate, but they would also form a mutually beneficial relationship, helping each other improve. Both sides would make more money. Knowing this, the major corporations that had been interested in the Mindspace system had refused to ignore such a valuable opportunity. Among the country's dojos, the White Tiger Dojo had chosen to set up branches in over a dozen third-tier cities. Jinhai City had been one of those cities. Back then, the city's various dojos had despaired upon hearing the news. These dojos had originally chosen to develop in a third-tier city precisely because they could not compete with the dojos in first- and second-tier cities. When the major dojos had targeted their cities, they had been forced out of business. In the end, many of Jinhai City's dojos had been forced to cooperate with the White Tiger Dojo. Once Shi Feng saw the White Tiger Dojo's members, his gaze stopped on the indifferent youth behind the bald man. Shi Feng knew this youth. He had been extremely famous in Jinhai City. Moreover, after joining God's Domain, he had become unstoppable. In the past, he had been known as Silent Blade in God's Domain. At his peak, he had been a Tier 5 berserker who ranked 58th on the God's Domain experts list. Unfortunately, his entry into God's Domain was somewhat late. Otherwise, his achievements in the game would have been even greater. Our White Tiger Dojo is thinking of opening a branch in Jinhai City, so we've come to say hello. We were also hoping to spar with you. I wonder if Instructor Shi is interested? The bald man laughed. Spar? Shi Feng's lips hooked up slightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Why doesn't it look like that to me? The White Tiger Dojo is so famous that even a layman such as myself knows of it. Is it necessary to venture all the way here to poach our members?" Don't say it like that. We are just trying to conduct honest business. Naturally, we have to provide better options to those who wish to join the fighting world. The bald man laughed. He didn't take Shi Feng seriously in the least. In his opinion, Shi Feng was merely a puppet that Big Dipper had employed to run this dojo. The man didn't qualify to speak to him at all. I've heard that you are quite powerful. I have always admired those with strength. I wonder, would you be willing to spar with me? We can show everyone whether or not your strength is superficial. Chapter 902, Class vs. Class. The bald man's sarcasm earned the displeasure of many within the dojo. Just as Liang Jing was about to step forward and say something, Shi Feng held her back with a hand. He was also familiar with this bald man. The man's name was Gan Xingting, and he was one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. The man was quite strong, even stronger than Qin Wu. He was very active in all sorts of fighting competitions and had earned himself some fame. Hence, he had the confidence to wipe the floor with every martial arts instructor in Jinhai City. What's wrong? Afraid? Gan Xingting sneered. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Shifeng's pale complexion was definitely due to fear. With this thought, he became even more certain that Shifeng was afraid of sparring with him. I'm not particularly opposed to a sparring match. However, if I catered to every random person who burst into our dojo to challenge me, wouldn't I die from exhaustion? Shifeng responded softly. Shifeng's retort didn't fluster Gan Xingting in the least. Rather, he laughed as he continued to run his mouth, saying, "The high and mighty head instructor of the Big Dipper Dojo only knows how to make up excuses. Instructor Shi, aren't you afraid that you might become a laughingstock if others in our industry heard about your cowardice?" Initially, he had thought that the Big Dipper Dojo's rumored martial arts master was truly quite powerful. Now, however, it seemed that those rumors had been nothing but lies. I see that the Big Dipper Dojo only amounts to so much. If even its head instructor is too afraid to spar, what's the point of starting a dojo? Might as well switch professions, start a dance hall instead. You and I are closer in age. If you don't want to spar with senior brother Gan, how about my challenge? Do you dare to accept it? Although Gan Xingting was not angry, the intermediate disciples behind him were more than raring to fight. Wrathful flames filled their eyes when they looked at Shifeng, and they wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson, showing him exactly how powerful the White Tiger Dojo was. Any one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples could easily serve as a dojo's head instructor in a second-tier city. Even Chen Wu, Jin Hai City's top expert, had lost to senior brother Gan, yet Shifeng had actually implied that their senior brother wasn't qualified to fight him. It was an insult to the White Tiger Dojo and their senior brother Gan. In their opinions, even one of the White Tiger Dojo's basic disciples could easily defeat Shifeng with a few moves. Sparring against their senior brother Gan was too much of a privilege for this man. Don't misunderstand me. I did not refuse your invitation to spar. However, since you are White Tiger Dojo members, I can't use my status as an instructor to bully you, right? I intend to allow our disciples to spar with you. What do you think? Shifeng asked as he glanced at Gan Xingting. The entire dojo fell silent as Shifeng finished his question. The crowd from the White Tiger Dojo looked at Shifeng as if he were an idiot. If even the Big Dipper Dojo's instructors were no match for them, why would the disciples have any chance? Even with one hand tied behind their backs, they could easily defeat any of Big Dipper's disciples. Meanwhile, when the Big Dipper Dojo's disciples heard Shifeng, they were all dumbfounded. They had already learned how terrifying the White Tiger Dojo was when they had watched the previous fights. Even if they fought together in groups of 5 or 6, they wouldn't be a match for one of the White Tiger Dojo's fighters, much less in a one-on-one. Sure. Only, once every Big Dipper disciple has been defeated, I hope that you will stop giving me excuses and spar against me yourself, Gan Xingting sneered and nodded. Rest assured, if you win, I will step up. Shifeng laughed. He then turned to Liang Jing and said, "Fetch Fire Dance and the others." Fetch them? But aren't they? Liang Jing was momentarily stunned by Shifeng's order. After she had become Shifeng's assistant, he had often enlisted her help to manage some of Zero Wing Workshop's affairs. Hence, she knew Fire Dance and the others' identities. None of these people were professional fighters, they were professional gamers. Rather than having them fight the White Tiger's members, it would be more effective if the dojo's disciples fought. Go. It's about time they take part in an actual battle. Shifeng understood the reason for Liang Jing's shock. However, he still had her summon Fire Dance and the others. Fire Dance's group might not be professional fighters, but after such a long stay in the Greenwater Villa, they had undergone various training. Lei Bao had even guided their foundations. In addition, they received an endless supply of A-rank nutrient fluids and the occasional S-rank nutrient fluid. Their current physiques were already many times stronger than when they had first arrived at the Greenwater Villa. Fire Dance and the others had even surprised a martial artist like Lei Bao, and the man often praised the group for being martial arts geniuses. Lei Bao had even wanted to accept them as his personal disciples. Unfortunately, Shifeng had rejected his requests. A short moment later, Fire Dance and the others entered the dojo. Immediately, their appearance caused a great commotion. When the White Tiger Dojo group saw Fire Dance and the others, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Rage flashed in their eyes as thoughts of murdering Shifeng surfaced in their minds. Originally, they had thought that Shifeng had summoned a group of powerful experts to spar against them. Now, however, it would seem that he was simply ridiculing them. The group Shifeng had called to face them actually included girls. Although there was no lack of female disciples in the various dojos, and there were female-only competitions in major fighting competitions, males and females were simply on different levels. The fact that Shifeng had sent for a female disciple trampled on their glory and pride. Why wouldn't they be angry? Instructor Shi, are you trying to insult the White Tiger Dojo? Gan Xingting asked Shifeng with a frosty tone. Gan Xingting intended to wait for an answer. However, Fire Dance walked up to the arena and pointed at the White Tiger's members, issuing her challenge, "One-on-one matches will be too boring. I want to take on all of you at once." Before the White Tiger Dojo's members could react, Liang Jing nearly fainted. Just who did Fire Dance think these people were? This wasn't a game. They were all bona fide fighting experts. They were not random monsters that one could casually defeat in a game. Liang Jing had thought of warning Fire Dance. However, seeing the murderous looks from White Tiger Dojo members, she rushed up to Shifeng and said softly, "Master Shifeng, please ask her to stop. These people are from the White Tiger Dojo. If she angers them and they stop holding back, someone will end up in the hospital." "You're right," Shifeng nodded. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, "Hold back. We shouldn't hospitalize them." If it were Kola or Yi Wumian, they could have played with their opponents without hurting them too badly. If it were up to Fire Dance, however, her opponents would be in danger. After all, Fire Dance had never fought ordinary people before. After reaching the refinement realm, she usually only trained with Lei Bao. If she fought an ordinary person, she could miscalculate her opponent and use too much strength. "I understand." Fire Dance nodded and smiled. Shifeng's instructions left Liang Jing speechless. Although she wanted to inform him that that was not what she had meant, the indifferent youth from the White Tiger Dojo had entered the arena. As for the other White Tiger members, they shouted their indignation. "You Zipping, you better not hold back just because she's pretty. Show them the strength of the White Tiger Dojo. You Zipping, if you can't defeat her with a single move, I'll mock you forever." The visiting fighter's eyes were all bloodshot with anger. They all wished they were in the cold Yu Zipping's place, eager to show these bumpkins from the Big Dipper Dojo the extent of their strength. Meanwhile, Gan Xingting laughed out of anger. He even wondered if Shifeng acted out of desperation after realizing the hopelessness of the Big Dipper's situation. Yu Zipping nodded seriously as he turned to Fire Dance with a chilling expression. Since Yu Zipping was already prepared, Shifeng promptly initiated the fight. "All right, then. Since you have decided, let the match begin." Chapter 903, Who's Next? When Shifeng announced the start of the battle, Yu Zipping shot the man a glance, surprise flashing in his eyes. Shifeng was simply too calm. He had participated in many fighting competitions before and had met people of various standards, so he could tell that Shifeng's serenity was not an act. Rather, his calm originated from absolute confidence as if everything were within his control. However, in his opinion, his match against Fire Dance was unbalanced. Fire Dance had no chance of winning against him. After all, females were generally weaker than males. It was especially true for a great beauty like Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance wore a set of dark blue sportswear, her clothing couldn't hide her curvaceous body. She looked nothing like a muscular gorilla. On the contrary, she looked like someone who often practiced yoga. Her perfect figure only contained charm, not strength. In the face of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. All martial artists knew this. In terms of strength, although he was not at the peak of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples, he was still considered above average. Currently, he had a punching strength of 422 kilograms. Although he barely qualified to participate in the National Youth Championship, in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, he could definitely rank among the city's top fighters. In an actual fight, it was not easy for one to make up the difference in strength. That required a wealth of combat experience and techniques. However, while he might only be 18 years old, he had already participated in over a dozen large-scale competitions. He possessed a considerable amount of combat experience. He even frequently sparred with the dojo's advanced disciples. In terms of combat techniques, he was already on their level. With the advantage of strength, experience, and techniques, losing was impossible. So, why was Shifeng so calm? Where was his confidence coming from? However, Yu Ziping quickly shook these questions away as he returned his gaze to Fire Dance. He no longer wanted to think about what might be going through Shifeng's mind. Defeating Fire Dance was his priority. With this match, he would teach Shifeng the meaning of a true professional fighter. Fall! Yu Ziping shouted, his voice as cold as snow. Like an arrow, he dashed to Fire Dance and sent a fierce punch towards her abdomen. His attack was both fast and precise. He did not hold back in the least. Ziping sure is vicious. No matter what is going on, his opponent is still a great beauty, yet he's not showing any mercy, Gan Xingting muttered with sympathy. With this, the match would end as quickly as it had begun. Even in the White Tiger Dojo, Yu Ziping was looked upon favorably. However, the boy had one shortcoming. He did not know how to hold back. To a youth, however, this was a benefit. If one were frequently distracted, it would be very difficult to improve. Peng! The sound of a collision radiated from the arena. She blocked it? How is that possible? The people below the arena stared at Fire Dance in disbelief. The impact should have sent Fire Dance flying, yet she had actually blocked Yu Ziping's fist with one hand. It was truly hard to imagine just how that thin, frail arm could endure so much force. Logically, her arm should have been knocked away. No one would have been surprised if her bones had cracked or shattered. However, Fire Dance showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, she had received Yu Ziping's full power punch as if she had reached out to say hello. Yu Ziping was also momentarily stunned. Hurriedly, he tried to withdraw. However, he suddenly discovered that his fist would not budge no matter how hard he tried. Fire Dance's tender fingers clasped his fist like chains. With no other choice, Yu Ziping raised his left leg and swept it towards Fire Dance's neck. Peng! However, Fire Dance caught his iron-like leg with her other hand. As if he had predicted this, Yu Ziping quickly sent a follow-up punch with his other hand. Just before Yu Ziping's fist struck Fire Dance's face, a creak echoed throughout the dojo. In the next moment, Yu Ziping released an agonizing scream, his fist halting as he suddenly tumbled to the ground. The fist and ankle that Fire Dance had caught had already begun to turn purple. The various spectators were flabbergasted. Having forgotten about the pale-faced Yu Ziping, everyone stared at Fire Dance with awe. Fire Dance's performance was simply too shocking. Nobody could believe their eyes. Among the crowd, the White Tiger Dojo members were the most affected. They knew just how strong Yu Ziping was. Among their group, only 2 or 3 people were stronger than him. Yet, in front of Fire Dance, Yu Ziping was as powerful as a child. What technique? What combat experience? In front of absolute strength, they were nothing. Does she have some kind of godly strength? Gan Xingting's expression was somber as he looked at the injured Yu Ziping. Fire Dance was merely a young girl. However, even he was far weaker than her. He couldn't compete with her strength in a fight. He could only rely on his speed and techniques to secure victory. Liang Jing, who stood beside Shifeng, was similarly stunned. She had assumed that Fire Dance would be hospitalized after this match. She had never imagined that Fire Dance was actually this powerful. Is she a hidden master like Shifeng? Liang Jing could not help but wonder. There was no other way to explain this overwhelming victory. However, there was one factor that confused Liang Jing. If Fire Dance possessed such skills, why hasn't she participated in any fighting competitions? With her skills, She would even perform excellently in the national competition. If she could earn herself a victory, she would earn an unimaginable amount of money. She wouldn't need to continue working as a professional gamer. As for Shifeng, he glanced at the stunned Liang Jing before shifting his gaze to Yu Ziping, who was still on the ground. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Of all the things you could have relied on, you chose physical strength." After Fire Dance had reached the refinement realm, her body's physique had improved rapidly. Moreover, with Lei Bao's guidance, she had already grasped the technique to utilize internal force. To Fire Dance, a punching strength 400 or 500 kilograms was not difficult to achieve. Yu Ziping had been looking for a beating by relying on physical strength. If the boy had simply used his combat experience, he might have lasted a little longer. "I believe that the outcome has been decided. Take him away," Shifeng said, pointing at Yu Ziping as he looked at Gan Xingting. Only now did the White Tiger members recover from their daze. This match was over. They had even forgotten that one of their companions was injured and needed immediate medical attention. "Relax, I didn't use that much force. His bones should be intact. After some treatment, he just needs to rest for a few days to recover," Fire Dance explained as she looked down at the silent Yu Ziping. She then turned to Gan Xingting, who stood below the arena, and quietly asked, "The first match is over. Who's next?" Chapter 904. Difference in Experience. Fire Dance's voice was like a jade bead falling to the ground as it resounded throughout the dojo. Although her voice was not loud, her words had ingrained themselves into everyone's minds, making them impossible to forget. The White Tiger Dojo members instantly paled at these words. Every one of them silently turned to their companions, lacking their previous confidence. Yu Ziping's overall strength could rank second among their group, only Gan Xingting was slightly stronger. They would only suffer if they fought Fire Dance. In contrast, the Big Dipper's disciples stared at Fire Dance with reverence. Even Yu Ziping, who had beaten their instructors, had been defeated in less than a handful of moves. Fire Dance's strength was astounding. Moreover, when they saw the visiting fighter's fear, a bliss sprouted in their hearts. So what if the White Tiger Dojo was impressive? In the end, its disciples had still lost against their Big Dipper Dojo. Aside from helping them vent their stress, Fire Dance's victory reassured them of their decision to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Before they had joined the Big Dipper Dojo, they had already heard some rumors. They heard that, in the Greenwater Villa, there were some people who were undergoing special training. However, they had no idea about what that special training entailed. Looking at it now, however, they were absolutely sure that the villa was a training ground for martial arts masters. If they performed well, they might even have a chance to participate in that special training. If they could have even half of Fire Dance's abilities, they could nurture a powerful reputation for themselves within Jinhai City. They might even make a name for themselves in the large-scale competitions in their province. After all, even Gan Xingting, who had defeated Hall Master Chen Wu, wore a grim expression. His fear of Fire Dance was obvious. In the past, Chen Wu had become Jinhai City's champion fighter, and his results in the provincial competitions had been impressive. "Is nobody willing to face me?" Fire Dance asked once more as she swept a glance over the White Tiger Dojo members. Before she had come to the dojo, she had heard from Liang Jing just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's members were and had been warned to be careful against them. However, after that first match, she did not consider these people particularly strong. On the contrary, she thought they were pitifully weak. When Yu Ziping had attacked, he had left several holes in his defense. There had just been too many excess movements. Even Violet Cloud could defeat Yu Ziping easily, not to mention someone like her, who knew how to use internal force. What Fire Dance did not know was that, during her time in the Greenwater Villa, her strength had long since surpassed ordinary people. However, since she was usually cooped up inside the villa, she hadn't had much contact with the outside world. Hence, she had not noticed these tremendous changes. "I'll be your opponent." Gan Xingting had already realized that this opponent was more than he could handle. However, to preserve the White Tiger Dojo's glory, He had to take center stage even if it meant humiliation. Before coming to Jinhai City, the main branch had made it clear that his group needed to wipe the floor with every dojo in Jinhai City, paving the way for their branch dojo. Even Yu Zipping could deal with these bumpkins easily, not to mention a senior like him. Chen Wu should have been the only troublesome opponent they encountered. As for the martial arts master that governed the Big Dipper Training Center, he did not believe the rumor. Even their White Tiger Dojo had to treat martial arts masters with respect. How could an exalted figure possibly be content in a third-tier city like Jinhai City? Although Gan Xingting was unsure if Jinhai City actually housed a martial arts master, he was certain that Fire Dance was an expert who shouldn't be taken lightly. At the very least, if they wanted a high chance of defeating her, they needed one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors to take her on. However, not all hope was lost yet. No matter what was said or done, he was an advanced disciple from the White Tiger Dojo. His combat experience and strength far surpassed Yu Zipping's. Previously, Yu Zipping had sparred against Fire Dance without knowing anything about her. Now that he knew that Fire Dance was extraordinarily strong, he would not make the same mistake. As long as he maintained a certain distance from Fire Dance and waited for her to reveal a flaw in her defense, he could defeat her. Moreover, based on Fire Dance's appearance, the girl only looked to be in her early 20s. She didn't have much combat experience. No matter how much she trained, actual combat was different. She would reveal her flaws when she attacked. As Gan Xingting considered the upcoming fight, Shi Feng announced the start of the sparring session. As soon as Shi Feng shouted, "Start," Fire Dance crossed the distance of 5 yards like a leopard and arrived before Gan Xingting in the blink of an eye. She proceeded to send an open palm strike towards Gan Xingting's chest. The wind whistled as her palm sliced through the air. So fast! Surprised, Gan Xingting abruptly retreated. Fortunately for Gan Xingting, he had evaded Fire Dance's fast attack in the nick of time, with the latter's palm stopping just a few centimeters from his chest. This single exchange struck fear into Gan Xingting's heart. He hadn't expected her to have explosive speed in addition to an absurd amount of physical strength. Had that attack struck, with Fire Dance's strength, he would have had some trouble breathing in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, his ribs would have broken, and he would have lost consciousness on the spot. However, Fire Dance's sudden attack had revealed a hole in her defense. When she had thrust her palm forward, she had left her side exposed. As long as he attacked that location, Fire Dance wouldn't be able to defend against his attack. In the end, a youngster is still a youngster. Because you're so eager to win, you've exposed such a basic flaw. Gan Xingting inwardly laughed. He then sent a roundhouse kick at Fire Dance. Both this kick speed and power were far more refined than Yu Zipping's. Just as Gan Xingting's leg was about to connect with Fire Dance's side, Fire Dance moved, her other hand snaking out to grasp the man's leg. Suddenly, she jumped and twisted in the air, and with Gan Xingting's leg as a pivot point, she planted her feet straight onto his face. Immediately, Gan Xingting's face flattened, blood spurting from his nostrils and his eyes rolling as his head was thrown back. Gan Xingting felt the world spin. He couldn't even feel pain. After taking a few steps back, his body abruptly fell to the mat as he fainted. "Senior brother Gan." The White Tiger Dojo's members cried out. None of them could believe what had just happened. They all felt as if they were dreaming. Just how fast had Gan Xingting's kick been? They had only seen an afterimage of his leg, yet Fire Dance had managed to grab it and use it as a pivot point, utilizing the flaw she had exposed to land a finishing blow. How much combat experience and how much reaction speed was required to carry out this feat? Even their instructors couldn't replicate Fire Dance's counterattack. Yu Zipping, who rested below the arena, was dazed when he saw this. He finally understood that his loss had not been a simple lack of strength. Fire Dance had only chosen the simplest, most efficient method to deal with him because the gap between them was simply too massive. However, there was one point that he could not make sense of. How did Fire Dance gain such a frightening amount of combat experience? To perform that kind of counterattack, one needed extremely precise control over their bodies. Any mistakes could easily put one in peril. Only those who frequently dealt with such situations could execute such an accurate strike at such a crucial moment. Yet how old was Fire Dance? How could she possibly possess that much life and death experiences? Are you wondering why there is such a huge disparity between your combat experience? Shifeng asked as he walked up to Yu Ziping. As if he knew the boy's thoughts, he smiled and said, "If you wish to know, I can tell you." Chapter 905, Workshop Expands. Are you seriously willing to say it? Yu Ziping eyed Shifeng suspiciously. Accumulating combat experience was not something easy to do, especially combat experience involving life and death situations. Training under such circumstances was practically gambling with one's life. There were quite a number of martial artists who had destroyed their own futures as a result of such training. If there actually was a method to accumulate life and death combat experience, improving rapidly within a short time would be an easy task. This rapid improvement was also the reason why so many martial arts experts liked to challenge their own limits. Of course. However, I have a condition, Shifeng laughed. I knew it. Forget it. I won't be joining your dojo. Yu Ziping let out a soft snort. He had long since known that a person like Shifeng wouldn't reveal such a huge secret without conditions. However, Shifeng's attempt at poaching him would only end up in failure. Many major dojos in first-tier cities had come scouting Yu Ziping ever since his talent became known. Some had even offered very excellent treatment, much better than what he was currently receiving from the instructors of the White Tiger Dojo. However, he had still rejected them all. He was not someone who would betray his benefactor. When he was at his lowest, the White Tiger Dojo had given him an opportunity. Had the White Tiger Dojo not nurtured him, he would not have his current achievements today. Simply put, he would not abandon the White Tiger Dojo just for his own benefit. This kid sure thinks highly of himself. I really don't know what the chief sees in him to actually want to nurture someone like him. Standing a short distance away, the bear-like Cola clicked his tongue when he overheard Yu Ziping's response, highly annoyed by Yu Ziping's attitude. Whether it was in God's domain or Jinhai City, as long as Shifeng said that he was looking to nurture someone, tons of people would definitely come swarming. The boss might have his own thoughts, said Yu Wumian standing beside Cola. After taking a look at Yu Ziping, he continued, however, that kid indeed possesses some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo at such a young age. Even his fellow intermediate disciples are looking at him with respect. Although Cola and the others spoke softly, their voices still failed to escape Shifeng's ears. The human brain ruled everything in the body. After Shifeng's brain activity improved, his 5 senses had also become much more acute. The trials of the battle tower, in particular, had further honed his 5 senses. Not to mention a distance of over a dozen yards, even if Cola and the others stood over 20 yards away from him, so long as he focused slightly, he would still hear their whispers. Meanwhile, regarding his companion's sotto voce discussion, Shifeng could only laugh inwardly in understanding. After all, not everyone was a reincarnator like he was. They did not know the things that would happen in the future. Not to mention, Yu Ziping was currently still a diamond in the rough. Who could possibly expect him to become an expert ranked within the top 50 of the God's Domain experts list in the future? Seeing Yu Ziping rejecting his offer righteously, Shifeng laughed and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not trying to scout you into the Big Dipper Dojo. I'm only inviting you to join the Zero Wing Gaming Workshop. Doing so won't affect your daily life in any way." Join a gaming workshop? Surprised, Yu Ziping asked, "For real?" In the current era, there were many gaming workshops in society. There were also plenty of professional gamers. Although not comparable to the fighting industry, the gaming industry was still an increasingly important business sector. Moreover, the majority of gaming workshops operated in the wee hours of the night, so joining one would not affect one's daily life. If he could really increase his life and death combat experience just by joining a gaming workshop, this would definitely be a worthwhile exchange. Shi Feng nodded before turning to look at the members of Big Dipper and White Tiger and announcing, "This offer isn't just you but for everyone present. As long as you are below the age of 25, all of you have an opportunity to join Zero Wing's workshop." Zero Wing was already developing quite well. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to wait a little while longer before recruiting for Zero Wing's internal training program. Now that a major dojo like the White Tiger Dojo had already started making its move and begun poaching talents en masse, he naturally could not fall behind. Previously, he had only intended to nurture a few core members of Zero Wing at the Greenwater Villa, so he had not bothered dragging in the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo. Now that he had such an excellent opportunity, he could use this chance to recruit a few good talents and start internally nurturing experts in large numbers just like the various major powers of God's domain. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking experts or talents getting poached away. Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard this. Liang Jing was also at a loss for words. This place was a dojo, a place that nurtured experts for the world of fighting, yet Shi Feng was actually recruiting these people to become professional gamers. Doing so was simply ludicrous. If Director Xiao learned of this matter, he was sure to fly into a rage. "Instructor Shi, if we join Zero Wing's workshop, will we really become stronger?" a few disciples asked curiously. Hearing these disciples asking such a question rendered Fire Dance and the others speechless. They were the high and mighty Zero Wing. Moreover, when all was said and done, Zero Wing was extremely famous in Star Moon Kingdom, and even possessed some fame in the world of God's domain. Despite all that, these people actually did not know anything about them. Of course, they also understood that, although these disciples might know about virtual reality games, their lifelong goal had always been to achieve fame in the world of fighting. Hence, they rarely came into contact with pleasure-seeking activities, focusing their all into training their bodies instead. How could a bunch of people who had precious little exposure to virtual reality games possibly have heard of Zero Wing's name? Let's put it this way. If you can pass the test and join the Zero Wing workshop, I can assure you that it won't be long before you become much stronger than your present selves, Shi Feng said definitively. "I want to take part in the test. I want to try as well." Immediately, many disciples in the dojo raised their hands and voiced their intent to apply for Zero Wing's workshop, every one of them firmly believing Shi Feng's words. After all, Fire Dance was the best example. Even Gan Xingting, who had managed to defeat Hall Master Chen Wu, suffered a quick defeat at her hands. "What about you guys?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at the youths of the White Tiger Dojo. "No, absolutely not," shouted Gan Xingting, who had just regained consciousness. "As long as you are a member of the White Tiger Dojo, you are not allowed to join any kind of workshop. Otherwise, you will be expelled." Some of the White Tiger Dojo members, who had initially been entertaining thoughts of taking the test, immediately lowered their heads at these words. "Senior Brother Gan, why is this so?" a short youth asked curiously. Logically, there should not be any clash between a dojo and a gaming workshop. Disciples would normally take on part-time jobs. After all, not everyone could make a living out of participating in competitions, and the dojo did not provide everyone with financial support. They still needed to live. Joining a gaming workshop could be considered a part-time job. Moreover, it was more lucrative than any other part-time job. Chapter 906, You Will Regret It. Shi Feng was also somewhat surprised by Gan Xingting's yelling. He then shot a curious look at Gan Xingting, whose countenance had completely distorted. Something occurred to Shi Feng. The White Tiger Dojo might have already entered into a partnership with a corporation, and instead of recruiting more members to attract investors, it was already preparing to enter God's domain. Meanwhile, in reply to the questions posed by the disciples of the White Tiger Dojo, Gan Xingting simply sent them a glare and said strictly, "If you want to join a gaming workshop, be my guest. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you." Immediately, the crowd from the White Tiger Dojo fell silent. In all dojos, there were two kinds of disciples. The first kind had to pay an exorbitant fee to join and was usually there just to train their body and learn some combat techniques. The dojo didn't place them under any restrictions. The second kind was under contract. They were subject to relatively strict restrictions. However, they paid only a small fee or, depending on their rank, nothing at all to receive nurturing from the dojo. Disciples under this category were all aiming to become professional fighters, and they were more like contracted artists working for an agency. The White Tiger disciples who had come to the Big Dipper dojo this time all fell under the latter category. They had undergone multiple examinations just to get accepted as a contracted disciple of the White Tiger dojo. After all, the White Tiger dojo was renowned in the industry, having produced many famous industry professionals. Just being able to get selected as a contracted disciple proved that one was already among the cream of the crop. If they were expelled from the White Tiger dojo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faced with that sort of pressure, everyone naturally no longer dared to harbor thoughts of joining the Zero Wing workshop. The White Tiger dojo sure is overbearing. Their contracted disciples don't possess any freedom at all. If it were me, I wouldn't stay in such a dojo at all. It's not even a guarantee that I'd become a top-tier professional in the future. Sure enough, our dojo is much better. Aside from the usual training, we can do whatever we want during our free time. The disciples of the Big Dipper dojo were shocked at the restrictions the White Tiger dojo placed on its disciples. Previously, they still felt relatively envious of the White Tiger dojo members. Now, however, rather than envious, they felt fortunate that they had not joined such a tyrannical dojo. Moreover, Shifeng had already assured them that anyone who managed to join Zero Wing's workshop would definitely gain significant improvements in the future. Not only would they be able to earn money, but they would also be able to improve their strength. Compared to joining the White Tiger dojo, they would have a much better life staying at the Big Dipper dojo and joining Zero Wing's workshop. When the White Tiger dojo members heard the Big Dipper disciples' words, their complexions turned extremely ugly. At this moment, none of the pride they had before was evident on their faces. At the White Tiger dojo members' silence, Shifeng simply smiled and said, "The choice is yours. I won't force you to make a decision. If you guys really want to join, you are welcome to come here and take the test anytime." Although the White Tiger dojo's interference made it more difficult for him to poach Yu Zipping, now that the boy had come to Jinhai City, the White Tiger dojo would naturally come into conflict with the Big Dipper dojo. At that time, he would still have plenty of opportunities to scout Yu Zipping. Having already cast his bait, all he needed to do was wait patiently. As far as Shifeng knew, Yu Zipping had chosen to develop himself at the White Tiger dojo because he liked the daughter of one of the White Tiger dojo's branch heads. Unfortunately, this branch head had not favored Yu Zipping and had given her daughter to a genius fighter called Xie instead. Xie was very amazing. At just the young age of 25, he had already managed to qualify for an international fighting competition. Meanwhile, Yu Zipping had been a mere advanced disciple of the White Tiger dojo back then, mingling only at the bottom ranks of national competitions. With such a great disparity between the two young men, it was obvious which person the branch head would choose. After that incident, Yu Zipping had left the White Tiger dojo and joined the Super Guild Pantheon. Afterward, his achievements had skyrocketed. According to the current timeline, that branch head should not have given her daughter to anyone yet. Yu Zipping and Xie were still competing with each other for her hand. However, if Yu Zipping did not present any outstanding performances to that branch head, then trying to gain her daughter would definitely be a pipe dream. Currently, Xie was a big celebrity in the White Tiger dojo. He was already a famous fighter on the national level. Yu Zipping simply stood no chance the way he was right now. If Yu Zipping wanted to have a fighting chance against Xie, then the opportunity to strengthen himself that Shifeng was extending to him was his only chance. Even if the current Yu Zipping did not wish to join Zero Wing, once he felt that he could not outcompete Xie, he would surely think back to the Absolute Strength Fire dance show today. At that time, he would naturally consider joining Zero Wing. Just as Gan Xingting thought that no one would dare to join the Zero Wing workshop, a White Tiger Dojo member suddenly raised his hand. I want to take the test. Gan Xingting and the other White Tiger Dojo members promptly turned to look at the origin of this voice. The person speaking was a young man around 20 years old. To those aiming to become professional fighters, his body was slightly too thin. It was truly hard to imagine how such a person had managed to become an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. Lu Ping, have you lost your mind? Yu Zipping was filled with shock as he turned to look at the young man currently taking care of him. In the White Tiger Dojo, Lu Ping's talent was considered merely average. The only reason he had managed to become an intermediate disciple was his having trained at the dojo for many years. Currently, he was already 21 years old, yet he had been promoted to an intermediate disciple just recently. He could also be considered one of the few friends Yu Zipping had in the White Tiger Dojo. Yu Zipping never imagined that Lu Ping would actually forsake his future at the White Tiger Dojo just to join a gaming workshop. Although Yu Zipping wanted to dissuade his friend, Lu Ping forestalled him. I'm different from you. You are a genius, while I'm just an ordinary person. I know my own limits. It would be a miracle if I can even become an advanced disciple by the time I reach 30. Rather than continue walking on this path, I would rather take a gamble, Lu Ping explained. Hearing these words, Yu Zipping inwardly ridiculed himself. At the same time, he also understood that Lu Ping was firm on his decision. The other members of the White Tiger Dojo could more or less understand Lu Ping's feelings as well when they heard his explanation. Gan Xingting, however, had an extremely ugly expression on his face right now. He had originally come to the Big Dipper Dojo, representing the White Tiger Dojo, to humiliate the people here as well as poach some of its disciples. He had never imagined that he would end up on the receiving end of this plan. Instead, if news of this matter were to spread, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation would fall into ruin. Good. Very good. Gan Xingting could not help but laugh madly at this development. He then turned to Lu Ping and said, I won't hold you back if you want to leave. However, you will definitely regret this decision in the future. We're leaving. Seeing that several more people in his group were starting to show signs of hesitation, he no longer dared to remain here any longer. He hurriedly called for everyone to leave the Big Dipper Dojo. At this time, Cola walked up to the somewhat dazed Lu Ping and patted the young man's shoulders. In a very welcoming tone, Cola then said, Brother, I have high hopes for you. I can assure you that, if you manage to join the Zero Wing workshop, it will be, without a doubt, the wisest decision you make in this lifetime. I mean, take myself for example. Before I joined Zero Wing, I was far weaker than your current self. As long as you work hard, you will certainly become much stronger than you would ever be if you stayed in the White Tiger Dojo. May I know how long Big Brother has been with Zero Wing? After Lu Ping took a close look at the tall and robust Cola, as well as considered the feeling he got when Cola had patted his shoulders, he could tell that Cola possessed immense physical strength. He estimated Cola's strength to be equal or above that of Gan Xingting's. After making a rough calculation, Cola answered honestly, It's been roughly a month since I've started training officially. Just over a month. And you say you were weaker than me before? You're not lying to me, right? Lu Ping's eyes widened in shock. He simply could not believe Cola's words. Cola rolled his eyes at Lu Ping, feeling that the young man was getting overly excited over nothing. He then pointed to Fire Dance and the others and said, Why would I lie to you? All of us here started taking part in the special training at the same time. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself. That's right. All of us did indeed start training here only a month ago, more or less. And before Cola began the special training, he really was weaker than your current self. Fire Dance nodded and laughed. Hearing Fire Dance's confirmation, Lu Ping was immediately dumbfounded. Or to put it in another way, the amount of information was just too much for his brain to process. Right now, he felt as if he had wasted all his life training for nothing. Just what kind of place did he come to? Chapter 907, Strength Changes. After leaving the Big Dipper Dojo with miserable expressions, Gan Xingting and the other members of the White Tiger Dojo returned to the high-class hotel where they were temporarily lodging. Disregarding his injuries, Gan Xingting immediately reported what had happened at the Big Dipper Dojo to the main branch of the White Tiger Dojo upon arrival. "What did you say? There's an expert who's even stronger than you at the Big Dipper Dojo?" The white-robed middle-aged man on the other side of the video call repeated in surprise. Could that person be that rumored internal force expert? Master Jiang, that head instructor called Shi Feng, did not take action. The one who fought was a woman. Judging from her appearance, she should be around the same age as Shi Feng. However, she is extremely powerful. Even Xie Qi would have difficulty defeating her. I suspect that the real behind-the-scenes boss is that woman, Gan Xingting reported carefully as he looked at the man in the screen. Moreover, I believe that the Big Dipper Dojo has plans similar to ours. Although Jiang Tianyuan, the man before him, was not the main dojo master of the White Tiger Dojo, he was still a very powerful branch master. The man had been famous for more than 20 years already. One should not take his appearance at face value. While he might look like someone in his mid-30s, in reality, he was already 50 years old this year. This is interesting. Even Xie Qi wouldn't be able to defeat her easily? It's no wonder the Big Dipper group has constantly been expanding its influence recently. But it doesn't matter. The mindset of that bunch from the Big Dipper group is too simple. What do they think they can accomplish with just one expert? Jiang Tianyuan laughed. I recall that Jinhai City is going to hold a city-wide competition soon. I'll send Xie Qi and Tang Jingyao to help you secure both male and female championship titles in Jinhai City. At that time, even if the Big Dipper Dojo tries to recruit members, it won't be able to outmatch us. For the moment, just focus on properly dealing with the matters of the branch dojo. Understood. Gan Xingting nodded hurriedly, shock filling his heart. He had never imagined that Jiang Tianyuan would get so serious as to actually send both Xie Qi and Tang Jingyao over. The two of them were the pride of the White Tiger Dojo. Both of them usually took part only in national-level competitions, and they were also very famous fighters within the country. Having them participate in such a small competition was simply a waste of time. At that time, a commotion would definitely arise in Jinhai City. As long as those two people took action, none of the other dojos in Jinhai City would have any hopes of securing the championship title. Inside the Big Dipper Dojo, Shi Feng had fire dance and the others preside over the assessment of the new applicants. Meanwhile, Shi Feng himself discussed with Liang Jing the matters of recruitment and advertising for Zero Wing's workshop. Shi Feng's approach to these problems was simple, advertising through the Big Dipper Training Center's connections. The advertisement would state that Zero Wing was trying to recruit internal elites, as well as some application conditions such as only men and women below the age of 25 were allowed to apply. It was simply a recruitment advertisement. Originally, Liang Jing thought that even if a gaming workshop utilized Big Dipper's connections to disseminate an advertisement, there would not be many applicants. Although the application conditions Shi Feng proposed were not particularly strict, the criteria for passing the assessment itself was very high. As proof of this, only 10% of the disciples of the Big Dipper Dojo had managed to pass the assessment, and every single one of these disciples had been handpicked by Big Dipper. If ordinary people who only exercised occasionally were to apply to the Zero Wing workshop, it would be great if even 1% managed to pass the assessment. Moreover, the treatment Shi Feng offered was only average at best. She expected that anyone who saw the advertised benefits would directly give up on applying altogether. However, when the next day arrived, everyone in the Big Dipper Training Center was stupefied. There were actually tens of thousands of people swarming into the Big Dipper Training Center, every one of them wishing to take Zero Wing's test. These people had very nearly destroyed the entrance of the training center. The lively scene was even more exaggerated than Jinhai City's annual fighting competition. Meanwhile, the only thing these people talked about as they filled the hallways of the Big Dipper Training Center was Zero Wing, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration as they spoke. In Liang Jing's opinion, these people had all lost their minds. Since when did Big Dipper possess such powerful advertising capabilities? With this, there would be no need to run any training center or dojo. Big Dipper could simply start an advertising company and make a fortune. Wasn't Zero Wing just a gaming workshop? It was not as if these people were applying to join one of the Fortune 500 companies. When Xiao Yu found out about this flood of visitors, he thought that a major incident had occurred at Big Dipper. As a result, even though he resided in another city, he hurriedly took a flight back to Jinhai City. When he arrived at the Big Dipper training center and heard what the crowd was discussing, his mind stopped completely. He had never imagined that a game like God's Domain could actually garner such popularity as well as possess such massive influence. Previously, he still considered God's Domain to be like any other game. Even if those major corporations invested in it, they were only doing so to raise their prestige and help promote the game. Now, however, it would seem that was not the case. It looks like I'll have to find some time to have a discussion with Shifeng. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood why Shifeng was so intent on playing a virtual reality game. Otherwise, with the young man's abilities, he could easily become a star in the world of fighting. Meanwhile, the large number of applicants also made the extremely confident White Tiger Dojo impatient. Just what kind of trick did they pull? Why are all these people trying to join that place? No matter how many times Gan Xingting looked through Zero Wing's flyer, he could not figure out why so many people were trying to join Zero Wing's workshop. Meanwhile, the instructions from the White Tiger Dojo's main headquarters were also very simple: speed up the construction of the branch dojo. At the same time, the main headquarters also withdrew some funds to start advertising as well, refusing to believe that they could not outcompete Big Dipper with the fame of the White Tiger Dojo. After learning of the White Tiger Dojo's actions, Liang Jing suggested Shifeng either increase his scope of advertising or reduce the difficulty of the assessment. However, Shifeng rejected her suggestions. In his opinion, the people of the White Tiger Dojo were truly fools. He was currently recruiting members for a gaming workshop, not a dojo. No matter how much the White Tiger Dojo advertised itself, it would not affect his recruitment campaign in any way. Following which, Shifeng handed over all the tasks related to the recruitment to Liang Jing to handle, which kept her extremely busy. Not only did she have to go through the applications of tens of thousands of people as well as manage their assessments, but crowds of new applicants also continued coming in every day. If she did not mobilize every staff member of Big Dipper, she would have died from overwork already. Fortunately, becoming an internal elite of Zero Wing was not easy, and the passing rate of the assessment was exceedingly low. At the moment, the passing rate was not even 1%. As for Shifeng himself, he continued training at the battle tower. At the same time, he shared some of his battle points with Fire Dance and the others, allowing them to fight with the simulated experts for long periods of time. During the 2 days that God's Domain's system update took to finish, Fire Dance and the others received massive improvements. Violet Cloud, in particular, had finally set foot into the refinement realm after training at the battle tower, becoming Zero Wing's third expert to set foot into the realms of refinement. As for everyone else, they had all reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. When Big Sis Aqua finds out about this, she will most likely be very shocked at our improvement speed during this period, Violet Cloud said over the public channel, after entering her virtual gaming cabin, her heart full of anticipation as she prepared to log into God's Domain. "Oh right. Guild leader, please don't tell Big Sis Aqua about this matter right after you log in. She was always bullying me before. This time, I must give her a surprise." "Sure," Shifeng laughed as he shook his head. After Aqua Rose obtained her epic staff, although she was still a bit inferior to Violet Cloud in terms of techniques, she became far superior in terms of basic attributes. As a result, when the two sparred with each other, Violet Cloud was usually the one who got the worst of it. "After you guys log in, gather at White River City. I have something important to tell you all. In addition, there is also the matter of these newcomers." Following which, when the countdown timer for God's Domain's system upgrade ended, everyone logged into the game simultaneously. Chapter 9083 Star Shop. As soon as Shifeng returned to God's Domain after 40 hours of waiting, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, the environment of the area you are in has changed. System, you have 30 seconds of invulnerability to look for a safe zone. Isn't this transformation a little too much? Shifeng was surprised as he observed his surroundings. At this moment, the previously lush, green valley was nothing more than scorched earth. He could even faintly see streams of magma flowing nearby. This place had already turned into a volcanic hell. When the waves of hot air blew over Shifeng, even with his high fire resistance, his skin still registered a burning sensation. The pungent smell in the air was almost unbearable. After God's Domain underwent its fourth evolution, the five senses of players had evidently become much more acute. As a result, such severe external environments would have a greater impact on the combat power of players. Likewise, monsters also had their senses heightened. With their enhanced senses, monsters would now have significantly greater perception ranges. This change was extremely disadvantageous for players who grinded at night. After all, while players would have their acuity reduced at night, monsters would not. Now that the senses of monsters were sharper, most likely, players would be under attack even before they could detect these monsters. This change was a nightmare, particularly for players who were usually active in high-level maps, which were already very dangerous to adventure in the first place. Now, things just became even more dangerous. Although Shifeng had already chosen a safe zone to set up a teleportation point before he logged out, with such drastic changes to the environment, his previously safe zone was now infested with extremely fierce level 40 monsters. If not for the invulnerability provided by the system, he would have long since become dinner for these monsters. He immediately activated Wind Rider and continued searching for a safe zone to set up a teleportation point. After looking for about half an hour or so, he finally found an elevated location for the teleportation point. He also set up a protective barrier using the ancient Abyssal Book. Aside from the monsters that were originally in the valley, one could also frequently see abyssal monsters flying overhead. These monsters were much higher leveled than those residing in the valley, with the lowest being level 80. To current players, these monsters were practically invincible existences. Without the barrier set up using the ancient Abyssal Book, any player that came here would only become food for the abyssal monsters. However, it was also thanks to these abyssal monsters that he could get an opportunity to make a fortune. Eventually, he would only need to pay out some magic crystals in order to rake in large sums of coins. After he was done with all of his tasks here, Shifeng took out a return scroll and left the valley. At White River City, Shifeng discovered that the city's defensive magic array had already been activated as soon as he walked out of the teleportation hall. There were also thousands of abyssal monsters hovering about in the air beyond the magic array, with the lowest leveled among them being level 180 and the highest being level 200 Grand Lords. With the appearance of such terrifying monsters, the atmosphere within White River City had become subdued. The players walking around the street all felt extremely stressed, all of them fearing that the defensive magic array in the sky would suddenly crumble. We're doomed this time. With so many monsters here, will our White River City be captured as well? That can't be possible, right? Although White River City is not comparable to the capital, it is still a major city in the kingdom's eastern region. If even White River City falls, won't the surrounding cities fare even worse? When everyone thought about the gigantic monsters flying in the sky above the city, their scalps involuntarily numbed. In this situation, they couldn't grind and level up within the region of White River City. At the same time, the guilds based in the eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom were also holding urgent meetings one after another. The various guilds had initially believed that the Abyss invasion would only affect the Twin Towers Kingdom. they never thought that it would embroil the surrounding countries as well. Now, these guilds had no choice but to decide whether or not they should relocate to another city. However, the consequences of doing so were something that no guild could accept. It had taken them a lot of time and resources to establish themselves in their current respective cities. If they were to leave the city they controlled and choose to start developing all over again in another city, the cost of doing so would be much higher than the first time. The number 2 guild in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region, Overwhelming Smile, was currently extremely busy. Over 100 people were seated inside its spacious meeting room. These people were all members of Overwhelming Smile's upper echelon, and they were existences that ordinary players would rarely get to meet. The timing of these abyssal monsters is simply impeccable. I want to see just how Zero Wing is going to continue strutting around in this situation. Feng Xianyang could not help but smile when he received the latest report. Based on the information from Underworld, the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom wasn't the only part of the kingdom affected by the Abyss invasion. These abyssal monsters were already showing signs of spreading throughout the entire realm. By the time that happened, it would be relatively dangerous for players to go out and grind. Along with this report, the upper echelon of Underworld had also given the command for Overwhelming Smile to move its elites temporarily to the Black Dragon Empire, which did not receive any harassment from the abyssal monsters. Underworld's influence spread across multiple kingdoms. A pause in its operations in Starmoon Kingdom would not affect the entire organization too significantly. It definitely possessed the ability to transfer its elites to the cities of other kingdoms and empires that were under its control. Small and upstart guilds with no background, on the other hand, did not possess this ability. These guilds generally had their foundations in only one country and could not afford to move their base of operations in a hurry. Even if they did relocate, they would have to start from scratch. However, how could these guilds compete in a foreign city against the entrenched local guilds, which had already developed for months? For Zero Wing, the tyrant of Starmoon Kingdom, things were even more severe. The amount of capital and number of advantages it would lose by migrating its base of operations would be unbearable even for a first-rate guild. With such a loss, Zero Wing's development would no doubt suffer a significant setback. When that happened, it would be nearly impossible for the guild to catch up to the major powers of God's domain. In contrast to Feng Xuanyang's joyful reaction, Yulan currently had a slight frown on her face. Zero Wing is really unlucky, but I guess this is also part of life. Yulan could not help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing's rise was already a legend in Starmoon Kingdom. Ultimately, however, it couldn't save itself from falling due to external factors. Who could have possibly imagined that the system would play such a trick? This development had thoroughly ruined Zero Wing. Of course, Yulan was also feeling very fortunate about the appearance of the abyssal monsters. This invasion was both a disaster and an opportunity. Currently, due to the abyssal monsters, the players belonging to countries neighboring the Twin Towers kingdoms would definitely shift to other kingdoms and empires. Moreover, the possibility of players migrating to the Black Dragon Empire was the greatest. With so many players swarming into the Black Dragon Empire, the player population of the cities there would naturally soar. Hence, the market there for items would expand in spades. If she could nurture a batch of her own advanced lifestyle players now, her authority in Underworld would surely grow as well. Thinking up to this point, Yulan could not help but wish she could take action sooner. At this time, every minute and second was money. Unfortunately, while today should have been the day they went to the holy city of Titan, due to the system upgrade, the operation had been delayed. While every guild was busy holding meetings and deciding on how they should develop in the future, Shi Feng himself arrived at the city hall of White River City. "How may I help you, sir?" the NPC beauty standing behind the VIP counter asked with a smile. In response, he calmly took out a purple gold, diamond-shaped token and said, "I wish to upgrade the Candlelight trading firm into a 3-star shop." Chapter 909, shocking Star Moon Kingdom. After the female receptionist accepted the purple gold token and confirmed that there were no problems, she looked at Shi Feng and said, "Sir, if you wish to promote your shop to 3-star status, you still have to pay an additional 3,000 gold reconstruction fee." Without hesitation, Shi Feng handed 3,000 gold over to the receptionist. Previously, he had been busy with setting up a teleportation point. There had also been the matter of the mutated dragon. Back then, he simply had no time to check how much he had earned from the Blackwing auction house. Although Shi Feng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase the engineering locomotive design from Sindhart, the 5,000 strengthening devices he sold at Blackwing City had made him a fortune. After deducting all the miscellaneous fees, he currently had close to 30,000 gold coins sitting in his pockets right now. If those first-rate guilds were to learn of this, they would definitely be green with envy. In truth, Shi Feng had never imagined that the strengthening devices would be so welcome. The final 1,500 devices sold at a minimum price of 13 gold 15 silver. The combat guilds at Blackwing City had gone nuts over the devices. It's a pity that the number of people who can produce the strengthening device is limited. Otherwise, with just the strengthening device, I could probably earn enough money to construct a city. Shi Feng sighed inwardly. While the strengthening device forging design itself was already extremely rare, the forgers capable of producing the item at a profitable rate were even rarer. As a result, the number of designs he had on hand was much more than the number of forgers he had who were capable of producing the item right now. As players reached higher levels, their chances of obtaining the strengthening device forging design would rise. As the number of strengthening devices on the market increased, its price would definitely fall. By then, it would be very good if he could sell one for 8 or 9 gold. In another few months' time, even selling a strengthening device for 5 gold would be an extravagant dream. After Shi Feng paid the fees and completed all the necessary procedures, as soon as he walked out of the city hall's entrance and was about to head back to the guild residence, a commotion broke out among players on the street. "Did you hear? The Candlelight trading firm's shop has transformed again." Transformed? Could there be a new product? No, that's not it. The entire trading firm itself has undergone a transformation. Before, it was only a 5-story building. Now, it is 7 stories tall. Currently, it is only second to the NPC-operated Starstreak trading firm in terms of floors. What? Aren't the number of floors for shops fixed? That's right. That's why everyone suspects that Candlelight's shop has been promoted to a 3-star shop. What? Even the Black Dragon Empire had a 2-star shop appear in its imperial capital only recently. How can the Candlelight trading firm possibly upgrade to a 3-star shop so quickly? News of the Candlelight trading firm obtaining a 3-star shop spread like wildfire. Very quickly, every guild in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had found out about it. This incident completely offset the depression and silence brought on by the abyssal monsters. Just what is Zero Wing thinking? The abyssal monsters have already started to spread throughout the entire kingdom. White River City is even under siege right now. To upgrade a shop in White River City to 3 stars, isn't Zero Wing throwing good money after bad? Doesn't Zero Wing know that players have already begun migrating to other kingdoms and empires? Rather than constructing a 3-star shop in a city with a rapidly decreasing population, they might as well construct it in a small city in the Black Dragon Empire. When the various guilds received this news, their first reaction was to comment on Zero Wing's foolishness. Meanwhile, the guild that was the most excited about this news was naturally Overwhelming Smile, Zero Wing's longtime rival. Some guilds that wished to overtake Zero Wing also got a kick out of this development. Ha! Zero Wing is done for this time. It won't be able to rise back up even if it wanted to now. Initially, when Feng Xianyang received news of the Candlelight trading firm's promotion, he had been both shocked and envious. Overwhelming Smile had yet to possess even a single 2-star shop up to now. Yet the Candlelight trading firm already had a 3-star shop. Shortly after, however, he started gloating over Zero Wing's misfortune. If not for the invasion of the abyssal monsters, The fact that the Candlelight trading firm possessed a 3-star shop would have indeed dealt a heavy blow to Overwhelming Smile's overwhelming trading firm. With the special workshop of 2-star shops as an example, even a fool could imagine just how many more additional benefits a 3-star shop could bring. Even a meager increase in the number of special workshops would still greatly enhance the Candlelight trading firm's ability to nurture lifestyle players. In the current God's domain, economic battles between guilds were becoming increasingly important. This change in trend also led to Feng Shenyang loathing Yulan to the extreme. He deeply regretted not contesting for the rights of the overwhelming trading firm, allowing Yulan to obtain them instead. Right now, Yulan was already a very important figure in Underworld. Even he had to treat her with respect. Before Shi Feng even walked into Zero Wing's residence, he could already hear the merriment coming from inside. Just moments ago, Melancholic Smile had even directly contacted Shi Feng to report every functionality of the Candlelight trading firm's new 3-star shop, her voice bubbling with excitement. Although the building itself had increased by only 2 floors, the difference between the functions of a 2-star shop and 3-star shop made Melancholic Smile think that she was dreaming. That was right, dreaming. In order to develop itself, the Candlelight trading firm had recruited many lifestyle players. Some of the new hires had very good potential. The only thing they lacked was experience. Unfortunately, the Candlelight trading firm had only 5 special workshops. With 3 rooms reserved exclusively for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and Roasted Ironheart, only 2 were left for the others to use in turn and increase their production experience. With this, the amount of time allotted for each lifestyle player was not calculated in hours or days, but in minutes. Generally, a lifestyle player with good potential would have roughly 30 minutes to learn and train inside a special workshop, once every several days. Now, they had a total of 12 special workshops. Aside from the 3 reserved, they now had 9 special workshops for those with excellent potential to use. This would increase their efficiency over 4-fold. Finally, there was the basic meditation room, which was what truly shocked Melancholic Smile. Out of curiosity, she had spent 300 magic crystals to activate the room. Although the price was indeed costly, the effects of the room left her speechless. While inside the meditation room, her mind experienced a calm like never before. In that calm state, even the most complicated production procedures became very simple for her. As a result, her production success rate had risen by roughly 10% while her production speed had improved by at least 30% as well. Although this improvement might not seem like much, to lifestyle players like herself who frequently produced items, this improvement was extremely staggering. Currently, items that could raise production success rate by just 1% were selling for astronomical prices. Something that could offer an increase of 10% would be priceless. There was also the improvement in production speed. Not to mention spending 300 magic crystals a day, even spending 500 crystals would be worth it, so long as the meditation room was used to produce high-value items. If it were used only for items such as advanced whetstones, they would never be able to make up for the cost of using the room. Shi Feng only gave some simple instructions regarding the meditation rooms and special workshops. At the same time, he also had Melancholic Smile start recruiting more lifestyle players from the general public. The 4th evolution of God's domain was not as simple as it appeared to be. Rather than the combat system, the lifestyle production system was the part that had truly evolved. Soon, lifestyle players would play a pivotal role in God's domain, just like combat players. Otherwise, a master forger wouldn't have attained such a high standing in society in the past, to the point where even the guild leader of a second-rate guild like himself had to treat them with respect. Back then, even the members of Shadow's board of directors had treated the guild's master forgers like their own babies. Chapter 9-10. Killing multiple birds with one stone. While the Candlelight trading firm was causing a huge commotion, over 100 people were currently gathered inside the meeting room of Zero Wing's guild residence. Every person present was a core member of Zero Wing. Not only did everyone possess very high levels, but even the equipment they wore could easily make expert players of God's domain envious. While the general public considered level 35 dark gold equipment rare, it was just basic equipment for them. As for their combat standards, every one of them could easily reach the 5th floor of the trial tower or higher. Experts capable of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor could easily become a first-rate expert in a city with a player population of over 100,000. Nevertheless, all these experts were gazing at the figure seated on the guild leader's throne with eyes filled with reverence and shock. The reason for their reverence was the identity of the man before them. He was a legendary character who had single-handedly established Zero Wing and developed the upstart guild to its current overbearing state. The man was even the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, and until now, he still maintained his indomitable record. As for the reason for their shock when they looked at Shi Feng, it was his level. At this moment, Shi Feng had not done anything to hide his level. As long as one paid a little attention, they would be able to see it. Level 42. Even the current top players in empires were only level 39 at best. They were also still relatively far from reaching level 40. Previously, when Fire Dance and the others had revealed themselves to be at level 40, the other core members had already been flabbergasted. Although there was just a difference of 1 level between them and the top players of empires, the amount of EXP required to cross this gap was massive. Now, Shi Feng was even more terrifying. He was actually 2 levels higher than Fire Dance and the others. Not to mention the other core members present, even Fire Dance and her team were staggered. After all, when they had last met, Shi Feng was only level 40. In just a short time, Shi Feng had actually managed to pull ahead of them by 2 levels. His leveling speed was simply ludicrous. "Guild leader, everyone's here already," Aqua Rose said softly to Shi Feng after checking the entire meeting room. Nodding, Shi Feng swept a glance at everyone present and said seriously, "I've asked you all to gather here for 2 matters. The first matter is that Zero Wing is going to start branching out and developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. The exact locations where we'll be setting up the branches have also been determined already. When the time comes, I'll have you all split up to these 2 locations. I'll also set up a new main force in both of these locations. As for who will become part of this main force, I'll be choosing them from the guild's elite members. Of course, you all can put in your recommendations as well. The treatment provided will be the same as Star Moon Kingdom's main force." Truthfully speaking, Shi Feng did not wish to develop outwards so quickly. However, now that God's domain had experienced its 4th evolution, the economic war involving lifestyle classes had also officially begun. Even if he did not wish to develop Zero Wing in other kingdoms, he had no choice but to do so. Without sufficient resources, it would be impossible for them to contend against other large guilds. Before Shi Feng was done speaking, everyone present had already fallen into a daze. Even Aqua Rose, the vice leader of Zero Wing, was shocked at this news. Although Zero Wing expanding to other countries was something that was bound to happen sooner or later, she had never imagined that that day would come so quickly. Or to put it in another way, they had long since grown impatient waiting for the arrival of this day. Currently, Zero Wing simply had too many members. While playing virtual reality games, guilds always had one big problem to face: the limited amount of resources in an area. If a guild wished to develop and grow stronger, it needed to secure more resource-rich areas for itself. Otherwise, sooner or later, it would face resource deprivation due to their constantly increasing member count. Then, the amount of resources each guild member could receive would decrease, which would affect the overall development speed of the guild members. This problem was also the reason why first-rate guilds would spread their roots throughout multiple kingdoms and empires. The influence of the major powers of the virtual gaming world spans several dozens of countries. However, one thing that confused everyone was Shi Feng's choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. Setting aside how muddy the waters were at the Black Dragon Empire and the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was Zero Wing's enemy, Just the Twin Towers Kingdom was already a huge problem. The Twin Towers Kingdom was infested with abyssal monsters. The players living there were scrambling to leave, yet Zero Wing was actually choosing to charge into the kingdom. The situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom was much more severe than Star Moon Kingdoms. There was simply no way for them to level up there. Just how were they supposed to develop themselves? Guild Leader, abyssal monsters have already conquered the Twin Towers Kingdom. Why don't we consider developing at the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the kingdom west of Star Moon Kingdom? The abyssal monsters haven't reached there. Moreover, the two first-rate guilds in that kingdom have constantly been at each other's necks all this time. With our guild strength, we can easily make a place for ourselves there. In addition, the Purple Thorns Kingdom is rich in herbs. Our guild will have a much easier time procuring herbs if we develop there, Aqua Rose suggested hurriedly. She had long since made ample preparations regarding Zero Wing's development, only she never bothered making suggestions, as Shifeng had always said that the time was not right yet. The Candlelight trading firm was the largest source of economic power for Zero Wing. With the Purple Thorns Kingdom's abundance of herbs, they could definitely advance the Candlelight trading firm a step further. They would no longer have to rely on external sources to obtain their herbs. If they developed properly, they could definitely achieve self-sufficiency in herbs and greatly reduce the expenses of the Candlelight trading firm. The players in the room voiced their agreement with Aqua Rose's suggestion one after another. The current combat power of Zero Wing's elite members was in no way inferior to a first-rate guild's. In addition, they also had quite a number of experts in the guild now. Even if they sent only a portion of their forces, they should not have any problem handling the threats present in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing already possessed several plots of land in the cities of the Purple Thorns Kingdom. With this foundation, they would be able to construct a guild residence in that kingdom right away. One could say that the Purple Thorns Kingdom was the best option by far. While the Purple Thorns Kingdom is indeed a good option, the Twin Towers Kingdom is much better, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. Better. All the core members were filled with questions as they looked at Shifeng. They simply could not figure out what exactly was good about branching out to a place infested with abyssal monsters. I know that you all are worried about the abyssal monsters, but that is also the greatest opportunity for Zero Wing. Shifeng naturally understood everyone's worries. In their shoes, he, too, would have chosen to branch out to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, he now had both the ancient abyssal book and the teleportation magic array in his possession. Regarding the threat of powerful abyssal monsters, he could just set up multiple barriers and allow his guild members to grind at high-resource maps safely. There was also no need to worry about other guilds and players coming to contest for those locations. In addition, they could also gain honor points by killing low-level abyssal monsters. Now that the guilds originally residing in the Twin Towers Kingdom had left, although the lands of the kingdom's capital remained in the hands of these guilds, as long as Zero Wing paid some coins, it could still buy 1 or 2 plots of land located near the heart of the city without any difficulty. Had he chosen to branch out to other kingdoms, Zero Wing couldn't even dream of obtaining the central lands of the top 10 major cities in these kingdoms, much less the central lands of the capital city. Nobody would be willing to sell them anything at all. Even if there was a willing seller, that price would not be one that Zero Wing would be willing to bear. Furthermore, the Twin Towers Kingdom was a country of ore. In terms of ore-related resources, it was only slightly inferior to the Storm Empire. At the end of the day, the Candlelight trading firm focused mainly on forging. Ore was something that it could not lack. Hence, developing at the Twin Towers Kingdom was akin to killing multiple birds with one stone. Following which, Shifeng cleverly hid the matter of the ancient abyssal book, simply telling everyone that he had discovered many special areas not assaulted by the abyssal monsters. Afterwards, as long as he set up teleportation points at these locations, they would be able to level up without worrying about abyssal monsters or other players, essentially turning those locations into Zero Wing's backyard. When they heard Shifeng's reason, everyone's eyes sparkled, anticipation filling their hearts. Nobody present was a noob. They knew full well just how valuable an uncontested high-resource map was. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not fight over these high-resource maps. However, no one knew that Shifeng had actually concealed another important reason for his choice to develop at the Twin Towers Kingdom. The large-scale regional dungeon, Tower of Time. Chapter 9-11, Tower of Time. The Twin Towers Kingdom was named such because of its two ancient towers within the kingdom's boundaries. These ancient towers had existed in God's domain for a long time. Their age could no longer be verified. Among these two towers, one was the Tower of Time. It was also the Twin Towers Kingdom's sole, large-scale regional dungeon. Like the dungeon in the Stoneclaw Mountains, this dungeon was set to Azura mode. However, the Tower of Time's level was much higher, thus it was more difficult to raid. Meanwhile, the Tower of Time's fame throughout God's domain had not only been due to its abundance of magic crystals, but its bosses also had a chance of dropping the 7 Luminaries crystals. The level requirement just to enter the Tower of Time was level 50. In the past, when mainstream players had been around level 50, the Mind Space system had not yet launched in God's domain. As a result, everyone had treated the Tower of Time like an ordinary regional dungeon that produced large quantities of magic crystals. Even when people killed the many bosses inside the dungeon and obtained the 7 Luminaries crystal, nobody knew their true value. The various large guilds had simply treated as the 7 Luminaries crystal as a high-end item to use or trade. Only after the Mind Space system launched did everyone realize their blunder. The guilds that used or traded their 7 Luminaries crystal had nearly choked to death with anger. Regional dungeons all had level limits that prevented anyone below or above a certain level from entering. When the Mind Space system had been introduced, God's domain had been operating for over a year. Players' average level had already been beyond the Tower of Time's limit of level 70. Hence, it had been practically impossible for guilds to rely on their main forces to grind the bosses for 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, when one wanted to enter the Tower of Time, aside from the level requirement, one needed a space-time crystal. A single space-time crystal could allow 100 players into the Tower of Time. However, only the monsters near the tower dropped the space-time crystals, and its drop rate wasn't very high. This greatly restricted the number of players who could enter the dungeon. In this life, before everyone knew the importance of the Tower of Time, Shifeng intended to take advantage of the situation and grind for space-time crystals. Once Zero Wing's core members reached level 50, they could get a head start over the other guilds, raiding the Tower of Time. After Shifeng explained his plans for the guild's expansion to everyone, he continued with notifying everyone about Zero Wing's preparation to nurture a large batch of internal experts. Guild leader, if we try to recruit members now, it will be far less effective than our past recruitment campaigns. After all, nobody knows if White River City will hold off the abyssal monsters. Moreover, even if the magic array holds, it is still extremely dangerous for players to go out to level up. On the off chance that one encounters a high-level abyssal monster, a team wipe is practically a guarantee. Based on my investigation, a portion of players have already moved to the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, many of our guild members are worried about this crisis. This really isn't a good time to recruit members. We would be better off holding a mass recruitment campaign after we secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. It would be more effective to wait. Saying so, Aqua Rose handed Shifeng a statistics report, which clearly displayed White River City's situation. Due to the abyssal monsters, the city's teleportation fee had been temporarily removed. Currently, over 5% of White River City's player population had relocated. Among these players, the majority had migrated to the Black Dragon Empire. As time passed, more players would relocate to continue their development. Don't worry about it. Start preparing for recruitment and assessment work. We will soon make up for those who chose to head elsewhere to develop, Shifeng said as he read the report. The situation was much better than his initial prediction. Make up for? Aqua Rose was slightly confused. However, since Shifeng had already spoken, she did not probe into the matter any further. She trusted Shifeng's judgment. Shifeng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He then issued further instructions regarding the recruitment campaign. Everyone's worries about the abyssal monsters capturing the city were unnecessary. The Abyss Passage had been activated in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The powerful NPCs guarding the border had held back most of the strongest abyssal monsters. As for the remaining powerful abyssal monsters, almost all of them were busy besieging the various major cities. Hence, when the players belonging to the neighboring kingdoms and empires ventured out to level up, they just needed to be a little more careful of their surroundings. Things were not so severe that their livelihoods in their countries had been severed. This was just like an addition of several bosses, which should not be provoked, in everyone's leveling maps. The Abyss invasion was not as severe as everyone thought. On the contrary, due to the temporarily removed teleportation fees in affected cities, players now had more affordable leveling spots to choose from. Moreover, even if everyone failed to notice this, he could stealthily spread the message himself. In addition, there would soon be a teleportation array linked to a grinding area in the Twin Towers Kingdom. By then, the countless players who wanted to change classes would swarm to White River City. They didn't need to worry about a lack of players in the city. Once the teleportation array was set up, they also wouldn't need to worry about lacking development funds. As Shifeng arranged for Blackie to lead the Dark Gods Legion's elites to power level the newcomers from the Big Dipper Dojo, Aqua Rose approached and whispered, "Guild leader, Miss Phoenix Rain has arrived and is waiting in the reception room. She says that she has brought what you requested." "She's finally here." Shifeng nodded. He then left the remaining matters to Aqua Rose while he met Phoenix Rain. Inside the elegant, stunning reception room, Phoenix Rain sat quietly by the windowsill, a black cloak draped over her back. When Shifeng entered the room, her gaze promptly moved away from the Zero Wing members walking around the first-floor hall and to Shifeng. Level 42. Phoenix Rain was stunned. Currently, she knew of several people who had reached level 40 in the Empire. However, these people had used special methods to achieve their level. Take herself for example. She was an elementalist. Not only had she learned several AoE attack spells, but she also had a large number of elite members to assist her leveling progress. Her leveling speed was already fast. However, even now, she was over 30% away from reaching level 40, yet Shifeng had already reached level 42. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, may I see the Lake Heart City's deed?" Shifeng asked. He smiled in response to Phoenix Rain's surprise. "Here, take a look." Phoenix Rain quickly recovered her composure and took out a deed for a land in Lake Heart City. "This is the only deed I can give you. Even if you're not satisfied, I cannot change it." Not bad. Although it cannot compare to a golden land, it still has relatively high potential, Shifeng said with satisfaction after examining the deed. With this deed, Zero Wing could secure a foothold in the Black Dragon Empire. What followed next would depend on how things progressed on Melancholic Smile's side. Once they were ready, Zero Wing would officially start pushing its way into the Black Dragon Empire. Elsewhere, a large crowd of players had gathered before the 7-story tall Candlelight trading firm. It was even more lively than during normal times. While many among the crowd were lifestyle players, the majority consisted of sightseers. After all, nobody had ever seen a 3-star shop before. They were all quite curious about the differences between a 3-star shop and a 2-star shop. This was especially true for lifestyle players. Not long ago, the Candlelight trading firm had published a shocking message. The Candlelight trading firm was currently recruiting lifestyle players, regardless of rank. It did not care if one was an apprentice, who had just started, or someone far along the path of their lifestyle. As long as they could pass the simple entrance test, they could become an official member of the Candlelight trading firm. High achievers would even get the opportunity to improve themselves in the special workshop. This was a benefit that could not be found anywhere else throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom and even God's domain. After all, special workshops were simply too rare. Most trading firms only allowed their most skilled and trustworthy members to utilize their limited special workshops. Ordinary people had no hope of enjoying this particular benefit. Chapter 9:12 Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 9:12 Bottomless Candlelight Trading Firm. The news of the Candlelight trading firm mass recruiting lifestyle players spread like wildfire. It wasn't just limited to White River City. Very quickly, everyone throughout Star Moon Kingdom heard about the opportunity. The official forums buzzed with activity. What? This can't be true, right? The Candlelight trading firm is actually recruiting members without any rank restrictions? I heard that Candlelight wants to recruit a lot of people this time. I wonder if an intermediate apprentice like myself has a chance? I remember that, when Heaven's Burial recruited lifestyle players, applicants needed to be at least advanced apprentice rank with a 65% success rate or higher to pass their assessment. However, Heaven's Burial still doesn't have a 2-star shop. Candlelight's assessment will probably be extremely difficult. Currently, lifestyle players grew more important by the day. However, it was extremely difficult for a lifestyle player to make a name for themselves if they had to rely on their own strength. This was because lifestyle players needed a lot of resources for their practice. The more important a lifestyle class was, the more resources they needed to improve. Moreover, the further a lifestyle player progressed, the more valuable were their required resources. Hence, if a lifestyle player did not join a guild, it would become extremely difficult for them to grow stronger. Just hours after the Candlelight trading firm announced its recruitment campaign, thousands of players had lined up outside the firm's 3-star shop in White River City, and the crowd was still growing. Melancholic Smile arranged for these lifestyle players to take the firm's assessment, one after another. The test was very simple. Lifestyle players were required to produce a tool or item corresponding to their ranks, and they would be given a pass as long as they achieved a success rate of above 60%. What, exactly, is Zero Wing trying to do? When the various large guilds heard the news, they immediately assumed that Zero Wing had gone nuts. Although lifestyle players were important, one needed to invest a lot of resources to nurture profitable lifestyle players. Moreover, a loss was guaranteed during the early nurturing stages. Hence, when guilds like themselves recruited lifestyle players, they set their requirements very high and would only recruit a limited number. Otherwise, the expenditure would do more harm than good. Yet, not only was Zero Wing recruiting lifestyle players regardless of rank, but it had also significantly lowered the assessment's difficulty. During Zero Wing's previous recruitment campaigns for lifestyle players, it had required a success rate of 70% or higher. In just half an hour, Zero Wing had recruited over 30 lifestyle players. Among them, only 7 were advanced apprentice rank, while the others were below that. This outcome worried the lifestyle players still outside of the Candlelight trading firm. They were afraid that the available slots would be taken up before their turn arrived. Contrary to expectations, however, more lifestyle players were accepted. Very quickly, over 100 players had been accepted into the firm. However, the Candlelight trading firm showed no signs of stopping its recruitment. Seeing this, the spies the various guilds had sent reported this information to their respective guilds. What? They have accepted over 100 apprentices. Has Zero Wing's upper management lost their minds? Could a 3-star shop really be that powerful? The various guilds that had received this message were stunned. Normally, they would only recruit around 40 lifestyle players when they gained an additional 1-star shop. If they recruited any more, there wouldn't be enough workshops and resources to go around. After the Candlelight trading firm upgraded one of its 2-star shop to 3-star status, the building had only gained 2 floors. Generally, it would be a miracle if they could recruit 200 players. Big Sis Melancholic, should we raise the assessment bar? At this rate, we'll fill the new workshops. It will be a pity if we miss out on any talented newcomers later on, Cream Coco asked worriedly as she watched the thousands of people lined up outside of the building. Relax. I'm actually concerned that we won't be able to recruit enough people. Melancholic Smile smiled bitterly. Not enough people? How is that possible? There are thousands of people outside right now. If we leave the bar at a 60% success rate, at least 400 or 500 of them should pass. How is that not enough people? Cream Coco was no longer the noob she had been when she had first started playing God's Domain. She knew that, although lifestyle players who could achieve a 60% success rate were rare, with the base number being so high, a frightening number of people could pass the assessment. 500 lifestyle players was not a small crowd. Even an ordinary second-rate guild could not afford to nurture so many. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was already saturated with lifestyle players. With the extra workshops that came with the 2 additional floor spaces, the most they could afford to recruit was around 300 lifestyle players. Any more and they would have to rent workshops from the lifestyle associations. However, renting workshops would massively burden their finances. 400 or 500 really isn't enough. The guild leader has already determined that we need to recruit 1,200 players, Melancholic Smile chuckled. With just the lifestyle players in front of us, we will probably won't reach that goal. Hopefully, more players will show up. Cream Coco was rendered speechless. Lifestyle players were only a small minority of the player population in God's Domain. In addition, the various guilds often held recruitment campaigns of their own. Gathering 1,200 qualified lifestyle players was a colossal task. Unfortunately, Cream Coco had another concern. Where were they going to house all of these lifestyle players? Elsewhere, Shifeng had completed his trade with Phoenix Rain in the City Hall and officially gained the deed to a plot of land in Lake Heart City. This is the information we have obtained on the Evil Dragon battle team. Take a look. The match is in 2 days. I look forward to the Azura battle team's performance, Phoenix Rain said, smiling pleasantly as she handed Shifeng the information she had collected on the enemy battle team and the time, venue and rules for the next battle. She was in a good mood after obtaining the 10,000 gold from Shifeng. Oh, the Miracle Guild? Shifeng was slightly surprised after a general glance through the information. We have only discovered this after the system upgrade, Phoenix Rain said solemnly. You mustn't underestimate the Miracle Guild. Although it is a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Miracle's foundation is much stronger than ours. It can even contend with super guilds. When the time comes, the Evil Dragon battle team's roster will undergo a complete change. You best prepare for the match. Although Phoenix Rain had said as much, she did not think that the Azura battle team had any chance of winning. After all, the Azura battle team had exposed too many of its trump cards. The Miracle Guild would definitely come prepared. If Miracle went all out in this match, the Azura battle team would be overwhelmed. After all, the difference between each side's strength was immense. Phoenix Rain only prayed that the Miracle Guild would not take the match too seriously. This way, she could haul in another fortune. Shifeng nodded silently in response to Phoenix Rain's advice. In truth, even without Phoenix Rain's warning, Shifeng knew just how powerful the Miracle Guild was. In his previous life, when a Tier 3 mysterious flame had appeared in God's Domain, the various large guilds had employed all sorts of methods to obtain it. In the end, however, a dozen or so experts from the Miracle Guild had secured the flame. Among the guild's experts that had fought for the mysterious flame, 2 other super guilds' top combatants had been present. That battle had become a classic within God's Domain. To put it simply, defeating the Miracle Guild-led Evil Dragon battle team would be extremely difficult for the Azura battle team. As Shifeng hurried towards the Candlelight trading firm, a party of 6 arrived in the teleportation hall in White River City. The instant these players appeared, they became the main focus within the hall. Their equipment was too gorgeous to ignore. Even the lowest quality equipment was dark gold rank. As for these players' levels, that was even more impressive. Of the 6 players, 2 were level 40, while the remaining 4 were level 39. Even in an empire, this group would be a force to be reckoned with, much less White River City. So this is White River City? The standard of the players here is quite high. We're not here to sightsee, focus on the task at hand. Let's head over to Zero Wing to have a look. Chapter 9:13, Intermediate Shop. After these 6 players conversed among themselves, they left the teleportation hall and stepped onto the busy street as everyone watched. As soon as the group left the building, the leading white-haired, middle-aged man carrying a black and white spear summoned a giant snow-white wolf. The wolf was even larger than a lion. An assassin, wearing dark gray leather armor with 2 blood-red daggers hanging from his waist, summoned a black warhorse beside the middle-aged man. The warhorse sported silver armor and looked far more majestic than the horses NPC soldiers used. The instant these 2 mounts appeared, they had immediately attracted the attention of every player on the street. Damn, who are those people? Their mounts are definitely not common rank. You're right. I've never seen any common mounts that look that cool. At the very least, they should be bronze, maybe mysterious iron mounts. To current players, even common mounts were a luxury, not to mention mounts ranked bronze or above. Hence, when the players on the street saw these mounts, both envy and admiration filled their hearts. Some beautiful female players even sent the white-haired man on the giant wolf flirtatious glances. Nowadays, God's Domain was increasingly popular. One frequently saw the game mentioned in the news. Moreover, powerful guilds were offering annual salaries ranging from 500,000 credits to 6 million credits, depending on a player's strength. To ordinary people, this was an astronomical amount of money. Seeing as the white-haired man rode a bronze mount or greater at this stage of the game, his salary must have been in the 7-digit range. Ha! Boss Blood, I think those beauties are interested in you. An elementalist, who wore a robe embroidered with runic symbols and exuded a refined air, poked fun at the white-haired berserker leading his group. It's a pity that these beauties will never catch Boss Blood's eyes. After all, his heart already belongs to someone. Why won't these beauties look at me instead? A level 39 skinny, male swordsman said as he sighed. Mast, you really should learn a thing or two from the boss. If you put more effort into your improvement, you would have already reached level 40 and could amount to woo those beauties. The male assassin on the black mare snorted. How can I possibly compare to Boss Blood? Even now, I have not passed the test or obtained a title, unlike you, Kirin, who obtained your title half a year ago, the swordsman named Masked Angel said enviously. Alright, that's enough chit-chat. Focus on our task. I will head to Zero Wing with Kirin. The rest of you, catch up with the carriage, the leading berserker named Bloodsucker ordered sternly. Immediately, everyone fell silent and did as they were told. The 4 level 39s rode an advanced horse carriage and followed Bloodsucker and Kirin towards Zero Wing's guild residence. Although the advanced horse carriage was fast, it was still slightly slower than the snow-white wolf and black warhorse. As a result, the gap between the 2 groups gradually increased. The party caused a commotion everywhere they went. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm's entrance was overcrowded. Before anyone knew it, the Candlelight trading firm had recruited over 300 lifestyle players. With this number, everyone could see how powerful the firm's foundations were. The other trading firms in Star Moon Kingdom could not compare to this. Guild leader, we've reached our recruitment limits for the moment. Any more and we'll have to send these people to the lifestyle associations, Melancholic Smile reported worriedly as she looked at the numerous files on the newcomers. 1,200 people. This was already beyond what the Candlelight trading firm could handle. If they really recruited this many people, they would lose money each day, rather than make it. It's fine. Bring all of the information you have on the Candlelight's branch shops, Shi Feng instructed, waving his hand dismissively and chuckling. In God's Domain, shops were officially categorized by star ranks. However, one could also categorize a shop by its size. Players in his previous life had realized his and summarized the differences. There were a total of 4 categories: Basic Shop, Intermediate Shop, Advanced Shop, and Special Shop. To begin with, 1-star and 2-star shops fell under the Basic Shop category. A basic shop could only accommodate a limited number of lifestyle players, and a firm had to rely on numbers to make up for the lack of space. A basic shop's assistance it could provide to lifestyle players was also quite limited. The intermediate shop category included 3-star shops to 5-star shops. In terms of size, intermediate shops were massively different than basic shops. As long as a shop reached 3-star status, it gained far more room than a 2-star shop. Hence, when the various guilds opened their own shops, while it was relatively easy to upgrade a 1-star shop to 2-star status, it was many times more difficult to upgrade a 2-star shop to a 3-star shop. Naturally, upgrading from an intermediate shop to an advanced shop was even more difficult. Meanwhile, the benefits an intermediate shop could provide became more obvious. The basic meditation room was a primary example. After Shifeng's command, Melancholic Smile compiled all of the information she had on every Candlelight's branch shop and handed the files to Shifeng. Not only was the compiled information detailed, but it was also easy to understand. So far, the Candlelight trading firm had a total of 25 shops. Among them, 24 were branch shops. These branch shops covered 22 cities. The fact that the firm had expanded so much was partly due to Phoenix Rain's secret assistance. Her help had allowed the Candlelight trading firm to set up shops in the cities of a few neighboring countries. Moreover, she had only sold the shops to Shifeng at a price slightly higher than the initial cost. Phoenix Rain is certainly dedicated in her work. Shifeng smiled slightly after reading the information. Among the many shops, 6 were within the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, 5 of these shops were in cities with a player population in the millions. In addition, there were 6 shops in the kingdom's neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. Among them, 4 were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. All 4 of these shops were in the top 10 most populated cities in the kingdom. As for the remaining 2 branch shops, they were in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Unfortunately, most of the kingdom had fallen into ruin, and only the capital city remained standing. Shifeng had to admit that it was beneficial to cooperate with a major power. Without Phoenix Rain's help, Shifeng would have to exhaust himself to no end to achieve a similar result, and this would have greatly impacted his personal growth. Based on this alone, one could see how frightening the foundations of God's domain's major powers were. Currently, Zero Wing's advantage only lay in the fact that it had a lot of liquid funds. However, this did not mean that the game's major powers were poorer than Zero Wing. Rather, these powers reinvested most of the money they earned into valuable lands. Although Zero Wing had a lot of money on hand, it didn't have anywhere to invest. In terms of capital turnover, the difference between Zero Wing and these major powers was obvious at a glance. I will have to thank Phoenix Rain. I would have had a hard time using up these 5 slots otherwise. Shifeng then chose 5 branch shops and upgraded them to 2-star shops. When upgrading these shops to 2-star status, he saved far more money by using the special rights of a 3-star shop than when he had used a promotion order. Each shop only cost 600 gold to upgrade. With this, he only needed to spend 3,000 gold to obtain 5 2-star shops. Meanwhile, of the 5 shops Shifeng chose, 3 were in the Black Dragon Empire, with one of them in Lake Heart City. As for the remaining 2 slots, he used one on a shop in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and the other on the shop in the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. The reconstruction of the 5 branch shops completed fairly quickly. Only 10 minutes after Shifeng chose to upgrade them, the 5 1-star shops evolved into 2-star shops. Although the number of items that the shop could sell had not changed, it could accommodate far more lifestyle players. The additional space was more than enough for the 1,200 lifestyle players the Candlelight trading firm wanted to recruit. God's domain was already developing faster than Shifeng had expected. When Shifeng had first obtained the 3-star shop promotion order, he had not intended to recruit so many lifestyle players. At most, he had planned to recruit around 500 or 600 players. However, after the game's 4th evolution, items became more complicated to produce, and this, in turn, would impact production speeds. After the system upgrade, Melancholic Smile had calculated the statistics of everyone's production speed within the trading firm. To put it simply, the more advanced an item was, the more its production speed had been affected. For common items such as whetstones, production speed had experienced roughly a 15% reduction. As for items such as advanced whetstones, their production had slowed by around 20%. In other words, if a lifestyle player was capable of producing 5 advanced whetstones within a certain time before the system upgrade, then now, they were only capable of producing 4 advanced whetstones within the same period. As for items that only intermediate forgers or higher could craft, such as the strengthening device, their production speed had decreased by roughly 40%. Before the system upgrade, the Candlelight trading firm had not been able to produce many strengthening devices each day. Now, the item's output was pitifully low. Unfortunately, Shifeng had already agreed to hand over 10 bronze mounts and 2,000 strengthening devices to the secret pavilion within 5 days, as well as the rest of the items within 12 days after the system update completed. If he failed to do so, not only would he have to return the 10 black cards he had received, but he would also be out of the items he had already paid. Hence, Shifeng was very short on time. If he wished to increase production speed, he had 2 options: increase his current workforce's success rates or grow his workforce. As there was a limit to how much he could raise a lifestyle player's success rate, his only viable option was to bolster his workforce. However, Shifeng did not have much hope of nurturing a large batch of excellent lifestyle players from the new recruits. Rather, he wanted the new advanced apprentices to take on the workload of the firm's basic forgers, while the basic forgers would take on the intermediate forgers' work. In turn, the intermediate forgers would take care of the advanced forgers' workload. This way, he would have a higher chance of completing his task within the allotted time. Following which, Shifeng explained his plans to Melancholic Smile and had her begin preparations. After all, it would not be easy to sort so many people in a short time. Guild leader, I'm afraid that this will be very difficult to accomplish. Even with the help of the special workshop, Coco, Uncle Ironheart, and I only have a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. Even if the firm's intermediate forgers have the help of the special workshop, they will only have, at most, around a 15% success rate. With such a low success rate, we'll be lucky if we break even, let alone make a profit. Melancholic Smile was very familiar with the success rates of the trading firm's forgers as she usually analyzed the trading firm's statistics. Although a 15% forging success rate seemed relatively high, when one started the actual work, they would most likely fail 10 out of 10 tries. Based on her analysis, only with a 20% success rate would a forger have a chance of succeeding once out 10 tries. Only after reaching a 25% success rate would a forger notice a qualitative change. Once a forger reached that milestone, they would generally succeed once or twice out of 10 tries. If they allowed intermediate forgers to produce the strengthening device, they would be pushing their luck. Cream Coco, who stood beside Melancholic Smile, nodded her agreement. After a long period of research and experimentation, she decided that as long as the system-calculated success rate was below 20%, she would give up on making the item. After all, her chances of successfully crafting the item were too low. Even if she did produce the item, the firm would only take a loss. Wasting money was one thing, but wasting resources was another thing altogether. The resources in God's domain were limited. The materials required to produce advanced items were even rarer. It would be foolish to produce an item without guaranteed success. Look at this, Shifeng said, chuckling as he retrieved a fist-sized, aqua-blue ingot and placed it on the table. Immediately, Melancholic Smile and Coco were stunned. The mana the or faintly emitted was actually denser than the mana from the magic crystal. When the two forgers clicked to read the item's introduction, their jaws dropped. Guild leader, where did you get this? Melancholic smile locked her eyes with Shifeng's, excitement evident on her face. Do you have a lot of them? Mysterious flames were extremely rare in God's domain. They were so rare that, even after a long investigation, Melancholic Smile had not found any clues leading to a single mysterious flame. She only knew about mysterious flames to begin with because of the ice blue devil flame in the Candlelight trading firm's special workshops. Shifeng had left behind this mysterious flame. However, after one obtained a mysterious flame, they could only place it in up to 3 workshops. If not for the ice blue devil flame, they would not have reached a 40% success rate with the strengthening devices. However, the mana source was the perfect item to make up for their lack of mysterious flames. The intermediate mana source, Shifeng had revealed, could grant an ordinary flame the effects of a tier 3 mysterious flame. The only downside was that, unlike true mysterious flames that could be used indefinitely, the ore was only effective for 30 minutes. With the aid of a tier 3 mysterious flame, the intermediate forgers could at least reach a 25% success rate with the strengthening devices. If they had a large stock of intermediate mana source, these intermediate forgers could definitely produce the strengthening devices. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had close to 20 intermediate forgers, more than their strengthening device forging designs. If they allowed 3 intermediate forgers with the highest success rates to learn their 3 remaining forging designs, they could double their production team. Meanwhile, if the 3 of them utilized the intermediate mana source, their success rate might even exceed 50%. Including the basic meditation room's effects, if they forged strengthening devices non-stop, they might achieve a production volume of more than 700 devices. Rather than suffering a slower production rate due to the system upgrade, they could significantly increase their production. They could absolutely hit the target Shifeng had requested. Relax. I have enough for your needs. Shifeng nodded, laughing. He then took out a table-sized design and unfurled it. This was none other than the bronze engineering locomotive design that he had purchased from Sindhart. Melancholic, you're the most familiar with the trading firm's people. Look for a few trustworthy engineers and alchemists and work with them to produce this item. After glancing at the design and its name, Melancholic Smile was thoroughly stupefied. Cream Coco stared at the design as if she were looking at a priceless treasure, her eyes sparkling brightly. Although the design before them was an engineering design, the manufacturing procedure involved 3 classes: engineers, forgers, and alchemists, the 3 major lifestyle classes. Moreover, the manufacturing procedure required a lot of its crafters. The engineering locomotive was far more difficult to manufacture than the strengthening device. One mistake could lead to failure. Chapter 9:15 Difference in Mounts. Mount's importance to players went without saying. Even Melancholic Smile and Cream Coco understood the importance of any mount, not to mention bronze mounts. Currently, God's Domain's elite and expert players moved ever closer to level 40. However, how could common mounts possibly satisfy these experts? Unfortunately, obtaining a bronze mount was easier said than done. Even large guilds could only get their hands on a few, and these mounts were usually reserved for the guild's upper echelons. The other members could only dream of riding one. If it were truly possible to produce bronze mounts, they would sell tens of times better than the strengthening device. However, the engineering locomotive was extremely difficult to manufacture. At the very minimum, they needed an advanced engineer, an advanced forger, and an advanced alchemist to have any possibility of success. Even if they were equipped with a variety of support tools, they'd be lucky if they had even a 30% success rate of producing the locomotive. In addition, manufacturing the engineering locomotive was a tedious process. It would take a very long time just to produce one. Producing one per day would be an impressive feat. Guild leader, this engineering locomotive is too difficult to manufacture. It also requires so many materials. Even if we successfully produce one, the cost will be astounding. Are we really going to make this regardless of the cost? Melancholic Smile's lips twitched slightly as she read the listed materials recorded on the design. The hardest part of crafting the engineering locomotive would be the power unit. The power unit alone required 30 magic crystals. Other components, such as alchemy arrays, also required magic crystals. After taking all of the miscellaneous components into account, they needed a total of 50 magic crystals to produce one engineering locomotive. In addition, the mount's manufacturing required certain rare materials such as fine steel ingots. A fine steel ingot was the product of refining fine iron with other materials, and one only had a chance of obtaining fine iron from mining hematite Oregon. On the market, a refined steel ingot cost around 30 silver. That was practically the equivalent of a piece of level 30 bronze equipment. However, there were fewer refined steel ingots available on the market than level 30 bronze equipment. Meanwhile, the engineering locomotive required 20 refined iron ingots, a total cost of 6 gold. Based on market value, producing a single bronze engineering locomotive cost roughly 25 gold. In reality, though, as most of the materials could be sourced from their guild, they wouldn't have to spend that much. Even so, the final cost would still be around 20 gold. Based on their current success rate, it could cost anywhere from 100 gold to 160 gold to craft one engineering locomotive. Meanwhile, a single bronze mount currently sold for around 300 gold. It was not nearly as profitable as the strengthening devices. The only advantage the engineering locomotive had was its demand. If they offered the mounts for sale, someone would buy them if the price were reasonable. If they wished to save more money, they would need the help of a master engineer. Although there was only a single rank difference between an advanced engineer and a master engineer, the latter could increase the success rate of producing the engineering locomotive by around 30%. After including the bonuses from various tools, they could achieve a success rate of 60% or higher. With such a high success rate, they could reduce their total cost to 40 gold or lower. They could also produce the mounts much faster. How many advanced engineers do we have right now? Shifeng realized how high the production cost was. However, he had already signed an agreement with the secret pavilion. They had to manufacture the engineering locomotives regardless of the cost. Moreover, producing the engineering locomotive would allow lifestyle classes to rapidly gain proficiency. We only have 2 people at the moment. There are 3 others who are close to reaching the advanced engineer rank, Melancholic Smile replied. 2. Shifeng frowned. Based on their current manufacturing speed, producing 10 engineering locomotives in 5 days would be cutting it very close. Have them begin the process. I'll help to produce some of the components as well. I'll contact them right away, Melancholic Smile said. She was momentarily stunned when she heard that Shifeng would also take part. Hurriedly, she continued, if they find out that our guild leader will be leading this project, they will die from excitement. In Star Moon Kingdom, the majority of players addressed Black Flame by his title as the Sword King. Most had probably forgotten Black Flame's past identity. However, while ordinary players had forgotten his past fame, to lifestyle players, the title of Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger still resounded in their ears. Moreover, Melancholic Smile understood one thing very clearly: Shifeng had been the first to become an advanced forger. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng and said, Guild leader, 2 people have entered our guild residence. Both are level 40 players. Moreover, their mounts are high quality. They are saying that they have something very important to talk to you about. 2 people with high-ranking mounts? Shifeng was slightly surprised. Reaching level 40 was still very difficult at this stage of the game, much less obtaining high-ranking mounts. Do you know their identities? I've never met either of them. Moreover, they aren't wearing a guild emblem. Although, it is possible that they purposely removed it, Aqua Rose said as she shook her head. She had seen most of God's Domain's mainstream experts at least once. However, she had zero recollection of the 2 people that had arrived. Even after sending her subordinates to investigate, she had not obtained any information on these players. This is interesting. Alright, I'll head over right away. Shi Feng could not help his curiosity. After disconnecting the call, he rode the demonic flame tiger back to Zero Wing's residence. In front of Zero Wing's residence. As Zero Wing had announced another mass recruitment, players crowded around the guild's residence. However, there was a clearing within the crowd where players had given 2 people a wide berth. 2 massive mounts rested beside these players. Nobody dared to approach either of them. Who are these people? They look so strong. They aren't here to cause trouble, right? When the players who had come to apply to Zero Wing saw the Berserker Bloodsucker and the Assassin Kirin, they were shocked by the 2's auras and equipment. The advanced horse carriage is so slow. When will Mast and the others get here? Kirin exclaimed as he looked at the time, paying no attention to the surrounding crowd. As soon as Kirin finished speaking, an advanced horse carriage approached from one end of the street. A moment later, the advanced horse carriage stopped before Zero Wing's residence, and 4 people stepped out. Mysterious iron mounts are wonderful. Once I reach level 40, I will have to find one of my own. Mast, don't even think about obtaining a mysterious iron mount. They aren't weeds that sprout up everywhere. Even those with titles in the guild are struggling to get their hands on one, let alone someone like you. The 4 people that had emerged from the carriage chatted merrily amongst themselves. However, when the crowd saw these 4 newcomers, they were flabbergasted. All 4 were level 39. Although the pressure these 4 people gave off was not as strong as the 2 that had already arrived, when these 4 players stood together, they felt like 4 ferocious beasts. A single glance from them was enough to give one shivers. This is Zero Wing's residence? It's quite big, but it's rather shabby. The standard of the guild members isn't much to look at either. Masked Angel gave a rough evaluation after a cursory examination of Zero Wing's residence. The other 3 agreed with Masked Angel. However, the Zero Wing members coming and going were somewhat annoyed when they heard the comment. Zero Wing's residence had cost a lot of gold to build. Even if it did not rank number 1 in Star Moon Kingdom, it ranked near the top. However, these people spoke as if their residence belonged in the slums. These Zero Wing members had intended to argue with these people. However, when they saw a black figure appear at the entrance, they immediately fell silent. Even the independent players lining up outside the residence stared at this figure with admiration. Although the giant, snow-white wolf and pitch-black warhorse in front of the entrance were quite attractive, they were on an entirely different level from the demonic flame tiger that had appeared like lightning. In front of the demonic flame tiger, the wolf and warhorse were practically newborns. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. What rank is that mount? Masked Angel was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at the towering, majestic demonic flame tiger. Although he already knew that Zero Wing possessed this mount, after witnessing it personally, he could not help his surprise. Both Bloodsucker's and Kirin's mounts were mysterious iron mounts. However, when comparing their mounts to the demonic flame tiger, he finally understood something. The difference between their mounts was not just 1 rank. Standing there, he could feel the demonic flame tiger give off a significantly powerful pressure. Generally, he only felt this pressure from chieftain-ranked monsters. Could it be a fine gold mount? This question simultaneously surfaced in Masked Angel and his companions' minds. Even God's Domain's major powers did not have a single fine gold mount. Currently, the best mount they had was of secret silver rank. However, what truly shocked them was Shi Feng's level. Shi Feng was not currently using the demon mask to disguise himself as Black Flame. He did not even bother hiding his level, so if one paid attention, they would discover that Shi Feng had already reached level 42. He was actually 2 levels higher than Bloodsucker and Kirin. There was not a single player with such a high level throughout the various empires. It was hard to imagine that such an expert resided in a kingdom. I am Yi Feng, an honorary elder of Zero Wing. Our guild leader has some urgent matters to attend to, so he can't meet with you right now. I can represent Zero Wing in any matters you wish to discuss. May I know what business you have with Zero Wing? Shi Feng asked, chuckling as he swept a glance over Bloodsucker and the others as he remained on the demonic flame tiger. Even an elementalist like Phoenix Rain had only reached level 39, yet among these 6 people, not only had 2 surpassed Phoenix Rain, but the other 4 were the same level. Achieving such a high level was impossible without a special method or a powerful team. To Aqua Rose, these players might be strangers. To Shi Feng, however, they were extremely familiar. All 6 players were super red names belonging to the dark guild known as Raven. Raven had appeared in the virtual gaming world in the past. It was an upstart guild that had only established after God's Domain had launched. Moreover, even now, Raven was not famous in the least. Dark guilds could not compete against normal guilds in terms of member count. However, the Raven Guild's member count was impressive with less than 1,000 members. Even a decade after God's Domain had launched, the guild had less than 3,000 members. However, nobody in God's Domain dared to underestimate Raven. In the past, Raven had been one of the top 6 dark guilds in God's Domain. The guild was extremely powerful, even super guilds had avoided provoking it. While the 6 people before him looked like ordinary players, this was only a disguise. Without an advanced identification skill, one could not uncover any of their information. This disguise was similar to the demon mask. It could even hide one's aura. However, under Shi Feng's omniscient eyes, nothing would remain hidden. Such dense blood auras. How many people have they killed already? When Shi Feng used omniscient eyes, he discovered that their names were no longer red. Rather, they were thoroughly black. In God's Domain, when one actively killed other players, aside from their IDs changing color, a faint red blood aura would surround their bodies. However, this blood aura was barely visible. Generally, only after one had killed hundreds of players would this blood aura become more evident. Even so, this blood aura would gradually fade with time. However, the blood aura surrounding the 6 before him was powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Currently, their blood auras had thickened into a bloody mist that enveloped a radius of 4 to 5 yards around them. Shi Feng could not even begin to fathom just how many players these 6 people had killed to achieve such a dense blood aura. However, this was still not why their IDs had turned black. In God's Domain, only players who had committed unforgivable sins would sport pitch-black IDs. This was a type of curse. This curse could allow players to grow stronger. In return, however, cursed players were restricted to areas controlled by the dark forces. If NPC guards in an ordinary NPC city found them, the consequences would be unimaginably severe. Hello. My name is Bloodsucker. This place isn't suited for our discussion. Why don't we look for somewhere more private to talk? Bloodsucker suggested, smiling faintly as he looked at Shi Feng. All right, follow me, Shi Feng nodded. He then led Bloodsucker and the others into Zero Wing's residence. After Shi Feng entered the guild residence, the crowd outside of the residence grew excited. Their eagerness to join Zero Wing grew. Inside the reception room of Zero Wing's residence, as Shi Feng was about to prepare some refreshments for Bloodsucker and the others, Bloodsucker stopped him. I believe that Elder Yi Feng has already used an advanced identification skill on us, right? Bloodsucker said, smiling. I'm certain that you already know who we are. As you've seen, we are red players, or to put it another way, dark players. Shi Feng nodded without attempting to hide his actions. Now that God's Domain had already been operating for so long, most guilds had a few people with advanced identification skills. Hence, there was no point in hiding his actions. We are members of the Dark Guild Raven. You might not have heard of us as our guild has only recently established, but as for Raven's strength, you have seen for yourself. We have come here today seeking to cooperation with Zero Wing, Bloodsucker explained. Cooperation with Zero Wing? How do you wish to cooperate? Shifeng asked curiously. Generally, dark guilds and adventure guilds minded their own businesses and tended to avoid each other. Moreover, Raven possessed powerful financial backers. The guild did not have that many members either, so it should be very easy for the guild to develop. Raven shouldn't need to cooperate with any other guild. That's right. We've investigated Zero Wing thoroughly. On the surface, while it might look like Zero Wing has a lot of experts, there are only a few true experts in the guild. If Zero Wing wants to progress in the Dark Arena, relying on these few experts is not nearly enough. Even the Azura battle team's victory in the next match is unlikely. Furthermore, since the system upgrade, the various major powers have begun to invest heavily into the Dark Arena. It will be very difficult for Zero Wing to earn money there in the future. You've already seen our strengths for yourself. If Zero Wing has Raven's assistance, your guild will have a fighting chance for the position of the Dark Arena's organizer. Not only can Zero Wing earn an astronomical sum of money each day, but you can also gain various rare materials. With these resources, Zero Wing will be able to expand easily and afford to nurture its lifestyle and expert players. I'm sure you can see the benefits of such an outcome. When Bloodsucker finished his proposal, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, several pieces of Bloodsucker and Kirin's equipment revealed the special glowing effect of epic equipment. Bloodsucker and Kirin's weapons, in particular, were epic weapons. With this array of equipment, they could rank at the peak of God's domain. What do you want in return? Shifeng asked, somewhat interested. Just as Bloodsucker had said, in the eyes of ordinary players, Zero Wing seemed like a guild full of experts. However, in the elite Dark Arena, Zero Wing was bland. Currently, only he, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud could reliably win a fight. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose was still a little off the mark. Chapter 917, Proof of Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. The Dark Guild Raven maintained a relatively low profile during the early stages of God's domain. The guild always moved covertly. The guild's desire to maintain a low profile was evident by the lack of guild emblems on Bloodsucker and his companions. If not for Raven trying to display its strength to gain Zero Wing's trust, the group would never act so flamboyantly. Shifeng had to admit that this was one of the benefits that Zero Wing enjoyed as it moved closer to the top of God's domain. Whenever he had an issue, people would oftentimes take the initiative to offer their cooperation. If Zero Wing were a third-rate guild or an unrated guild, meeting people like Bloodsucker would be impossible, not to mention inspiring these people to find him. Shifeng's straightforward question had left Bloodsucker slightly stunned. He had initially thought that Shifeng would play with words, driving him to state his conditions. After all, during negotiations, the side that revealed their terms first would be at a disadvantage. However, he had never imagined that Shifeng would ask him so blatantly. He wasn't used to this. The guild had sent him, specifically, to negotiate with Zero Wing because he was one of the guild's stronger members. Now, however, all of his subtle arguments he had prepared to persuade Shifeng and his efforts to show off Kirin and his team's strength had gone to waste. What? You don't have any conditions? Shifeng chuckled. No, it's just that your straightforwardness surprised me a little. After all, Raven is only a small, unknown guild, Bloodsucker said, shaking his head. Since Elder Yifeng has said as much, I'll tell you Raven's conditions. In return for Raven assisting the Azura battle team, we want 50% of the income you gain from the Dark Arena. You guys sure are ballsy. 50% is too much. I can offer you 20% at most. Shifeng instantly rejected Bloodsucker's offer. He was already splitting the income from the Dark Arena with Phoenix Rain. If the Raven Guild took another 50%, Zero Wing would be left with nothing. I'm guessing that you don't fully understand Raven's strength. How about we prove ourselves first? We can negotiate afterward. Bloodsucker frowned when he heard Shifeng's offer. However, he was not surprised by it. Their guild had remained in the shadows. As of now, practically nobody knew how terrifying Raven was. If not for the resources the recently launched mind space system required, they would not have sought out Zero Wing for cooperation. In his opinion, Shifeng had only offered such a low percentage because he didn't know Raven's true power. However, once they showed Shifeng that, with Raven's assistance, Zero Wing's chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer would improve, he would agree to 50%. After all, this was a sure profit exchange. Proof. Shifeng understood Bloodsucker's train of thought. However, he really could not afford to lose 50%. As Shifeng considered rejecting Bloodsucker's offer, he suddenly had a good idea. Previously, his head had ached over the lack of experts. Now that he had a chance to gain the help of 6 top-tier experts, it would be a waste not to put them to good use. Following which, he nodded and smiled, saying, "If Raven wants to prove its strength, I just happen to have a very difficult quest that I need some expert help with. If you can show me that you are sufficiently powerful during this quest, there might be room for further negotiations. Of course, I'll pay you for your help." "No problem. You can leave this quest to Raven. As for the remuneration, there's no need. Consider this Raven's gift to Zero Wing," Bloodsucker confidently stated. From the beginning, proving Raven's strength had been their goal in coming here. When the time came, they would shock Zero Wing's members. "I still need to prepare. It'll take around 3 hours. You should do the same. This quest is very difficult. I just need you to send a party of 6 experts," Shifeng said. "No need. The 6 of us will be enough," Bloodsucker assured. Seeing Bloodsucker's determination, Shifeng ended the conversation. After leaving the reception room, he contacted Yulan, telling her that they could challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial immediately. Both sides would send 50 experts each, and Zero Wing would lead the team. Yulan agreed upon receiving Shifeng's message. Her original plan had been to challenge the entrance trial in 3 days. However, the system upgrade had wasted nearly 2 days, so they had no choice but to delay the operation by 2 more. However, after the system upgrade, lifestyle players' production speed had slowed significantly. As a result, the various large guilds now urgently needed a batch of advanced lifestyle players. Naturally, the sooner she got her hands on Titan City's slots, the better. After confirming the plan with Yulan, Shifeng contacted White Knight, having him send 14 of their experts over. Zero Wing's members would fill the remaining 30 slots. Although Shifeng did not know what kind of experts Yulan would dispatch, he had a true gathering of experts. With these experts' combat power, they had a very high chance of clearing Titan City's trial as long as everyone followed his commands. After 2 hours, 50 players had gathered inside a high-class restaurant in the Nobles District. These players consisted of 3 groups: Zero Wing, Raven, and Owl. Needless to say, Raven's members were absurdly strong regarding level and equipment. However, Owl's members had shocked both Zero Wing and Raven. Everyone's jaws hit the floor after Owl's members, led by White Knight, joined them in the restaurant and discarded their cloaks. They were all level 42. One could easily rank among an empire's top 10 players in terms of levels at level 40. Moreover, these top 10 included those who hid their levels. Yet, White Knight and his team were all level 42. Aside from their high levels, every member of White Knight's team wore absurdly powerful equipment. Among them, 4 possessed equipment on par with Bloodsucker and Kirin. As for White Knight, the group's leader, his equipment surpassed Bloodsucker's. The Ranger's aura was also incomparably sharp. Due to this, Bloodsucker felt pressured. Who are these people? Bloodsucker watched White Knight and the others, shock filling his heart. Are they Zero Wing's hidden experts? Kirin and the others also felt immense pressure from Owl's members. Previously, they had felt nervous when they met Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other top-tier experts. Now, an even more frightening group had arrived. Their hearts, which had brimmed with confidence, now faltered. Theoretically, level 40 players should stand at the very forefront of God's domain, yet so many level 42 experts stood before them. They even began to wonder if there had been a flaw in the reports they had received. Shortly after White Knight and the others had arrived, Yulan led a large group of players into the high-class restaurant. Chapter 9:18 Holy City of Titan. The high-class restaurants in the nobles' district were famed for their luxury. Even large guilds' elite members were reluctant to dine in these restaurants. These players would rather have a few drinks at a bar or eat their fill of ordinary food to get more bang for their buck. Upon joining Shi Feng and the others in the restaurant, Yulan glanced at the various players. Immediately, she was shocked. How does Zero Wing have so many experts? Yulan had already thoroughly investigated Zero Wing, so she was very aware of Zero Wing's current combat power. She had never imagined that Zero Wing still had secrets. Owls and Ravens members were the source of her surprise. Even the lowest among them was level 39, with the majority having reached level 42. Zero Wing's team composition overwhelmed the team she had struggled to establish. Among her players, the highest was only level 39, while the others were level 38. Although there was only a difference of 2 or 3 levels, the gap between level 39 and level 40 was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unless one had equipment that could reduce level requirements, otherwise, they could only wear level 40 equipment upon reaching level 40. However, such equipment was extremely rare. Generally, only epic items had such an attribute. There was a huge difference in terms of basic attributes between level 35 and level 40 equipment. If they had so many high-level experts working together, clearing Titan City's entrance trial would be much easier. Moreover, Yulan could tell that even if White Knight and Bloodsucker were members of super guilds, they would be considered apex experts. It would be very difficult to find an expert in Underworld that could contend with these two. Big Brother Wolf, do you know that Ranger and Berserker? Yulan asked War Wolf quietly. The pressure she felt from White Knight and Bloodsucker was extremely powerful. They were like beacons in absolute darkness. Even if she fought it, it would be hard not to notice them. Among the information she had on God's domain's experts, nothing had been recorded on these two individuals. Although she did not know who these two were, War Wolf might know them. After all, War Wolf had once shone brightly in the virtual gaming world. Although he had later stepped away, he knew far more hidden experts than she did. I don't know them. However, I am sure that both of them are martial artists. Extremely powerful ones at that, War Wolf replied, his thoughts a little complex as he examined Shi Feng's team. A few months ago, Zero Wing had merely been an unknown, upstart guild in White River City. Even Zero Wing's experts at that time weren't worth his attention, yet now, the guild had several people on par with him in terms of combat standards. As for White Knight and Bloodsucker, who he had never seen before, even he had to admit that he was weaker than them. War Wolf could not help but wonder what kind of charm an upstart guild like Zero Wing had to attract so many experts. Even first-rate gods weren't capable of this feat. It really makes you wonder just where the guild leader has found so many experts. Overwhelming Smiles members must be scared stiff right about now. Blackie giggled when he saw Yulan and her Overwhelming Smile team's shock. The rest of Zero Wing's members agreed with Blackie. When White Knight's group had arrived, even they were surprised. Shi Feng stepped forward and said, "Miss Yulan, now that everyone is here, should we reform the team?" "Alright. Everyone leave your teams," Yulan nodded as she pinned Shi Feng with a penetrating gaze. Although she had already known that Yi Feng would lead the expedition to Titan City, she had been somewhat surprised to receive this news. She thought that Black Flame would lead this expedition. This was not because she doubted Yi Feng's strength. However, Black Flame was far more experienced with commanding a team. It was of the utmost importance that they cleared Titan City's entrance trial. After all, once they could enter the holy city of Titan, they could rapidly nurture advanced lifestyle players. In the future, they would have a greater advantage when competing with other trading firms. I'll start dividing the workload. I want everyone to send me a list of your skills, Shi Feng instructed Yulan and the others after inviting them to his team. That is a guild secret. How can we just reveal that information to an outsider? Overwhelming Smiles members immediately complained. All guilds kept their players' basic attributes and skills secret. It was especially true for guild experts. If others discovered this information, it would be very easy to exploit their weaknesses. Shi Feng then looked towards Yulan and said seriously, I believe you know how difficult Titan City's entrance trial is. If I don't know everyone's abilities, I can't guarantee our success. After giving it some thought, Yulan nodded and said, It's all right. Tell him. Titan City's entrance trial was much harder than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. If the team leader did not even know what skills his members possessed, it would be hard for him to issue effective commands. After receiving Yulan's instructions, Overwhelming Smiles members sent their skill lists to Shi Feng, albeit reluctantly. As for the skills Owls and Ravens members possessed, the two groups had long since notified Shi Feng. Owls members had not held back in the least. However, Shi Feng was certain that Ravens members had held back some information. Regardless, though, it would not affect the overall situation. After Shi Feng examined the skills of Overwhelming Smiles members, he was a little surprised. 23 of these players wielded berserk skills. Among them, Yulan had learned a large-scale destruction spell and a large-scale buff spell. This would be of great help to the team. Before we enter Titan City, I'll give everyone certain responsibilities. Make sure you understand your tasks. When the time comes, you just need to do your part. Shi Feng then called up his system interface and split everyone into groups. Shi Feng had split the team of 100 players into 5 teams of 20. Among them, one team would serve as the main force while the remaining 4 would serve as support. Raiding Titan City's entrance trial was different from raiding a 100-man team dungeon, where players only had to deal with one boss at a time. The entrance trial resembled a field battle. Only, the team would face far more danger. In the entrance trial, one could encounter a powerful boss at any time. It was even possible for multiple bosses to appear at once. It would not come as a surprise if one mistake led to a team wipe. Hence, they needed to prepare before they challenged the trial. There was only one MT on the main team, Cola. This decision confused Yulan and the others. Cola was only level 40, while the Guardian Knight White Knight had brought was level 42. In terms of techniques, the Guardian Knight was also much stronger than Cola. No matter how they looked at it, Cola should not be the main team's MT. Even if Shi Feng placed Cola on the main team, he should include another MT. How was a single MT going to tank a boss? However, Shi Feng did not bother to explain his decision. He had chosen Cola because he had previously passed the epic-ranked Dragon Scale shield to the MT. With this shield alone, none of the other MTs could compete with Cola. Not to mention, Cola was using the Tier 1 set equipment for Guardian Knights. Comparing basic attributes, he was stronger than Moonlight Knight, Owl's level 42 Guardian Knight, by a large margin. He was the best choice to serve as the lead MT. After the various tasks had been distributed, Yulan took out a golden key and began to chant an incantation. In the next moment, a pair of tightly shut, black stone doors appeared in the hall. The stone doors towered over 3 meters high, and there were countless magical runes carved into the door's stone. As the thick, heavy doors slowly parted, a terrifying aura surged out, and everyone immediately felt a powerful mental suppression weigh on them. This mental suppression could rival that of Grand Lords. However, every player here was an expert. Even if the mental suppression affected them, the effects were minimal. After everyone calmed their nerves, Shi Feng took the lead and stepped through the doors. One after another, the other players followed him. Chapter 919, Titan's Legend. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. The holy city of Titan was buried in God's domains underground. Complex terrain surrounded Titan City, forming a natural maze. Players could easily get lost within the maze as they searched for Titan City. Although Titan City was underground, crystals that radiated a bright, blue glow covered the cavern's ceiling. Hence, visibility was not an issue. After Shi Feng and the others entered the transfer gate, they had been teleported to this maze's entrance. This place is spectacular. As this was Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other members' first time here, they were captivated. Even experts like White Knight and Bloodsucker found the scene awe-inspiring. Aside from the spectacular scenery, 10 towering statues of Titans loomed at the entrance. All 10 radiated a boundless aura. In front of these statues, players like themselves were no more significant than insects. Although they had known that the quest Shi Feng had called them to help with was not simple, after witnessing this, they grew serious. With their sharp senses, they felt warnings of death from their surroundings the instant they reached this area. It was especially true for the entrance. It felt more like the maw of a gigantic beast. These are just statues, yet they have such powerful auras. Are these statues alive? Aqua Rose's slender brows creased slightly as she swept her gaze over the statues before her. She could feel the surrounding pressure originating from these 10 statues. If they had to fight while bathed in this aura, they would suffer a disadvantage. Relax. Those are just statues. Their purpose is to frighten monsters and prevent them from approaching, Shi Feng explained. These 10 statues were the sculptures of the 10 saints who had founded the holy city of Titan. According to legend, every saint possessed enough strength to rival gods. Before they had died, these 10 saints had used their remaining power to construct Titan armaments. As long as one equipped the Titan armaments, one could rival the gods themselves. However, after several catastrophes struck Titan City, these Titan armaments had been lost. In his previous life, Shi Feng had been fortunate enough to see one of these Titan armaments. Although it had only been a pair of gloves, the gloves were legendary rank. The gloves greatly increased the wearer's strength attribute. Even while using a fragmented legendary weapon, the player that had owned the Titan gloves had fought a player wielding a legendary ranked battle axe to a standstill. Among the equipment in God's domain, weapons provided the most benefits to a player's combat power, yet this pair of gloves had provided enough strength to rival a legendary weapon. One could just imagine how powerful the Titan armaments were. In Shi Feng's opinion, it was possible to rival a god if a player obtained the complete set of Titan armaments. Unfortunately, the Titan armaments were a mystery to players. Even after 10 years, players had only discovered 3 Titan armaments. Moreover, 3 different players had owned them. These players had been the targets of numerous assassination attempts in the past. All right, let's head inside, Shi Feng said as he clapped his hands. After everyone took up their formation, they officially entered Titan City's entrance trial. After several minutes of traveling down the straight pathway, the team halted. Leader, there are 4 paths ahead. Which one should we take? Aqua Rose asked Shi Feng. Should we send someone to scout ahead? Each path felt equally dangerous to her, so it was impossible to determine which path they should take. Which path did you take last time? Although Shi Feng knew which path they should take, he still asked Yulan. We investigated all 4 paths the last time we were here. Among them, a great lord guards the first path, while the next 2 are littered with traps and ambushing monsters. A large number of mobs guard the last. After we had killed those monsters, we discovered that the path led to another crossroad. In the end, we took the path with the Great Lord. However, after a short distance, 3 Great Lords annihilated us, Yulan explained. Truth be told, they had gathered almost no information before they reached an abrupt end. Hence, Yulan had thought to search for experts to challenge the 3 bosses. When Overwhelming Smiles members recalled the 3 Great Lords that had ganged up on them, a chill ran down their spines. There were not many players who could face a Great Lord, not to mention 3 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, even a 100-man team would be hard-pressed to deal with one Great Lord here because, aside from the Great Lord itself, there were many monsters traveling with the Great Lord. Before they had dealt with the 3 Great Lords, the weaker monsters had swarmed and slaughtered them. So, that's the case. Let's go down the path with the crossroad then, Shifeng nodded. Generally, the path with a boss it should be the correct option. Taking the path with the crossroad is a waste of time, Yulan explained. That might be true in other virtual reality games, but in God's domain it is only half correct, Shifeng said, chuckling. This is an entrance trial. Our ultimate goal is to pass through the maze, not to defeat the bosses, isn't that right? In reality, all 4 paths led to Titan City. If a team were strong enough, they could choose the most difficult path, which contained various bosses. This path was also the most direct and would save the most time. In contrast, the path with the crossroads, as Yulan had said, would be time-consuming. However, it was the safest path among the 4. Yulan's group had grown comfortable with the mindset of using brute force to resolve issues. Hence, they had chosen to challenge the most difficult path after entering the entrance trial. It was no wonder why they had only traveled a short distance before team wiping. The first time Shifeng had come here in his previous life, he had been just as ignorant. He and his team had insisted on taking the most difficult path and killing all of the bosses. In the end, they suffered team wipe after team wipe. Fortunately, unlike Yulan's group, his team was not as simple-minded. When they challenged a boss, they had a cleric stay some distance away from the team to revive everyone in the event that the boss slaughtered them. This way, they could challenge the bosses endlessly. Moreover, as this was an entrance trial, no matter how many times players died here, they would not lose any EXP after reviving, although they would lose some skill proficiency. After Yulan and the others heard Shifeng's reasoning, realization dawned on them. Following which, Shifeng led everyone down the path with the crossroads. As they progressed through the maze, Shifeng often deliberately took the wrong path, leading the team into difficult situations and traps. However, with the team's abilities, overcoming the traps and level 40 or so elemental beings wasn't an issue. After walking for nearly 2 hours, the team arrived before a large temple. The temple was as big as 5 football fields, and a pair of tightly shut iron doors sealed its entrance. A steel statue with glowing red eyes that stood over 10 meters tall walked back and forth before these iron doors. There were also groups of smaller steel statues patrolling the temple grounds like trained soldiers. Steel Slaughter, Elemental Being, Grand Lord, Level 44 HP 50, 000, 000/50, 000, 000. Steel Guardian, Elemental Being, Lord, Level 42 HP 7, 000, 000/7, 000, 000. Steel Watcher, Elemental Being, Elite, Level 40 HP 120, 000/120, 000. Cola, you'll tank the Steel Slaughterer later. The other MTs will each handle 1 Guardian. White, lure those elite monsters to us first. All magical classes will assist to clear out the elites. Go. Chapter 920, Epic Shields Effects. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Sister Yuan, should we go? Why is a Grand Lord here? It's stronger than any of the bosses we faced before. Trying to fight that is suicidal. Shifeng's commands had left Overwhelming Smiles members speechless. Although Shifeng's orders sounded simple, carrying them out would be very difficult. Monsters surrounded the temple. There were at least over 400 Steel Watchers. Moreover, there were as many as 6 Steel Guardians. Any 20-man elite team would struggle against a Lord-ranked monster. Just luring a fraction of the Steel Watchers would be a challenge. These monsters stood too close to each other. If they attacked one of these monsters, they would alarm them all. Over 400 Watchers would chase them down. Everyone, get ready. Yulan understood exactly what Shifeng was trying to do. However, while realizing this plan was difficult, she had committed to Shifeng's leadership. Since he had not voiced any concerns with his plan, they had to believe in him. A short moment later, Everyone fell into formation and prepared. Now, they only had to wait for the Ranger White Knight to lure the monsters. White Knight did not rush in luring the elite monsters. Rather, he stood to one side and waited patiently for the patrolling Steel Watchers to move past before he attacked. However, White Knight did not attack the elite monsters directly. Instead, he set up a trap along the Steel Watchers' path. Rangers were not just adept at ranged attacks. The class was also capable of setting various kinds of traps. White Knight had set a poison trap. When a monster stumbled into it, it would suffer a poison debuff and lose some HP every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Traps were not limited by range, but by time. Even if a player were 100 yards away from their trap, it would still trigger. After setting up a series of traps, White Knight distanced himself from the temple and waited for the patrol of Steel Watchers to return. After another few minutes, the Steel Watchers came back along their previous path. Without any suspense, one of the Steel Watchers triggered White Knight's trap, and its entire body took on a dark green hue. Although the remaining 19 Watchers noticed the abnormality, White Knight was outside of their perception range. Hence, the 19 Steel Watchers stood there ignorantly as they searched for the enemy. However, the Poison Steel Watcher was different. Not only had the trap inflicted damage, but it also now suffered a debuff. It charged towards White Knight immediately. Traps were like curses. When a monster fell into a trap, it would detect its target after a certain amount of time regardless of how far the target was from it. Only, this period wasn't long. After the time passed, the monster would similarly lose its target if the player were still outside its perception range. However, once the Poison Steel Watcher had moved 10 yards closer to White Knight and just before the allotted time passed, it triggered another poison trap. As a result, the Steel Watcher confirmed White Knight's whereabouts and continued to charge towards the Ranger. In such a way, the Steel Watcher triggered a series of 3 traps, the traps luring it roughly 30 yards away from its companions. When the other Steel Watchers saw this, they cautiously followed the Poison Watcher. Moreover, because of this Steel Watcher, 4 nearby patrol squads of Steel Watchers also began converging on White Knight's position. However, after a dozen or so yards, they abandoned their advance. After all, these monsters couldn't detect an enemy. Without a clear target, these Steel Watchers could not react properly. As for the Steel Guardians and Steel Slaughterer, they ignored the incident. Damn, that's possible? Minor Wind was stunned upon seeing this method. Minor Wind wasn't the only person present surprised. Yulan and the others also wore shocked expressions. With a single move, White Knight had lured the elite monsters away from the troublesome Lords and Grand Lord. With this, they didn't have to fear pulling the boss's aggro while they wiped out the elite monsters. Dealing with the bosses afterward would be much easier. After moving into the Watcher's perception range, White Knight knocked his arrows and fired 3 frost arrows at the Poison Steel Watcher. The 3 arrows sped through the air and struck the poisoned elite. -6,618. -6,627. -13,216. Not only did the Poison Steel Watcher instantly lose a large portion of its HP, but its movement speed and attack speed had also been reduced. Just before the Poison Steel Watcher reached White Knight, the Ranger had depleted its 120,000 HP, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a loud boom. As for the Steel Watchers following closely behind, at Shifeng's command, the team's ranged classes bombarded the monsters with AoE attack and control skills. After a moment, every Steel Watcher died without any need for an MT, granting everyone EXP. After dealing with the first wave of Steel Watchers, the following waves became much easier. Once the team had cleared over half of the Steel Watchers around the temple, the Steel Slaughterer and Guardians could no longer remain idle as they charged towards the team. Unlike the low-intelligence Steel Watchers, however, the Grand Lord and Lords immediately targeted the healers. Kola, intercept the Grand Lord. Other MTs, lead the Guardians away. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Kola, who resembled a grizzly bear, raised his dragon scale shield and charged at the Grand Lord. The steel slaughterer towered like a mountain. In front of its gigantic stature, Cola was an insignificant ant. Moreover, no player could stand against the power of a Grand Lord's charge. They had to dodge it if they wanted to survive. Contrary to expectations, however, Cola moved straight towards the steel slaughterer's feet, raising his shield and bellowing a war cry. Tier 1 skill, Justice Bash. Immediately, Cola's body released a golden glow as he doubled in size. He then crashed into the slaughterer's calf. Boom! The powerful impact generated a strong wind that swept over the other players. Cola had only managed to stabilize his body after taking 3 steps back, a damage of more than -6,000 points appearing above his head. To Cola, who had 22,400 HP, the damage was acceptable. After the healers sent him a few heals, Cola's HP instantly recovered to full. As for the steel slaughterer, its charge had been abruptly halted, and it trembled slightly. The watching team members were stupefied. He blocked it? Just like that? Ilan's mind froze. No MT could even stand against a level 40 Great Lord strength. They needed at least 3 to 5 MTs blocking to stop one of its attacks. But this was a Grand Lord, and even sending 5 MTs would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, Cola had stopped the steel slaughterer's charge without any help. It was unbelievable. So, Zero Wing has such a powerful MT. I see why Yi Feng said that one person would be enough. White Knight, Bloodsucker, and the others were similarly shocked. Although they had not tested the steel slaughterer's strength personally, they could make an educated guess. Most likely, no other MT on their team could replicate Cola's feat of tanking a Grand Lord by himself. This epic shield is the best. Cola was ecstatic as he looked at the shield in his hand. Initially, he had been prepared to be thrown when he charged at the steel slaughterer. In the end, however, he was only forced back by 3 steps. However, Cola quickly regained his focus and proceeded to use Shield of Vengeance against the steel slaughterer's calf, causing -3,475 damage. Shield of Vengeance came with a shock effect. Although its damage was not particularly high, the skill felt powerful to others and would draw a monster's attention to the skill's user. In the blink of an eye, the steel slaughterer switched focus to Cola. Chapter 921, Frightening Team. Hellscythe _ Fluffy With Cola tanking the steel slaughterer, the pressure on the team lessened significantly. Cola only needed 3 healers to stabilize his HP, so everyone else could deal with the 6 Steel Guardians and the remaining Steel Watchers without needing to push themselves too much. To ordinary players, the level 42 Lord-ranked Steel Guardians might be a nightmare, but to Shifeng's team of top-tier experts, they weren't a problem. Any MT on the team could tank a Lord effortlessly on their own. Moreover, they only needed 1 healer to maintain their HPs. After the MTs stabilized their aggro on the bosses, the rest of the team dealt with the remaining 100 or so elite-ranked Steel Watchers. An ordinary expert player could defeat 2 or 3 elite monsters of the same level easily. As for this team, even the weakest among them could hold their own against a chieftain of the same level for a long time. Some were even capable of killing chieftains or resisting a lord of the same level by themselves. If not for the threat of the Grand Lord, the team would have only needed a dozen or so players to deal with the 100+ elite monsters. At this moment, Yulan finally experienced what it felt like to have a powerful MT on the team. With a powerful MT, even a headache-inducing problem could be easily resolved. Zero Wing's MT is amazing. Even without using a life-saving skill, he only took around -15,000 damage after the Slaughterer skill hit him. Even Boss Wolf might have died instantly if he didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. How high is his defense? His HP is so high. It should be at least over 20,000. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were stunned by Cola's performance. Although Zero Wing is much stronger than we had expected, Raven is more capable than this. Bloodsucker had no intention of letting Zero Wing continue to occupy the spotlight. After all, their goal in coming here was to show Shifeng their guild's strength. Following which, Bloodsucker led his party to attack a Steel Guardian. Generally, dealing with a Lord-ranked monster required a 20-man team of the same level. However, now that Turtledove single-handedly pinned down the Steel Guardian, Bloodsucker and his group of damage dealers could launch their attacks without holding back. Bloodsucker instantly appeared behind the Steel Guardian and used Chop on the Lord, his spear thrusting into the Lord's leg joint. Fully displaying the boundless strength of Berserkers, Bloodsucker's attack forced the Steel Guardian to one knee, a damage of over -8,000 points appearing above the Lord's head. Bloodsucker's attack had put an end to the Steel Guardian's offensive. Following which, the Berserker used Whirlwind Slash, his spear striking the Steel Guardian's other leg joint, dealing over -6,000 damage and causing the Lord to fall, face first, to the ground. Suddenly, a black figure appeared above the Steel Guardian's head. This figure was none other than Raven's Kirin. Kirin's daggers rapidly sliced the Steel Guardian's head as he descended, leaving 6 deep cuts, each causing over -2,000 damage or over -4,000 damage with a critical hit. Once Kirin landed, he spun and used Absolute Strike on the back of the Lord's head. Instantly, a black streak of light pierced through the back of the Steel Guardian's head, exiting between its brows and devouring over 13,000 HP. The other Raven members joined the fray, bombarding the Steel Guardian with attacks. Overall, Raven's Steel Guardian lost HP far faster than the Steel Guardian that Overwhelming Smile dealt with. Moreover, Raven's members disabled the Guardian with every attack. As a result, Turtledove had an easy time tanking the Lord, so much so that she no longer required the help of a healer. However, Owl did not lag behind Raven in the least. The adventurer team's 14 members fought 2 Steel Guardians simultaneously. White Knight's Steel Guardian, in particular, lost HP faster than Raven's target. White Knight's normal arrow attacks could deal over -3,000 damage to the Steel Guardian. When he used skills such as Burst Arrow, his attacks easily dealt over -10,000 damage, over -20,000 damage if it were a critical hit. Moreover, his attack speed was on par with an assassin's. With Owl and Raven's members taking action, 3 Steel Guardians were dealt with. As for Zero Wings members, they focused on the Steel Slaughterer. The situation left Yulan speechless. Shifeng's side had dealt with 80% of the battle, leaving her side with very little room to display their strength. Her side only needed to deal with 3 Steel Guardians and the remaining Watchers. Yulan even began to suspect that, even if her team of 50 stood idle, Shifeng's side could finish the battle by themselves. In less than 10 minutes, all 6 Steel Guardians and the 100+ Steel Watchers were dead. In contrast, Shifeng's entire team was also alive and well. Now, only the Steel Slaughterer remained. As the team began to think that they would easily pass the stage, the Steel Slaughterer stomped its feet. With a loud boom, the ground shattered. The following impact sent everyone flying. Although the players only received between -1,000 and -4,000 damage, they were all thrown 50 yards away from the Grand Lord. The Steel Slaughterer then raised its hands. A gigantic, blue magic array formed in the sky, countless arcs of lightning gathering at the Slaughterer's hands. Anything these blue arcs touched instantly turned into ash. As if Armageddon had arrived, the team could feel a deathly aura loom over them. The boss is going to activate a team wipe skill. All MTs, stand at the forefront and activate your life-saving skills. Everyone else, stand behind the MTs. Drink a magic resistance potion. Guardian Knights, activate your magic resistance aura. Shifeng ordered, showing no signs of panic. After the monsters around the Steel Slaughterer died, the Grand Lord would activate a powerful AoE skill called Thunder Destruction. The skill's range covered the temple and its grounds, so it was impossible to dodge. Their only option was to survive it. On the other hand, if a team focused on the Steel Slaughterer without finishing off the other monsters, when the Grand Lord's HP fell below 70%, it would still use this move. After receiving this skill, the team would either be dead or crippled. Facing the lords and elites after that would only end with their deaths. Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone flew into action. All 10 MTs stood in front of the team and activated either Shield Wall or Protection Blessing. As for the clerics and oracles standing at the rear, they cast their respective shields on the MTs. Simultaneously, everyone drank a basic magic resistance potion. Although the potion did not provide much magic resistance, it was better than none at all. Suddenly, the steel slaughtherer's fists hammered the ground. Immediately, blue ripples spread out from the Grand Lord. The collision from a single blue ripple forced the MTs back by 5 or 6 steps, shattering the support barriers around them and dealing around -8,000 damage to each. As for the others, the attack sent them flying. However, they received much less damage, only around -4,000. "Quickly heal everyone," Shifeng shouted. The steel slaughtherer's attack would only happen once, but multiple times. As soon as the healers finished casting the first wave of heals, the second shockwave struck, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Only after the sixth shockwave did the slaughtherer's attack end. However, because of this shockwave attack, nearly half of the team members had died. As for the MTs standing on the front line, only 5 of the 10 were still alive. At this moment, everyone finally realized that they had greatly underestimated Grand Lords. A Grand Lord's AoE skills were far more powerful than an ordinary Great Lord. If not for Shifeng's quick thinking, they might have team-wiped. Suddenly, the steel slaughterer split into 2, transforming into a silvery white and a pitch-black steel slaughterer. The team was flabbergasted. They now had to face 2 Grand Lords. Chapter 922, Splendid Cooperation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. That's a doppelganger skill. This will be tough. Bloodsucker frowned when the steel slaughterer split into 2. He had a bad feeling about this. One of the worst kinds of skills players could come across when fighting bosses were doppelganger skills, particularly doppelgangers like this that did not have weakened attributes. The only saving grace was that such doppelgangers usually shared HP. Overall, however, the boss would be far more difficult to deal with than if it simply gone berserk and gained a huge boost to its attributes. Now that nearly half of their team was dead, their likelihood of defeating the 2 Grand Lords was very low. First of all, they only had half of their MTs. Secondly, the Grand Lord's overall combat power had not simply doubled. If the 2 Grand Lords superimposed their attacks, they would deal double the damage. Against such a powerful attack, even an MT like Cola would die without every healer focused on him. If these Grand Lords use that shockwave move again, we might as well give up. Yulan frowned, her willowy brows meeting, as she looked at the 2 steel slaughterers. She had never imagined that this Grand Lord would be so difficult to deal with. "Guild leader, what should we do? Should we activate our berserk skills?" Aqua Rose sent Shifeng a whisper. "Cola, tank the white one. Turtle Dove, you'll assist him. The other 3 MTs will be responsible for pinning down the black one. Keep them 50 yards away from each other. All healers, stand in a triangular position to the 2 bosses and stand as far away as you can to heal the MTs," Shifeng commanded calmly. The Steel Slaughterer was an important stage boss. The system would not allow players to clear the entrance trial so easily. Moreover, as Yulan had guessed, when the Steel Slaughterer HP fell below 30%, both Grand Lords would still use Thunder Destruction again. The skill wouldn't be any weaker than the previous attack either. In the past, before players had discovered an appropriate countermeasure, many expert teams had fallen to this move. Although nobody knew the reason behind Shifeng's command, they moved according to his orders without hesitation. After all, it was only thanks to Shifeng's guidance that they had come this far. Very quickly, everyone fell into position. Cola still had a relatively easy time dealing with the White Steel Slaughterer, receiving only 5 or 6,000 damage from each of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Even when a skill struck him, he only lost around 15,000 HP. When he had the buffs from Clerics and Oracle's shields when he received an attack, he received even less damage. On the Black Steel Slaughter side, however, Moonlight Knight, the lead MT for that doppelganger, teetered between life and death. Moonlight Knight lost over 8,000 HP due to a normal attack. Unfortunately, the Guardian Knight only had slightly over 19,000 HP, that was close to 3,000 points less than Cola. If he received one of the Grand Lord's skills without any buffs, he would die instantly. Although Moonlight Knight relied on his techniques and positioning to evade the Black Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the Grand Lord's speed and strength was overwhelming. Moreover, the boss's attacks covered a wide area. It was very difficult to bridge the gap with techniques and positioning alone. After all, the Guardian Knight class did not boast high agility. It was mainly a meat shield. Fortunately, with 3 MTs taking turns tanking the boss, they could, somehow, avoid fatalities. "Everyone, focus your attacks on the white boss," Shifeng shouted. Under Shifeng's command, the team launched their skills at the White Steel Slaughterer. However, the Grand Lord's defense was quite high. Its innate magic resistance was also high due to it being an elemental being. The majority of the team members only dealt around -2,000 damage, -4,000 with critical hits. Even Bloodsucker and Kirin, powerful DPS players who wielded epic weapons, only dealt around -4,000 to -5,000 damage with their skills. As for White Knight, his overall damage was slightly higher than Bloodsucker. However, compared to White Knight and Bloodsucker, Shifeng's and Fire Dance's damages were shocking. Epic weapon wielders like White Knight and Bloodsucker already dealt awe-inspiring damage, yet Shifeng and Fire Dance surpassed them by a large margin. Upon arriving behind the Steel Slaughterer, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray. Immediately, damages of over -6,000 points appeared above the boss's head, one after another. Moreover, every hit was a critical normal attack. When Shifeng used a skill, his damage soared to 10 or 20,000. His performance was dazzling. The various players wouldn't be terribly surprised if only Shifeng's performance were so magnificent, yet Fire Dance, who fought beside him, also resembled a humanoid lord. With an overwhelming lead, these two occupied the first and second place in the boss's damage rankings. Among them, Shifeng only held first place with a small lead. Although Fire Dance possessed the fragmented legendary weapon Thousand Transformations, Shifeng's Abyssal Blade and Heavenly Dragon's Breath had both improved. Including the gap between their techniques and skills, Fire Dance had no advantage over Shifeng. Moreover, they both possessed extremely high strength attributes. When the two of them attacked, they matched their attacks to strike a single location. One person's strength might not cause a significant impact, but with their strengths combined, their attacks affected the Steel Slaughterer. Unfortunately, such combination attacks were difficult to achieve. If both individuals had not reached a certain combat standard, accomplishing such a feat was practically impossible. Overall, Shifeng and Fire Dance's occasional combination attacks against the Steel Slaughterer's joints had greatly lessened the burden on Cola and Turtledove. The healers could now split their concentration and focus more on the MTs on the other side. How are they accomplishing this? Am I seeing things? They can actually combine their attacks to shake such a powerful Grand Lord. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Shifeng and Fire Dance's attack rhythms, which closely resembled each other's. They had never imagined that players could use this method to deal with bosses. Although they, as experts, could also match their attack rhythms with others, Shifeng and Fire Dance's achievement was not that simple. These two were even capable of accurately striking the same position as if they had discussed this beforehand. In addition, they were fought impressively fast, which increased the feat's difficulty exponentially. The intricate control required to combine two sources of strength could easily cause an expert to go mad. This was no longer a lack of techniques. This feat required two people to possess a relatively high synchronization rate with each other. However, what everyone did not know was that, during their daytime training sessions in the real world, Shifeng often sparred with Fire Dance. Hence, they were very familiar with each other's attack patterns. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate this seamlessly. How high are their attributes? Bloodsucker and White Knight had not only noticed the two players' perfect coordination, they were actually more curious about Shi Feng and Fire Dance's basic attributes. Without sufficient strength, even if Shi Feng and Fire Dance could combine their attacks, they would not shake the Steel Slaughterer. Previously, Bloodsucker had thought that Shi Feng and Fire Dance was only slightly stronger than him in terms of attributes. After witnessing this, however, he finally understood just how wide the gap was between them. As for White Knight, he was curious about the Guild Zero Wing. After witnessing Black Flame's performance, he had already begun to re-evaluate his opinion of the upstart guild. Yet another two monsters had emerged from Zero Wing. Feng Xianyang has truly doomed Underworld. Yolan's eyes twitched as she watched the team's damage statistics against the boss. Even now, Feng Xianyang wanted to annihilate Zero Wing and replace it as White River City's overlord. After watching this, however, Yulan realized how foolish the man's actions were. Previously, she had not had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's top experts. Now she understood. She also how wide the gap was between Zero Wing's main force and hers, which she formed with Underworld's connections. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had not feared the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and later dared to offend King's Return. Now, it seemed that Zero Wing's main force was no weaker than the main force of God's Domain's major powers. One would even be hard-pressed to find frightening damage dealers such as Shi Feng and Fire Dance on those teams, not to mention a powerful MT like Cola. With such a composition, they could collect top-tier equipment as fast as those major powers. Following which, the Steel Slaughterer's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, its HP fell to 30%. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterers on both sides stomped the ground, forcing the players away. We're doomed! Everyone knew that the battle was over when they saw the Grand Lords prepare to use Thunder Destruction simultaneously. One boss using the skill had already left them standing at death's door. If both bosses used this skill simultaneously, the stacked damage would undoubtedly blast them through that door. Everyone hide beside the white boss. Moonlight, you three hide beside the black boss. You'll be responsible for tanking the boss. Blackie, give Moonlight Night Guardian of Light. Cola, activate Dragon Scale Body. Shi Feng shouted. Guardian of Light could reduce the damage the target received as well as heal the target. Meanwhile, Dragon Scale Body would increase Cola's defense by 200%, HP by 300% and recovery ability by 500%. After activating Protection Blessing as well, Cola could even survive without any healing. The Black Steel Slaughterer was simply too far away. It was impossible for the other three MTs to reach the White Slaughterer in time. Hence, he had to leave the MTs with Moonlight Knight to fend for themselves. Fortunately, they had a skill like Guardian of Light, so they could save at least one of them. Otherwise, without anybody tanking the Black Steel Slaughterer, the two Grand Lords would obliterate the team. After Shi Feng issued his orders, everyone burst into action. Shortly after, both Steel Slaughterers activated Thunder Destruction. The power their skills contained was no weaker than the last time. The only difference was that each Steel Slaughterer only launched 3 shockwave attacks instead of 6. What's going on? Everyone was confused when they noticed that no one had died. They should have received 6 damages. This time, however, they had only suffered 3. Moreover, none of the Black Slaughterer's shockwaves had hit them. As for Moonlight Knight's side, all 3 MTs had survived. Did the shockwaves offset each other? Yulan suddenly thought of their positions. They just so happened to be standing in line with the 2 Steel Slaughterers. With this, the shockwaves the Black Slaughterer had released had been offset by the White Slaughterers before any had reached them. They hadn't suffered any damage from the Black Slaughterer's attacks. Yulan wasn't the only one who had realized what had just happened. Bloodsucker and White Knight had reached the same conclusion. They all turned to Shi Feng, who was reorganizing the team's formations, every one of them wondering just how smart Shi Feng was to think of such a solution so quickly. If they had been in charge, they would have only been able to wait for their deaths. After the Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the two Grand Lords did not use any powerful AoE skills. In less than 10 minutes, both bosses died by Shifeng's hands, granting everyone an abundance of EXP. Even after they shared the EXP, several of Overwhelming Smile's level 38 members rose to level 39. Shifeng's experience bar had also risen by nearly 6%. Compared to killing an ordinary Grand Lord, the Steel Slaughterer provided far more EXP. Meanwhile, due to divine providence, the Steel Slaughterer dropped over a dozen items. Chapter 923, Steel Crown. As the Steel Slaughterers crumbled into a pile of scrap metal, the temple's locked iron doors opened. It's finally dead. I was nearly out of mana. We won? Just like that? This is so awesome. Nobody will believe us when we tell them we defeated a level 44 Grand Lord. This was not the first time Zero Wings members had faced down a Grand Lord. However, this was the first time for Overwhelming Smiles members. They had even shrunk back in fear even against a level 40 Grand Lord, not to mention a level 44 Grand Lord. Hence, how could they contain their excitement? Currently, very few teams in God's domain were capable of killing a Grand Lord. This is the first time I have killed a Grand Lord so easily. If we had to rely on Raven's main force, we would have lost at least 80% of the team. We might have even suffered multiple team wipes. Masked Angel sighed in amazement as he sat on the ground. Raven's other members nodded their agreement. Although they had killed Grand Lords before, they usually paid a high price to do so. Generally, they suffered multiple team wipes before finally succeeding. Moreover, their team usually only had around a dozen or so people alive at the end of the raid. This was the first time they had killed a Great Lord so easily. Bloodsucker's gaze drifted towards Shifeng, who was occupied with picking up the loot, and he smiled bitterly. Originally, he had wanted to prove Raven's strength to Zero Wing. In the end, he and Kirin were the only members of their guild to rank within the top 10 on the team's damage stats against the boss. He ranked 6th, while Kirin ranked 10th. As for everyone else in their party of 6, they ranked beyond the 20th place. It was difficult to boast about such results. With his DPS statistics, he could rank within the top 5 among Raven's main force, yet he only ranked 6th on this team, showing that there were 5 people stronger than himself. The most laughable aspect was the massive gap between 2nd and 3rd place. White Knight, who ranked 3rd among the team, had only dealt slightly over half of Fire Dance's total damage. Aside from them, Aqua Rose ranked 4th on the team, while one of Owl's female elementalists named Frozen Dream ranked 5th. With such an outcome, just how was he supposed to negotiate for a better deal with Shifeng? When fighting the next boss, drink an intermediate boiling blood potion and raise your damage ranks. I don't want to be at a disadvantage during out negotiations, Bloodsucker whispered to his party members. The intermediate blood boiling potion could increase a player's damage by 20% for 10 minutes. It was not available on the market and could only be obtained by killing certain special field bosses. It was extremely rare. Boss Blood, are you sure that you want to use such a precious potion here? Our guild only has a dozen or so of these potions, Kirin asked worriedly. This time, as a precaution, the guild had given each of them a bottle. Even when the guild had raided Grand Lords, they had refused to use it. Do you think we can top the damage charts if we don't use this potion? Bloodsucker retorted, smiling bitterly. Truthfully, he did not want to use the potion either. He had thought that he and Kirin would rank among the top 5 players in terms of damage, while the rest of his party would rank within the top 20, yet they had not, and now, their reputation was in ruins. As the healers revived the dead, Shifeng organized the loot he had collected. Leader, did they drop something good? Kola asked excitedly when he noticed Shifeng's smile. The other Zero Wing members turned to Shifeng as well. They all knew Shifeng's personality. Items that they considered top tier were ordinary in Shifeng's eyes. Items that could garner Shifeng's interest were precious first-class items. Not bad. The boss dropped a piece of growth-type equipment. Feng chuckled as he shared the equipment's attributes in the team chat. Steel crown, helmet, plate armor, bronze rank. Level 40, level 90. Defense plus 1374, level 40. Strength plus 31, endurance plus 30, agility plus 22. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Iron Wall. After receiving an attack, user has a 5% chance to trigger Iron Wall, having the next damage received. Additional passive skill 2 dash. King's Resolve. Halves mental suppression suffered by wielder and decrease all control effects by 1/3. Additional active skill dash. Steel Impact. Increases strength by 300%, speed by 100%, and causes a powerful impact to a maximum of 3 targets. Impact interrupts targets, knocks them back by 10 yards, and places them in a fainted state for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. This crown was crafted by Titan craftsman Phyros. However, the crown's power has been severely weakened due to evil power pollution. To purify this evil power, one needs a large number of magic crystals and EXP. Can be purified 5 times. First purification requires 100 magic crystals and 200 million EXP. Every member of the team unconsciously gasped when they saw the steel crown's attributes. The crown was a treasure for MTs. The item's 2 passive skills could significantly reduce the burden on MTs when facing bosses. As for the Steel Impact skill, it could be useful during crucial moments to prolong or interrupt a boss's channeling before it executed a powerful skill. With a 300% strength increase, an MT could easily take on a Grand Lord of the same level for a few moments. Furthermore, as the Steel Crown was growth-type equipment, both the crown's basic attributes and the skills would improve as the crown was purified. This helmet can practically rival epic equipment. Masked Angel drooled as he gazed at the steel crown. The steel crown did not have a class restriction. Any plate-wearing class could use it. However, it was most suited for an MT. This item was fully capable of raising an MT's standards to a whole new level. The team's 10 MTs stared at the steel crown in Shifeng's hands. However, Shifeng had already discussed the matter of the boss's loot. Among Zero Wing's side, Raven's members had opted out of the loot. As for Owl's members, as they were returning a favor, Shifeng would pay them with coins. Beyond that, Shifeng and Yulan had agreed to take turns choosing items from the loot. The team with the highest damage would choose first. Now that Zero Wing's group had an absolute lead in terms of damage, Shifeng got the first pick. Overwhelming Smiles members could only watch on with envy. However, Yulan did not find this outcome unfair. After all, they had relied on Zero Wing to kill the Steel Slaughterer. Among the loot, the Steel Crown was undoubtedly the most precious. However, there were many good items among the loot. 4 pieces of level 40 Dark Gold equipment had dropped. Currently, level 40 Dark Gold equipment was the best available outside of epic equipment. Tier 2 magic scrolls and rare potions also dropped. Even after splitting the loot, each side would reap a considerable harvest. Turtledove, wear this. Shifeng handed the steel crown to the female knight Turtledove. Me. Turtledove was somewhat hesitant. Among the guild's MTs, both Kola and Yi Wumian were stronger than her. Logically, one of them should have received the crown. She already wore a pair of epic-ranked boots. If she received another piece of growth-type equipment now, it would be somewhat unfair to Kola and Yi Wumian. Those two are using sets, so they can't wear the crown. Moreover, the steel crown is only bronze rank right now. Although your attributes will decrease slightly after equipping it, you will improve overall. You'll have an easier time dealing with the bosses later on, Shifeng said, chuckling. That's right. Turtledove, just take it. Both Kola and Yi Wumian nodded in agreement. In reality, Turtledove's techniques were already quite impressive. She was definitely the third-ranking MT in the guild. She just had slightly weaker equipment. If Turtledove improved her equipment, tanking bosses would become much easier. Alright then. After some thought, Turtledove accepted Shifeng's offer. She was moved as well, and she inwardly swore not to let anyone down. Chapter 924, An Extraordinary Items Hidden Effects _ Chapter 924, An Extraordinary Items Hidden Effects. After Turtledove equipped the steel crown, although her basic attributes had decreased slightly, her aura instantly changed. 5 ocean blue gems adorned the silver crown, which gave Turtledove a royal air. Moreover, Turtledove appeared far more relaxed. Clearly, the mental suppression around the temple released its grip on Turtledove. This crown is amazing. Wearing it actually calmed me down. With this, I don't have to worry about mental suppression against a high-tiered boss anymore. After equipping the steel crown, Turtledove felt a pleasant sensation wash over her body, her mind becoming much clearer than before. However, the greatest change she sensed was her body's flexibility. Her previous helmet could not compare to the steel crown. Growth-type equipment is similar to an extraordinary item. Aside from providing a huge boost to one's basic attributes, it generally provides some hidden effects, Shifeng explained. God's Domain was a constantly evolving virtual reality game. During the game's initial stages, epic items were only slightly stronger than dark gold items in terms of attributes. However, as God's Domain evolved, epic items' true power would reveal itself, little by little. God's Domain had already undergone its 4th evolution. Certain epic items would start to display extraordinary hidden effects that would allow players to display more of their combat power. After the team rested, Shifeng led them into the temple. A long, narrow hallway, which led to a plaza, waited beyond the thick, iron doors. There were no intersections along the hallway. Various statues decorated the spacious plaza. The plaza also contained swarms of monsters. These monsters were covered in sharp, black scales. They had crescent-shaped heads and no eyes. However, rows of jagged, sharp teeth filled their mouths. Their 4 limbs looked more like daggers than actual limbs, and wherever these monsters passed, they left deep furrows in the ground. Silver versions of these pitch-black monsters also wandered the plaza. In terms of size, however, the silver monsters were nearly 3 times larger than their black brothers. Clearly, they would be more difficult to deal with than their smaller counterparts. Corrosive Beast, Dark Creature, Elite. Level 42 HP 150,000. Corrosive Beast King, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 43 HP 8,000/8,000,000. The plaza seemed to be these corrosive beasts' nest. There were more than 10,000 monsters wandering around. Just looking at them sent a chill down one's spine. Meanwhile, a gigantic teleportation magic array occupied the plaza's center. If they wanted to proceed through the trial, the teleportation array was their only option. Why are there so many monsters? Do we have to clear all of them? Yulan frowned as she watched the disgusting corrosive beasts. With a rough glance, she could see over 10,000 monsters in the plaza. Among them, several hundred were silver corrosive beast kings. Taking out these monsters would be a massive undertaking. Yulan wasn't the only one who with a headache. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen so many lords in one place. These players even suspected that every one of these monsters would swarm them the moment they descended the staircase. The thought of facing hundreds of lords made everyone more than a little tense. There was no way they would survive so many. As their team stood there, shocked over the sight of so many powerful monsters, a pair of steel doors on the other end of the plaza opened, and a group of players emerged. "Why are there other people here?" Yulan muttered in surprise as she watched the players from across the plaza. "It seems you're not the only one who obtained a Titan City Pass. We need to move faster now." Although Shifeng found the situation strange, he was not particularly shocked. The Holy City of Titans entrance trial was not a dungeon. It was just an extremely dangerous special map. In addition, it was categorized by levels, with every 10 levels sharing one map. Players between level 36 and level 45 would share one map, and players between level 46 and level 55 would share a different map. Any player who obtained the pass could venture here. God's domain was massive, and with so many players, it'd be surprising if no other top-tier players managed to find their own pass. Unfortunately, the other party was clearly a powerful team, based on the fact that they had come this far, and Shifeng didn't want to benefit another team in the entrance trial. The trial's 4 paths had 3 main stages, with each having a different challenge set for the first stage. However, all 4 paths would converge here for the second stage. The 4 paths also shared the same final challenge. The first team to clear the final stage would gain an additional benefit: reputation for the holy city of Titan. It was usually extremely difficult to raise one's Titan city reputation, so this was a massive benefit for the first team that cleared the trial. At the same time as Shifeng and the others discovered those players, that group of players had also discovered Shifeng's group. "Boss Peerless, there's another team over there. Should we get rid of them?" A level 40, burly assassin suggested, making the gesture of slitting one's throat while he stared at Shifeng and his team. "Ignore them. We'll decide what to do after we pass through this area. It won't be too late to get rid of them if we meet them later," Peerless, the group's leader, said as he waved his hand at the assassin. "Get ready. We need to clear this area quickly." "Understood." As if this were not their first time here, the team burst into action. "Leader, the other team is making its move." Aqua Rose asked softly, "Should we watch them for a moment first?" Naturally, Shifeng understood Aqua Rose's concern. With their team strength, taking on 7 or 8 lords at once might be easy, but against several hundred lords, even Shifeng felt powerless. Hence, their best option was to observe the other group as they cleared this stage. This way, they would increase their chances of clearing the stage as well. However, Shifeng had no intentions of letting the other side get ahead of him. Titan City's reputation was on the line, and he must have it. Although there were a lot of monsters in the plaza, their numbers weren't the largest cause for his headache. The corrosive beasts had an extremely abominable ability which could rapidly deplete players' durability. With this ability, it was impossible to defeat them all before their equipment broke. "MTs and plate armor classes, gather around me," Shifeng said. He then revealed a large number of strengthening devices. "Each of you, take 2 of these strengthening devices. After using them, 30 of you will form a protective circle while the other melees will serve as replacements when needed. All ranged DPS and healers will stand in the middle. We'll charge for the teleportation array." As soon as Shifeng said so, everyone understood his plan. They didn't actually need to kill all of these monsters. Rather, they needed to reach the teleportation magic array. Unfortunately, while this task might be easy for MTs, it was very difficult for melee classes. There were also countless corrosive beasts. They were all bound to receive some damage. If the healers only had to focus on a few MTs, they could bear it. However, they had to keep as many as 30 people alive. There was also a fairly long distance between the staircase and the plaza center. If their healing failed to keep up with the damage the melee classes received, everyone would die before reaching the teleportation array. Shifeng's decision was definitely risky. However, Yulan and the others could not think of a better plan. Hence, they had to put their faith in Shifeng once more. Moreover, 2 groups of players were charging into the plaza. This would reduce the number of monsters they had to deal with. If they started moving after the other side had cleared the stage, it would be far more difficult to succeed. By the time everyone finished preparing, Shifeng had noticed that the other team had begun to move. Immediately, he shouted, "Move out!" Chapter 925. King of Corrosion Chapter 9:25, King of Corrosion. The instant the team rushed down the staircase, the nearby corrosive beasts noticed them. The monsters turned their heads towards Shifeng's group one after another, and quickly, they swarmed towards the group like a tidal wave. The corrosive beasts were different from ordinary elite monsters. A layer of corrosive fluid coated their bodies. The corrosive fluid would reduce the durability of anything that touched it, whether it be weapons or equipment. If the equipment were secret silver rank or below, it would be rendered useless after receiving a few of the corrosive beast's hits. Even fine gold equipment would only last a few more hits, and only dark gold rank items could last any length of time. Now that they had entered the plaza, there was no turning back. Against the tidal wave of corrosive beasts, the team's only option was to reach the teleportation array within the shortest time possible. Shortly after the team met the corrosive beast army, although the elite monsters did not break through the team's defensive formation, after several bouts, everyone wore grim expressions. My weapon. My equipment. What are these monsters? Many of the players cried out in shock when they noticed their equipment and weapons' durability. Even after a brief moment of contact with the corrosive beasts, their dark gold weapons' durability had instantly decreased by 1 point. An ordinary dark gold weapon only had around 120 or so durability. Their dark gold equipment fared even worse. After receiving a few hits, their strengthening devices' durability decreased by 1 point as well. It was obvious that, without the protection of the strengthening devices, their equipment would only last for a short time. Leader, look at that team. It seems that they came prepared, Fire Dance said as she pointed at the other team. As she was not standing in the other ring, attacking with her throwing knives, she could focus on their distant competition. That's a smart move. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he turned to watch the other team. Instead of using a circular defensive formation as they had, the other team employed a V-shaped formation. Their most durable MTs served as the spearhead while the others followed closely behind. When the other team attacked, they would try to push the corrosive beasts standing before them away, forcing these monsters into the corrosive beasts behind them and buying some time. During this short period, the team pulled away from these monsters, with neither side having the opportunity to clash. In addition, the magical classes in the middle of the formation used one Tier 2 magic scroll after another. The magic scrolls they used all contained AoE spells. Whenever a corrosive beast king charged at the team, these magical classes used a series of magic scrolls to knock back the oncoming corrosive beasts and beast kings, allowing the team to move faster. Despite both sides starting towards the teleportation magic array at the same time, the other team was much faster. Boss Peerless, your method is really effective. We'll reach the teleportation array in half the time of our previous attempt. That's right. Boss Peerless is the best. We'll definitely clear the entrance trial. That team is pretty stupid. At this rate, we won't have to worry about them. I hope they can clear this stage though. The fact that they reached this stage shows that their weapons and equipment are excellent. We might be able to earn some top-tier equipment. Everyone on Peerless' team chatted cheerfully among themselves. As both teams were fairly far apart, they couldn't tell who the other team was. However, as they had experienced the first stage's difficulty personal, they knew that the other team must possess high-quality weapons and equipment. Otherwise, reaching the second stage would have been impossible. Team leader Yifeng, we can't continue like this. These corrosive beasts are wearing out our equipment too quickly. Yulan said anxiously after examining the team's situation. Why don't we start using magic scrolls as well? The monster's corrosive ability was much stronger than she had expected. If not for the strengthening devices, their equipment would have long since broken. However, there was still a long distance to the teleportation array. Moreover, more corrosive beast kings approached. In the beginning, they only had to deal with 1 or 2 at a time. Now, over a dozen attacked simultaneously. They weren't even a third of the way, yet so many lords bombarded their team. Soon, they may have to face dozens of corrosive beast kings. The corrosive beast kings were many times stronger than the corrosive beasts. Not only were they stronger in terms of attributes, but their corrosive abilities were also stronger by a large margin. Even Kola, who used an epic shield, was having a difficult time against these lords. Currently, their only way to break through was to utilize the same method as the other team, which employed AoE magic scrolls. Although their team had not prepared to use these scrolls, they had brought some with them. Unfortunately, using large-scale destruction spells would only add to the chaos of their situation. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Even if they cleared out the monsters in an area with the spell, they would have to wait until the spell's effects were over before proceeding. In the end, the monsters they had left behind would catch up while they wasted time. No rush. We'll use them after we reach the halfway point. Shifeng rejected Yolan's suggestion. Using magic scrolls with impact effects was certainly a method that many teams had employed in Shifeng's previous life. However, the second stage had another hidden mechanism. When two or more teams were halfway to the plaza's center, they would awaken the slumbering king of corrosion, Xianxia. Now that the other team had passed the midway point, Shifeng did not want to do the same too soon. At the very least, they should wait until the other team completed 2/3 of their journey. This way, the king of corrosion would target that team rather than theirs, which had just entered the king's domain. Hearing Shifeng's rejection, Yulan was momentarily speechless. However, since Shifeng's leadership had already proven successful, it would not be wise to oppose his commands now. As time passed, more corrosive beast kings converged on both teams. In the blink of an eye, each team faced over 100 lords. Even Peerless' team began to slow due to the large number of monsters. However, when Peerless' team was a quarter of a distance away from the teleportation array, Shifeng and the others reached the halfway point. Immediately, a pillar of green light rose from the center of the plaza, releasing a dense, green fog. As this fog passed over the area, everything it touched heavily corroded, eroding hundreds and thousands of little holes across the ground. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. What's going on here? Peerless stared at the pillar of light, his expression twisting into something ugly. This was not his first time here. Rather, it was his third visit. The first time he had reached this plaza, his team had only crossed 2/3 of the distance before they fell under the overwhelming sea of monsters. On their second try, while they had forged through this stage after many difficulties, they had not encountered anything like this. As he stared at the pillar of green light, he involuntarily shivered, his mind continuously warning him that it was extremely dangerous to continue forward. As everyone was caught in their stupor, a ferocious monster that stood over 20 meters high emerged from the green light. This monster was nearly 3 times larger than the corrosive beast kings, and green scales covered its entire body. A green liquid seeped from the gaps between its scales. When the liquid touched the ground, it ate through the earth, creating a large hole. A green fog also circled the monster's humongous body. This was none other than the king of corrosion, Xianxia. Seeing this, everyone involuntarily gulped in fear. Why has such a monster appeared? Peerless' complexion paled as he stared Xianxia. Chapter 926, Archaic Species under Chapter 926, Archaic Species. The King of Corrosion's sudden appearance cast a dark cloud over the two teams. Damn it! We must have triggered this monster because there are 2 teams here. Rage flared in Peerless' eyes as he turned to Zero Wing's team on the other side of the plaza, killing intent welling within him. However, it was too late to change anything. He had thought of taking care of Shifeng and his team after they had reached the 3rd stage, earning some weapons and equipment. However, he now regretted his decision to delay. The King of Corrosion did not give the players any time to consider their situation. After examining its surroundings, it charged towards Peerless' team like a Mack truck. The ground trembled with each of Seilatiben's steps. As it moved, the corrosive fluid from its body ate large craters in the ground. Seeing these craters sent shivers down everyone's spines. Seilatiben, King of Corrosion, Dark Creature, Grand Lord, Level 45 HP 80, 000/000/80, 000/000. Seilatiben's massive frame spoke of its immense power. However, after witnessing its exact strength, everyone was shocked. Seilatiben's attributes were far higher than the first stage's boss. No matter how they looked at it, the King of Corrosion possessed higher attributes than what any level 45 Grand Lord should have. Leader, what should we do? Should we continue forward? Aqua Rose began to despair after seeing the massive King of Corrosion. Seilatiben was just too strong. It was definitely the strongest boss within the level 40 range that she had ever seen. Is this a joke? Why does this stage have such a powerful boss? Bloodsucker's expression was particularly grim. Among the team, only White Knight and the other members of OWL remained relatively calm. After all, they had faced a dragon not long ago. The King of Corrosion was slightly weaker than the Tier 2 mutated dragon had been. However, they had only defeated the mutated dragon thanks to a monster like Black Flame. Without such a monster, defeating this boss was unlikely. At this time, Shifeng issued his commands in the team chat. Fire Dance, use the frost grenades to stop the corrosive beasts. Blackie, use Stars of Light to clear a path ahead. Everyone else, if you have AoE attack or control skills, now is the time to use them. While Seilatiben might not be a dragon, it was an archaic species. To put it simply, it was the descendant of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts were from the same life order as dragons, capable of killing gods. Although the blood of ferocious beasts flowing through Seilatiben's veins had been diluted over several generations, making the Grand Lord far weaker than a ferocious beast, ordinary monsters couldn't compete with its power. Tier 1 players could not take this boss down. At the very least, they needed Tier 2 players to have any chance against Seilatiben. Fortunately, defeating Seilatiben wasn't necessary to proceed to the next stage. Under Shifeng's command, the team began to move like a well-oiled machine. Fire Dance and the other melee classes who were not fighting in the defensive ring threw one intermediate grenade after another, freezing the distant lords and elites before them. Blackie then used Stars of Light while Shifeng used Firestorm. Yulan contributed as well as she used Thunder Beast's Descent. When the three large-scale destruction spells struck, light, flame, and lightning descended upon the plaza, looking as if doomsday were upon them. For a time, damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the frozen monsters' heads. In a few short seconds, over 1,000 corrosive beasts died, and a clearing appeared before Shifeng's team. Everyone's experience bar soared rapidly, a few of the team's level 38 players reaching level 39. Some of Zero Wing's level 39 players rose level 40 as well. Due to the frost grenade's freezing effect, the monsters that were fortunate enough to be outside the AoE spell's range remained frozen. For a short time, no other corrosive beasts could fill the new clearing, which allowed Shifeng and the others to proceed any resistance. Shortly after, the magical class players began to use magic scrolls to repel the incoming corrosive beasts. Not only did this speed up the team's advance, but it also significantly reduced their weapons and equipment's durability consumption. As Shifeng's team began to spring, the other team grew desperate. Everyone, prepare for battle. Blade, get ready to use that Tier 3 magic scroll. No matter what, don't let that monster near us. Peerless knew that there was no point in regret now. He needed to deal with the problem before them quickly. If they could hold on until they reached the teleportation array, victory would be theirs. Boss, we had prepared that magic scroll for the third stage. If we use it now, a summoner in his mid-20s voiced his concern. Just use it. Fortunately, it isn't our only trump card for the third stage, Peerless growled as he gnashed his teeth. He didn't want to use the Tier 3 magic scroll, either. Just before Titan reached their team, the summoner named Blade used the Tier 3 magic scroll he held. Suddenly, a golden magic array appeared above them. A gigantic beast then descended from the array, knocking away the surrounding corrosive beasts. Blade, use the golden lion to lure the boss away, Peerless ordered. The king of corrosion was simply too dangerous. Even if it simply stood still and did nothing, the corrosive mist around it could claim their lives. They could only rely on the Tier 3 Great Lord they had summoned to hold it off. The golden lion, which stood over 10 meters tall, then pounced on Titan. However, before it crashed into the king of corrosion, Titan swiped its claws at the lion. Ping! The attack sent the lion flying, its massive frame crashing into a crowd of corrosive beasts. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. A single hit had sent a level 55, Tier 3 Great Lord flying. The golden lion was actually 10 levels higher than Titan. Even if it weren't a match for the level 45 Grand Lord's strength, there should not be too much of a difference. Yet, the one attack had thrown the golden lion over 30 yards. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, the golden lion had attracted Titan's attention. Rather than stomping towards Peerless' team, the king of corrosion approached the fallen lion, one step at a time. Seeing the boss change targets, Peerless and his team released a sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, they made a mad dash for the teleportation array. Unfortunately, the golden lion wasn't doing well as the king of corrosion trampled upon its body, its HP decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Peerless and his companions shuddered in fear as they watched. As the golden lion's HP plummeted, Peerless' team sped towards the teleportation array. When the golden lion had less than 10% of its HP remaining, Peerless and the others were finally inside the teleportation array. Damn it. Damn this thing. It made me waste a Tier 3 summoning scroll. A cold glint flashed in Peerless' eyes as he glared at the golden lion, which was on its last breath. He had hoped to take the lion with them through the second stage. However, that was no longer possible. This had severely disrupted his plans. He shouted sternly, "Blade, remove the summoning. I want those people to die." Understood. The summoner understood Peerless' intentions. While it was no longer possible to leave with the golden lion, that did not mean they should let others take advantage of it. Immediately, he cancelled the summoning. Feng's team still had to cross another quarter of a distance or so to reach the teleportation array. With the king of corrosion's strength, that was more than enough time to annihilate the team. Sure enough, the moment the golden lion vanished, Titan's gaze shifted to Feng and his players. Ping! Like a bullet, Feng was thrown over 30 yards, his body slamming into the ground. The impact even created a large crater around Feng's body. As expected of an archaic species. Although its strength is lower than the mutated dragons, it is still stronger than an ordinary Grand Lord. Once Feng stood back up, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to pop out of its socket. His arms were numb after taking the king of corrosion's hit. If he had not used parry to block the attack, he would have been dead by now. Seeing Feng's HP remain static, Titan flew into a rage. Taking 2 steps forward, it instantly arrived before Feng and stomped on the tiny swordsman. Seeing the mountain-sized foot descending towards him, Feng stopped holding back. Heavenly Dragon's power. Thunder God's descent. The 2 skills instantly increased Feng's strength attribute by 150%, HP by 500%, defense by 300%, agility by 60%, movement speed and attack speed by 150%, and damage by 50%. He also received a 50% damage reduction. Feng's HP climbed to 122,800. As for his defense, even Cola couldn't match his. After receiving these massive buffs, Feng swung Killing Ray towards the King of Corrosion's feet. Chop! 3 arcs of blue light gathered at a single point, tearing space itself apart. This spatial tear then extended towards Salutaiban's feet. Boom! The powerful shockwave from the impact knocked the surrounding corrosive beasts back. Suddenly, there were no monsters within 20 yards of the King of Corrosion. Is he an NPC? When the dust settled, everyone's jaws hit the floor as they stared at the shockwave's epicenter. No one could believe their eyes. Feng had actually blocked the King of Corrosion's powerful attack. Moreover, he had caused Salutaiban to shudder slightly. Although Feng was buried up to his knees, he had only received around -7,000 damage from the attack. To Feng's over 120,000 HP, this damage was nothing. The upgraded Heavenly Dragon's Breath is wonderful. I won't even have to activate twofold Berserk at this rate. Feng flexed his muscles, joints popping. Although he felt somewhat stiff, overall, Feng's combat power had not been affected. When he had faced the mutated dragon, he had been suffering a weakened soul state, reducing his attributes by nearly half. He had relied on dragon's domination to overcome the mutant. Now that his soul had recovered, although his strength was still not a match for the King of Corrosion even after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the gap was not as wide as it had been. In addition, with his extremely high skill completion rate, he wouldn't have a problem defending against the Grand Lord's normal attacks. However, his sacred sword, Killing Ray, was the main reason that he could contend with Salutaiban. Killing Ray increased his damage by 100% against dark creatures. However, just after Feng pulled his legs out of the ground, the enraged King of Corrosion swung its claws at him once more as if it were trying to swat a fly. Just in time. Let's see how you fare against this. Feng did not dodge the attack. Instead, he used his sure-kill skill, Flame Burst. A miniature sun then collided with Salutaiban's claws. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.